One way we're breaking the rules is that, and the rules definitely, is that we're trusting youth. We put youth forward. We try and build their capacities in order for them to take action from now onward. I mean, youth is an untapped reservoir of talent, and for them to be the untapped reservoir of talent they deserve to be, they need to be engaged in the discussion. So that's definitely one way to do it, and there's no other way but that.
I'm Shema, and I'm breaking the rules.
Challenge that I was facing as a young leader in my community was that my voice was not getting heard. So for that, I had to push my boundaries. For that, I had to involve other young leaders with myself. And for that, now, after my struggle of 7 or 8 years, I believe that I'm at that stage where I'm part of these different communities along with the other stakeholders, where I can raise my voice for involving other young leaders in the policy-making processes.
All right, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to this session titled Break the Roles, Intersectionality in Gender. We're so excited to have everyone joining from different parts of the world. It's been a really exciting summit so far, and I hope that you've all been engaging on social media as well, and will do so throughout this session. I'm joined by 4 different speakers from different parts of the world for this discussion today, who will briefly introduce themselves before I introduce what we'll be talking about in this session. Patrick, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you, Glenys. Hi, everybody. My name is Patrick Kaziak Alvarado, and I work for the Open Government Partnership as a program officer. And I'm based in Chicago, Illinois, in the United States.
Great, thank you, Patrick. Tanya.
Hi, my name is Tania Martinez. I work for the Instituto de Liderazgo Simón de Beauvoir in Mexico. I'm the Social Innovation and Citizen Participation Officer. I mean coordinator, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Magda.
Hello, everybody. My name is Magda Mukratesama. I'm joining you from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia today. I work for the African Union Commission, more specifically for the African Governance Architecture Secretariat. And I work as a democracy and governance expert. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nafisa?
Hi, everyone. My name is Nafisa Ferdos, and I'm a young feminist researcher. I work for Restless Development in global youth-led accountability programs for gender equality and sexual rights, based out of New York.
Fantastic. And of course, my name is Glynis. I'm the Deputy Director at Restless Development Sierra Leone, and I'm also the founder of an organization called She Can, We Can, empowering and building up young female leaders across Africa. So this session today is called Break the Roles, Intersectionality and Gender. I'm sure many of you as young people have experienced a form of barrier that has prevented you from accessing a space of influence, power, decision-making, either because of your age, your gender, your sexuality, your physical or non-visible ability. One way or another, intersectionality has played a role in your ambition to get to where you want to get to bring about change. And we are going to be discussing today how we can break down those barriers to really move into those spaces of decision-making and influence as young people, despite the labels that society has placed on us. And I'm really excited about this panel that we've got here, who are coming with a range of expertise and lived experiences of this to help us to understand what opportunities are available to us as young people to overcome some of these challenges that we are faced every day. So the first question that I want to put to the panel is, what actions should government and civil society take to be more inclusive of young people and marginalized communities? Patrick, would you like to start?
Yes, thank you so much, Glynis. Yeah, so I think the first step in achieving, truly inclusive participation, whether it be young people, LGBTQIA+ communities, and for those of you who don't know, that's lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, intersex, and asexual communities, or indigenous people, I think, is to ensure that there are those enabling conditions for participation of historically marginalized communities. And so what I mean by enabling conditions, I mean accessibility, right? Both physical, linguistic, political accessibility. When I talk about physical accessibility, I'm talking if you're working with groups of people who experience physical disability, is your meeting space accessible, right? If you're meeting with indigenous people or immigrant communities, are there translators? Are there linguistic ability? Is there linguistic accessibility for these folks to participate? And then politically, right? Is there civic space? Is there access to justice for people? And then finally, safety, right? It's physical and emotional safety of being in these spaces. There are many places in this world where being a part of the LGBTQIA+ community is criminalized. And unfortunately, you cannot fruitfully engage in governance if your very existence is deemed illegal or illegitimate. And so before we can include historically marginalized communities into the co-creation and implementation and oversight of government policies, we need to ensure that these spaces do not replicate the very violence that these communities are facing in their daily lives. So I think, using plain language, everyday language is also critical when reaching out to folks and new groups to bring them into governance. We want to ensure that folks who have the least amount of formal education can participate in governance, and oftentimes there's a lot of jargon used that everyday people might not understand. And then finally, I think governments need to actively seek out these communities, right? Open government teams can create connections and linkages with other departments that are already working with these communities. But it would be remiss not to mention that we're talking about communities who have historically and continue to be subjected to institutionalized discrimination, oftentimes at the hands of government. So there is a historical mistrust that needs to be addressed by government in order to move forward with these community partnerships.
Most certainly. At times, we see governments reaching out to marginalized groups to meet a quota or to say that, yes, they've included them, but they've not actually thought or recognized the added value in having them involved from the very beginning, from being at the table, shaping the discussion, shaping what the strategy and the direction is going to look like. Nafisa. what would you like to say on this question?
Hi. I think we've known for a long time what actions we want government and civil society to take to make spaces more inclusive. It's increasing the resources for youth civil society and increasing meaningful youth engagement and representation. At Restless Development, we see this as moving beyond tokenism and enabling young people's decision-making power and leadership in policy and advocacy spaces. In 2019, we launched the Global Consensus Statement on Youth-Led Accountability, which was created by young people themselves and outlines in very clear terms what are the terms of youth engagement that we demand from government. And also it's about expanding agendas. I think young people and young feminists are at the forefront of organizing against the rollback of rights and rising fundamentalisms globally. And the challenge for governments and civil society is not to see this momentum as something that happens on the street, but to bring it into the right spaces as youth-led agendas.
Very right. If we say we want to break the roles, we need to set our own agenda. We need to set our own roles and set our own standards. Tanya, what would you like to say on this topic?
Yeah, well, according to different analyses that were made and served as inputs for the 2030 agenda, the priority agendas for youth are education, knowledge and skills, employment, decent jobs, income, opportunities to get out of poverty, health, sexual and reproductive health and rights, and political participation in terms of accountability, access to information, and to rights. So youth mainly seek to be recognized as right holders and to have meaningful participation that is actually real in the process and agendas that impact their daily life. In this sense, it is about youth being the target of government actions, but also being seated at the table, participating, designing, monitoring, and evaluating those government actions, and also being able to have the conditions or circumstances that allow all kinds of young people to lead these changes. So in terms of open government tools, it could be generate disaggregated information on children, adolescents, and youth, and know the responsibilities of the representatives in government as well as those of the government entities and ministries, and also have the information to be able to monitor and hold these people and entities accountable, to actively and significantly participate in institutionalized mechanisms for civil society participation, and also, among many other things, to use the use of communication technologies, taking into account each context, allowing access to information, accountability, and meaningful participation to the plurality of youth.
Exactly. Thank you so much in there for us to propose. Magda.
All right, thank you so much. Three quick important steps to just quickly answer your question. And number one is it's very important to have a strategy or a policy that makes sure that youth engagement or women engagement or any other marginalized communities engagement. I think from my own experience within the African governance architecture, one of the most important piece of documentation we have was the youth engagement strategy and women engagement strategies. For us, those two documents sort of made engagement possible, and it sort of moved engagement from an ad hoc basis to an institutionalized platforms. So it kind of warrants or even forces institutions to conform towards inclusion. Number two, we need to be able to provide platform for dialogue for youth, women, and also all of these marginalized groups as well. For me, engagement starts with providing a space, a safe space for young people, for women to come together and talk about different issues. For us, I think, based on my own experience, that sort of made us provide a space to young people, to allow them to use that space to share experiences and also showcase their work at times. The other one I think was mentioned by Nafisa, but it's engagement. I think it's important to move from participation to engagement. And the reason why we named our document engagement is that engagement is beyond participation, beyond numbers. Meaningful engagement is even more important because it needs to go beyond participation. And it also moves to co-creation, co-leadership of young people and women engaged in so many different ways, whether it's advisory boards or reference groups, or even working together with adults or even people in leadership to make decisions and co-create projects. The other one and the last one is the importance of collaboration. I think no one can do the inclusion alone. You can't, it's not possible. It's important to create alliances, more specifically unlikely alliances, build bridges, and work together with different partners to achieve whatever that we want to achieve in terms of inclusion. If you're a gender equality advocate, work with men. If you're working on different kinds of inclusion, think outside of the box on how you can push the envelope. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Something you said really resonated with me because for some time I've been going back and forth in my own mind about how much is our youth parliaments moving us forward in regards to inclusion. And having separate spaces for women to discuss things, and whether that is actually truly inclusive or is it a space that segregates us. But what you said about having platforms for dialogue made me realize actually that platform being provided basically just signifies that there is recognition of the value that we have to add. It's a first step. And then the second step is for us to be able to move into the broader decision-making space where we can not just speak to ourselves as young people, as women, or as persons with disabilities, but actually influence other stakeholders, other individuals as well. So a lot of really interesting points that you've raised. Magda, I want to stick with you and I want to ask you about how institutions like the UN and the African Union can better hold governments accountable for their commitments towards achieving inclusive and representative governance. We know that we have so many different tools, so many different policies. There are several meetings that are held every year where you see people traveling to discuss their progress. But how do you think we can raise the bar in regards to the way that we hold governments accountable for trying to achieve inclusion? They also have targets of how many women they want to see in parliament, or how many persons with disability they want to see represented. How do you think we can make improvements in holding governments accountable?
Right, thank you, Glenys. I think before we talk about accountability, I think it's important to talk about how these intergovernmental institutions work. For me, these intergovernmental institutions, more focusing on the African Union, is made up of member states, which is your own representatives from your own member states, ambassadors. They're called Permanent Representative Council, represent their own government here in the AU. Now, it's very significant, that information, but, and they created the organization, but also they still hold significant amount of decision-making within the union and also the commission as well. More than that, it's funded by member states. The African Union is funded by member states. Of course, partners would also contribute, but that's also a very big, important thing that we need to underline. Now, when we go to the African Union and its roles, the African Union is an important organization that mainly sets standards, do a lot of other things, but sets standards, norms for all, for member states and for all. Now, in terms of accountability, coming back to your question, African Union sets standards on different thematic areas, in inclusion, on women, on youth. There are a plethora of conventions and treaties that sort of give a benchmark, if you will, to member states on what they need to be able to achieve. Now, going back to those treaties, it's also very, very important to realize that if a member state, your own country, where you come from, whether it's Ethiopia or Kenya, if member states do not accede to those treaties, sign it, ratify it, and agree to be bound by those treaties or conventions, there's really less likely to be there's really less likely to be an accountability mechanism for the African Union. Now, once member states sign into a convention, they also have another layer of ways whereby member states can report back to the African Union. It's called the state reporting mechanism, and it exists on the UN system as well. So member states come back to the African Union, report on this, that, and the other that they have agreed to on the conventions. So those are kind of the accountability mechanisms that the African Union sort of uses to make sure that member states are really applying what they're doing. But the real question is, and I think there's so many people that will agree with me, is that how many of these ratified conventions really do get implemented? And that's a huge problem. But for me, moving on from that, I think the real responsibility for me beyond the African Union is within the civil society organizations, advocacy institutions, lobby groups, women groups, youth groups, nationally, grassroots groups, individuals, even think tanks, I would say also media as well, academics, can put pressure on their own member states, on their own government to sign, ratify all of these conventions, relevant conventions to inclusion, but also most importantly, implement, because that's where we see a lot of our member states fail. But for me, I want to hone on the need for advocacy. I think it needs to be targeted, multifaceted, and very, very intentional. I know a lot of the organizations make that mistake of just making noise, but not really making anything come out of that. But there needs to be a lobbying aspect, working behind the scenes, engaging with different ambassadors, decision-making, people sitting in different places, creating alliances, like I said earlier, and pushing the agenda of inclusion forward. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think that is so true. This morning, we heard in the Pathways to Parliament session about the successes of the Not Too Young to Run campaign. It's not an organization, it's a campaign, and the amount of increased number of young people that have been elected to Parliament because of that campaign. We shouldn't underestimate the power of advocacy. Neither should we underestimate the role that grassroots actors, civil society, ordinary citizens can play in pushing this, demanding for better representation and inclusion. And you also made me think about who holds the power to break the roles. Should we be looking to big institutions, or should we be looking within ourselves to push that agenda and break the roles ourselves and recreate the image and the identity we want to see represented? Moving on to my next question, which is for Patrick. How can open government help remove the social, political, or environmental conditions that contribute to making people who face racism, homophobia, ageism, more vulnerable people? How can it make them realize their rights as civil society, as ordinary citizens? Sorry.
No worries. Thank you so much, Glennis. Yeah, so I think it's first important to mention, government is in part responsible for the social and political conditions that enable things like racism and transphobia. Racism and transphobia and other isms are not simply about interpersonal conflict. These are intricate systems of power and oppression that are often upheld by the state, right? And so open government at its core is accessible government, right? Government without barriers. And so open government seeks to ensure a more transparent, responsive, accountable, and inclusive government that works for everyone, right? And so it is for that reason that I personally believe that any work that government is doing to ensure greater access to those who have been historically marginalized or disenfranchised is open government work, right? And we often see this being done in various open government partnership countries and within what I would call traditional areas of open government, right? Civic participation, citizen participation, access to information, beneficial ownership, right? So for example, Costa Rica, the national government of Costa Rica in 2017 had a commitment through the Open Government Partnership that sought to implement tools and mechanisms to promote a greater defense of rights for the LGBTQIA+ community. And what that looked like was having first a dialogue between government and civil society organizations who are working on these issues to come together and just talk, right? And then after that, there was a training component in which it was used by the government to train public servants, both within the central government institutions as well as autonomous institutions, on how to use best practices when working with the LGBTQI+ community, right? However, there are various policy areas that I think are not routinely discussed in open government spaces that from an inclusion standpoint are in fact open government, at least in my eyes, right? And so given this conversation is about gender and intersectionality, I'm gonna use this quickly to highlight an institutional barrier that many folks who are transgender, non-binary, and gender non-conforming may face in regards to access to government. Myself, I identify as non-binary, which means I'm not a man, I'm not a woman, I do not believe in the gender binary, and I exist outside of that, right? And I'm often excluded, and people who look, who are more starkly, I would say, gender ambiguous, receive a lot more, I would say, discrimination and violence than I do. And so I hold a lot of privilege in these spaces, right? I'm white, I'm very large, I'm often man assumed, so people think I'm a man, right? And so I hold a lot of privilege in these spaces. And so meaningful civic participation often includes exercising your right to vote, or to access public services such as healthcare, right? And that requires identification. And identification documents that accurately depict a person's gender are imperative to the physical and emotional safety of many trans and gender non-conforming people. However, there are many countries that require transgender people to receive sterilization, thus rendering them incapable of having their own children, right? And so these eugenics policies are inherently violent as they pigeonhole trans people into either receiving a medically invasive surgery that they may not have any interest in getting, or forego that surgery and have a gender marker on their identification that then puts them at, in a lifetime of ridicule and harassment at the hands of government officials, at the hands of doctors, or anyone else who might ask for those forms of identification, right? And so when governments allow trans people and non-binary and gender non-conforming people to self-identify on all forms of social government, on all forms of government identification, that will enable a more meaningful and safe engagement for people to actually engage, right? And so I think what I'll leave this is, I think we must begin to explicitly be intentional about our inclusion of historically marginalized communities, right? Seeing as many of these folks have been intentionally excluded by governments for many years, right? And so I want to leave you all with one example of an explicit inclusion of particularly trans women in a national law. This is not through Open Government Partnership, but the national government of Uruguay has a very progressive law on gender-based violence. And the law reads, the purpose of this law is to guarantee the effective enjoyment of a woman's right to a life free of gender-based violence. It includes women of all ages, trans women, women of various sexual orientations, socioeconomic status, territorial belonging, belief, cultural and racial origin, and disability without any distinction or discrimination. By simply including the line trans women, by including indigenous women, by including women of various sexual orientations, we are automatically offering protections to folks that have never existed before in the past.
Thank you so much, Patrick. So many valid points. We really need to be at the table when such policies and legislation are being shaped. We need to be part of the discussion when it's being considered who is recognized, who is counted in society, and we've got so much to do. We've come away in the journey, but we still have so much to do and so much to achieve. Tanya, I want to turn to you. Can you tell us about some of Mexico's Open Government Partnership commitment to provide access to reproductive rights to young people, and what were some of the barriers that you experienced in trying to achieve those?
Yeah. Here in Mexico, one of the commitments related to gender and other historically vulnerable groups is the sexual and reproductive rights for young people commitment. Through this one, we want to generate and implement effective mechanisms of proactive transparency, accountability, and citizen participation to improve the provision of sexual and reproductive health services. All this within a human rights framework and with gender as a cross-cutting issue along with intercultural perspective. In Mexico, young and indigenous people are discriminated against and abused on a daily basis, which is why they have known or poor access to their rights, among which are the sexual and reproductive ones. Mexico has the highest adolescent birth rate of all the member countries of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, which is why sexual and reproductive health services are essential and an invaluable tool to prevent early or unwanted pregnancies. So there are two mandatory regulations here in Mexico that allow adolescents and young people to have access to sexual and reproductive health services without conditioning this care and or the delivery of supplies. At the same time that they allow victims of sexual violence to receive HIV post-exposure prophylaxis, emergency contraception, and voluntary interruption of pregnancy, only by requesting it. However, adolescents, young people, and indigenous women are still lacking access to these services and supplies that should be provided through these regulations. So we want to generate information as well as institutionalized mechanisms that allow to improve the implementation of these regulations with meaningful participation of youth and indigenous people throughout the whole process. In February, we started, civil society organizations, the health ministry, the Women's Institute, the Population Council, among other government bodies that are key in delivering these services, we began working for the implementation of this commitment. However, in April, it started to be difficult to keep advancing in the implementation of the commitment, given that all or most of all of the resources have been allocated to the COVID-19 response. So currently we are taking up the work with the government agencies, and since the pandemic raised the need to recognize these services as essential also, the sexual and reproductive health services, and in this sense, raised the need to maintain its provision even in emergency scenarios. So now we are working towards ensuring the access and the quality of these services for all people, but mainly for these two groups of population because they are very vulnerable here in Mexico.
Thank you so much, Tanya. I mean, I think something that really resonates with me is recognizing that we are right holders, we have rights as citizens, whether it's a pandemic or it's not a pandemic. We have the right to access to information, to be recognized by decision makers, to contribute to meaningful decisions, not just when there isn't a pandemic, and then when there's a pandemic, all of a sudden, we're kind of pushed to the side and commitments towards including us are pushed to the side. But we should be recognized throughout because we're all part of this process. We're all going through COVID-19. And we need to continue to advocate for this. We need to continue to raise our voice and be the ones, like I said before, to break the roles, for them to see us and our relevance, regardless of whether there's a pandemic or there isn't a pandemic, that we have something to offer. As someone who used to work in the humanitarian world, we have something called the humanitarian core principles. And a lot of organizations apply them to humanitarian setting, which is basically about inclusion, involving everyone in every step of the program design and implementation. But we really need to think about how we are recognizing people, acknowledging what they have to offer, acknowledging their rights, implementing our commitments, regardless of whether there is COVID-19 or if there isn't COVID-19. I now want to move over to Nafisa, who's been doing a lot of work with technology to reach marginalized groups. And I really would like to hear from you, Nafisa, about how you've seen technology being used to go beyond the gendered barriers and stereotypes that we see in society, to be able to reach the most marginalized, ensuring that their voice is heard and that they're counted and that they're contributing to decisions that are being made about them.
Thanks, Glenys. I think we talk about the digital gender gap and reaching marginalized communities a lot, but only in terms of access and not enough about design and decision making. And we have to recognize that the United Nations Security Council in 2016 declared the internet as a human right. And this has been ratified by many national governments. So digital rights are human rights. Access to the internet are human rights. So if we think of the internet on the same level as we do other rights, like access to education, the right to healthcare, the right to live free of gender-based violence, then we see that demanding free, affordable internet access is part of our human rights vocabulary. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, digital inequality is front and center, right? As we see the closing of schools, community health providers, youth centers, increasing the need for more access to telemedicine, digital information and resources, and e-learning are more essential than ever. Take e-learning. As things stand now, it's simply not equally accessed in the global South nor in the global North. Young people, especially low income, disabled, girls and young women, rural young people, are feeling the impact of unequal internet access as it limits their rights to education, health, bodily autonomy, and other basic needs. So for Restless Development, we see this inequality as a fundamental issue of power and justice. Young women, sexual minorities, people with disabilities, and other marginalized groups who have faced historic discrimination can't just be seen as passive recipients of technology or access to technology, but instead they have to be stakeholders and designers themselves. And in my experience, the most successful examples of technology being used to go beyond gendered barriers and reaching marginalized communities are those where communities are meaningfully engaged and design their own terms of participation. At Restless, one of the programs that kind of tries to practice this is our Youth-Led Accountability for Gender Equality program in India and Tanzania, where we're putting young people and gender equality at the center through youth-led research and youth-led advocacy that uses technology to mobilize and organize young people. When young women are the designers of the content, of the campaigns, of apps, of advocacy actions, and the use of technology, that's when the gap begins to get filled.
Thank you, Nafisa. So with that in mind, we've heard quite a lot about the challenges and the barriers that we're all experiencing in our different contexts. I want to shift the focus slightly on to kind of what is out there, what could be done to remove some of those barriers and make things more accessible to all of us as young people. And so the next, we have the SDGs, which all the governments are held accountable to, and they've got their targets that they're trying to meet. The programs are designed around, policies are designed around, they receive funding tied to the SDGs. You have the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. You have so many international legal frameworks. Do we feel like these international frameworks are going far enough? Or is it simply that we're just, they set the bar high enough, but we're not doing enough to get there and realize them? Or do we need to really push them even further? Because we're not where we want to be. And that's for everyone.
I think that these international instruments are, most of them, the recently ones, are very progressive. For example, the Population and Development Conference here in Latin America, the Consenso de Montevideo, it's a very progressive instrument that actually talks about, for example, sexual rights, which you can't find in many international instruments. But as Magda was mentioning before, this instrument, along with the 2030 Agenda, with the action program from Beijing, these very progressive instruments are not binding. So I think that's one of the main obstacles that we, the people and the governments, take advantage of. So the thing that we are doing is to, at least in Mexico, is to try to combine the national laws along with the international instruments. But I think that's the main problem, that they are not binding.
Thank you, Tanya. Any other thoughts on this particular question?
Yeah, I think I also agree. I mean, I think the fact that these kind of high-level international documents are not legally binding is definitely a sticking point, right? We can say that we want to do these things, but if folks are not required to do them or face some kind of repercussion if these things are broken, then it's really hard, right? And I also think that, in particular, in talking about gender, I think it'd be really to be some of these international documents a bit more inclusive, right? LGBTQIA plus people are not mentioned in the Beijing Plus 25 document. They're not mentioned in the SDGs. When in fact, transgender folks and people like myself who identify as non-binary and gender non-conforming people, this is our gender, this is gender identity, and we experience gender-based discrimination and gender-based violence, right? But it's often not framed like that. But when in fact, this is actually about gender, right? This has been the deadliest year in the United States of America for transgender people, particularly Black trans women have been murdered, about 32 of them since the beginning of the year, of just this year alone, right? We're talking about a very small subsect of the population, right? So I think we need to go a little bit further, and it would be great to see the United Nations, especially UN Women and other organizations who are working directly on gender, to begin to very promptly I would encourage them to expand their conceptualization of gender, right, and gender-based violence. A gender is not binary, and cisgender people, so cisgender people, for those of you who don't know, are folks who identify with the gender identity that they were given based upon their sex at birth, right? So if you were sex at birth a female and you identify as a woman, you are likely cisgender. And so it's just, important to recognize that cisgender folks are not the only people who experience gender, right? Gender is experienced by every single person. And so making sure that we're actually including some of the also very vulnerable communities that experience gender-based violence, right? Because trans women are women. And so when we're talking about violence against women, we're also talking about violence against trans women. And while I know that, I don't think that's an international narrative and I think that could be explored, definitely coming from higher ups.
That is definitely a step that needs to be taken. Nafisa, sorry.
No, sorry about that. I would add on that, these international instruments are 20, 30 years old, and the world has really changed since then, both in terms of who you demand accountability from and where accountability lies. So the role of corporate power, for example, the role of internet monopolies and service providers, the internet at all, regional and transnational trade agreements, these all did not exist when UN mechanisms were set up. And so we're seeing a systematic disenfranchisement also of young people and a crackdown on rights, a rise in gender ideology like we've never seen before, making it even harder for rights holders to hold their governments and other stakeholders accountable to these mechanisms. So, I think it's time to really simply question some of the norms that we've gotten used to. For example, veto power. When national governments are no longer the only power holders that determine rights, what right is it for them to have veto power in UN mechanisms? I think it's also time to recognize the role of movements more and the power of feminist movements in particular, who are creating a culture of accountability. And that's not necessarily only targeting UN and government spaces, but it's really creating a culture change across national national context.
I would like to jump in.
Hello, Gladys?
Yes, so I'm thinking in lines of what Nafisa has just said, and I'm thinking these international instruments, yes, they are there, but then we lack a proper system in holding our leaders accountable and also monitoring and evaluating. Are these systems really working for us? How are they working? What are the best strategies? So in most cases, you'll find that it is only at international levels that the monitoring and evaluation usually take place. But when it comes to even grassroots, people are not aware on how, for example, to monitor SDG 1. So we really need to take down this information to the grassroots level. Thank you.
Let me come in, Gladys, really quickly. Without repeating the other panelists, which I definitely agree on what they said. I also would like to mention the issues of financing in line with application of different instruments, or whether it's SDGs or even Agenda 2063. That's what we call the African Union agendas, similar to SDGs. but it will definitely need to be backed up by proper financing. I mean, you can definitely say that. You can do a lot towards achieving it, but unless otherwise there is a very targeted financing involved, especially for member states to do that, or even pushing member states to allocate certain amount of financing to achieving those goals, I don't think it's going to go very far. But also, I think it's important to realize more than these frameworks that we've talked about, that there's a need to go further down to the national level and ensure that member states who are party to those conventions need to be capacitated. Finance is one, but also technically on how they can link the SDGs, how can they link the aspirations for Agenda 2063 and implement them in a way that is finance friendly, if I can use that word. So I just wanted to come in and say that. Thanks.
Thank you, Magda. I mean, I feel like a movement is about to start. Based on this discussion, I'm feeling very inspired, but it's so clear that, you know, power lies within our hands. We do have some power. I think sometimes we feel like all the power is with leaders, stakeholders, big institutions, but we have the knowledge. We know what needs to change. We know what we want for ourselves and what kind of society we want. It's about collective effort and bringing our ideas together, having strategies that are from the grassroots level to national level and international level that can help to reshape these international frameworks, that can really help to reshape national policies and what governments are aspiring to, and what then shapes their policies as well as civil society. I think we have so much that we can work with as young people, but I think we need to recognize the power that we have and use that in the right way. I think I wanted to stop there and not go into any other questions that I've got prepared because we're quite close to time. I can see a couple of comments and questions in the chat box. I really appreciate everyone's level of engagement in this. This is a really important discussion, one that doesn't end here and can most certainly continue on social media. And we need to keep the conversation going. Like we said, these roles are outdated. A lot of the individuals that are recognized in these international frameworks are also outdated, and the conversation needs to keep going. The campaign needs to keep going. We need to keep pushing for a more representative society where we play a role and where we shape what we want to see. I want to thank everyone for joining this session today. Please stay on the line. We've got another session starting in a few minutes, and we are going to have some more information about that on the screen. If you want to get in touch with or follow any of us on social media, you can see our social media handles on the screen right now. You can find us on Twitter and various platforms. If you want to find out more about the information we shared today, feel free to reach out to any of us on social media. It's been a real pleasure having everyone in the panel and also in joining online take part in this conversation. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Expectations.
Парламентке жаңы келгенде абдан кооз кийинип алыпсыз, биздин парламентте ошол кооздоп жүрө бериңиз деген сөздөр көп эле да. Андай сөздөр жоголуп баратат парламенттин ичинде.
La primera vez que pedí información pública cuando tenía 22 años, como que no me tomaban en serio con lo que hacía. Y hoy por hoy hemos llevado adelante investigaciones que han terminado con funcionarios procesados y muchos de estos casos terminaron en la justicia.
But this isn't a story about some of us. This is a story about how we move past the stereotypes that hold us back. All of us.
People call me aggressive because we stood up for rights. What does aggression come out? Of breaking rules. So you break a rule, and that rule is made more important than the principle. You're fighting for a principle.
So this is really good because it allows government to do gender assessment. Never in my career have I heard anyone say to a man that they're too driven and too ambitious.
They would say you're so passionate, but they would never say you're so correct. Why can't you say I'm correct? Why can't you say I have a mind?
It's a stereotype that a woman can solve only social problems. It's a story about how we break these roles and change the rules of the game so that everyone benefits.
Economic transformation can advance core governance objectives of accountability and transparency.
When women are in positions of authority in governments, heading businesses, I think that we now have evidence that they think about the village, they think about the entirety of society.
When women get more government contracts, we see better quality of public services, and we see more innovation in the market because you're bringing fresh ideas. Fighting gender-based violence.
Маалыматты ачыктоо менен, кандайдыр бир механизмдерди киргизүү менен, элге жакын болуу менен өзүнөн өзү эле коррупцияны жеңсе болот, өзүнөн өзү эле.
But for that to happen, we need to challenge our assumptions, bring new faces and new voices to government. Because in open government, all voices matter.
I accept that power is only the way patriarchy is defined.
Gender equality is not about a march, it is not about a petition.
No es solo ocupar una silla en una discusión sobre gobierno abierto, es pararte y decir lo que no te gusta y lograr un cambio con eso.
It has to be completely embedded in how we work and how we think about how our society should look like.
One seat at the table is not enough.
Yo quiero estar sentada con otras mujeres en una mesa donde se tomen las decisiones.
We need new tables made.
Башкачараак, басымдуураак, анан мүшкүлдүк чыгарышыбыз керек.
If we want to change the rules,
we have to break the rules.
We have to break the rules.
If I'm not powerful, then who is?
LGBT people, we break the rules every single day. And I think that happens everywhere. In some countries that can be safe, in some other countries still being very dangerous. And I'm sure, I think that LGBT people, we expose ourselves every single day. So we break the rules every single day with our identity, with our love, with our expressions. But the most important about this is that we don't have to feel afraid about who we are. And that includes to look every single way to participate, and that includes open government.
An advocate for disability and accessibility for the last 30 years. I'm very passionate about open data, and I think that it really has the power to improve people's lives, and especially people with disabilities. So I'm extremely passionate about that. I'm passionate about making sure that people with disabilities are part of the process, that when we do co-designing, that we invite them. We really need to make sure that people with disabilities and their organizations are at the table discussing with other stakeholders, which right now is not really happening. So just starting with including us in the conversation from the start would be a good first step, I think. I'm also an advocate for disability and accessibility for the last 30 years. I'm very passionate about open data.
Open Heroines is a safe space for women who are working in open government, open data, and civic tech to come together, share experiences, help one another, and basically help women to grow in the sphere of open government. I think just by opening my mouth and speak sometimes when needed, that's breaking the rules. Like, we don't need to be a man to speak. We can just say what we think without being fear. And hopefully every other woman can just speak when she sees something bad happen. Open Heroines is
There are women who were the first. Women who demanded justice. Women who defied silence and upended expectations.
Парламентке жаңы келгенде абдан кооз кийинип алыпсыз, биздин парламентте ошол кооздоп жүрө бериңиз деген сөздөр көп эле да. Андай сөздөр жоголуп баратат парламенттин ичинде.
La primera vez que pedí información pública cuando tenía 22 años, como que no me tomaban en serio con lo que hacía. Y hoy por hoy hemos llevado adelante investigaciones que han terminado con funcionarios procesados y muchos de estos casos terminaron en la justicia.
But this isn't a story about some of us. This is a story about how we move past the stereotypes that hold us back. All of us.
People call me aggressive because we stood up for rights. What does aggression come out? Of breaking rules. So you break a rule, and that rule is made more important than the principle. You're fighting for a principle.
So this is really good because it allows government to do gender assessment. Never in my career have I heard anyone say to a man that they're too driven and too ambitious.
They would say you're so passionate, but they would never say you're so correct. Why can't you say I'm correct? Why can't you say I have a mind?
It's a stereotype that a woman can solve only social problems.
It's a story about how we break these roles and change the rules of the game so that everyone benefits.
Economic transformation can advance core governance objectives of accountability and transparency.
When women are in positions of authority in governments, heading businesses, I think that we now have evidence that they think about the village, they think about the entirety of society.
When women get more government contracts, we see better quality of public services, and we see more innovation in the market because you're bringing fresh ideas.
Fighting gender-based violence. Маалыматты ачыктоо менен, кандайдыр бир механизмдерди киргизүү менен, элге жакын болуу менен өзүнөн өзү эле коррупцияны жеңсе болот, өзүнөн өзү эле.
But for that to happen, we need to challenge our assumptions, bring new faces and new voices to government. Because in open government, all voices matter.
I accept that power is only the way patriarchy is defined.
Gender equality is not about a march, it is not about a petition.
No es solo ocupar una silla en una discusión sobre gobierno abierto, es pararte y decir lo que no te gusta y lograr un cambio con eso.
It has to be completely embedded in how we work and how we think about how our society should look like.
One seat at the table is not enough.
Yo quiero estar sentada con otras mujeres en una mesa donde se tomen las decisiones.
We need new tables made.
Башкачараак, басымдуураак, анан мүшкүлдөп чыгарышыбыз керек.
If we want to change the rules,
we have to break the rules.
We have to break the rules.
If I'm not powerful, then who is?
Hello, everyone. Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning from wherever you're joining us from. And welcome to today's session. This is brought to you by Traverso East Africa. And before we begin, we would like to bring to your attention some information that is being shared with us on the chat. And this is basically some housekeeping points. Please be free to visit that bit just so you see what's happening and how we can get that. We are going to bring to you a session that is titled How Governments Are Engaging with the Young People in the Times of COVID-19. But just before we get into today's discussion, we would like to inform to you that in between our session, we will be running a poll, and this poll can be accessed on slido.com. So please feel free, log into Google and search for slido.com. We will let you know when we get into the poll. For now, allow me to take us to today's session. And we are privileged to be joined by two panelists. Allow me to just bring them to us. This is Marie Nanyanzi and Ivan Otim. Would you please say hello to us, Marie?
Hello, everyone. Greetings from Uganda.
Thank you so much, Marie. And Ivan, would you say hello to us?
Yes, hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening from wherever you come from.
Thank you so much, Ivan. And now we are going to speak about how governments across the world are engaging with the youth. And the question we'll be handling today is, are the youth being engaged by their respective governments? So one of the things that we'll be doing today, we'll present you with findings. But just before we get that, we would like to introduce to you Sauti za Wananchi. And Sauti za Wananchi is a program that is run by Traverso East Africa. Sauti za Wananchi is Swahili for Voices of the Citizens. So what Traverso does, it conducts mobile phone surveys that usually collect views from citizens across East Africa, that is Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya. To be able to get the methodology and the approach used in these three countries, please feel free to visit Traverso East Africa's website, and you'll be able to understand more about what Sauti za Wananchi, or Voices of the Citizens, is all about. So we bring to you a couple of findings that have been obtained from the Sauti za Wananchi. So please take us to the next slide, Sherry. Let's speak about what these findings are telling us. So we are going to be speaking about the job situation amongst the youth. And we are going to be informed by findings that we obtained from Sauti za Wananchi. This is a research that was done in Kenya. Please take us to the next slide and let's see what the findings are saying. So the findings from Sauti za Wananchi, this is a poll that was conducted in the month of August, and it states that 7% of the youth did not have any work to do in the past 7 days, and they did not have any income generating activity that they will definitely return to. 7% is not a small number, Marie. Is the situation in Uganda the same? 7% of the youth do not really have anything to go back to that would earn them any income. Is the situation the same in Uganda?
Yes, the situation does not change much in Uganda. So we did see similar challenges that a number of youth still didn't have much to go back to. But again, when we look at the different age categories, the youth are still the larger number of those that are still unemployed, even before the COVID-19 pandemic.
Excellent. Thank you, Marie, for those insights. But at this point, also would like to bring in Ivan. And Ivan, you have had the privilege of engaging with the young people in Uganda. Are these numbers, these figures, the ones that we have just spoken about, the 7% of the youth who say they do not have any income activity to go back to? And Mary says the situation is the same in Uganda. But really, you have had the privilege of engaging with the youth in Uganda. So are these just figures to you, or do you actually resonate with these statistics, Ivan?
Thank you very much, Sarah. I think the truth could be is that whereas the statistics are like that in this circumstances, ideally found a vulnerable situation in the employment sector. So I believe and have to anticipate that they could be higher than what we anticipate. But with this survey, yeah, it captures, yeah.
So this is actually a representation of what the situation is at the ground in Uganda as well.
Yes, it is because according to the research by the Economic Policy Research, the projection of unemployment because of the pandemic is about 4 million jobs. That is little known, but I anticipate that the jobs loss growth has increased tremendously because the circumstances around vulnerable employment in situations where, for example, very many young people have no contracts. So the pandemic just pushed them on the walls, and companies had to do whatever they wanted to do, and just had to push young people out of the job sector. So that is the representation of the situation, but it couldn't be more worse than we anticipate.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ratim, for those insights. Now, before we get into more details, I would also like to, I'd like us to move into the next slide and just see what the statistics are saying, and if we will see if this resonates with most of us. So we're also going to look at what are the youth's opinion on the national economic situation, and what do the statistics say? Please take us to the next slide. So this study was conducted in Kenya, as I mentioned earlier, and the people in Kenya were asked how they would describe the present situation in Kenya currently and in the past 12 months. 30% say, and this is 30% of the youth in Kenya, said that the current economic condition is very bad. 30% is a higher percentage compared to the national average of 29%. This is the youth speaking, saying that the national economy is in a very bad situation compared to how it was 12 months ago. So the question is, when we're talking about matters of national interest, matters that concern everybody, do we feel that the youth have a say in what the national economy and how the politics in the country, but more specifically about the economy of our countries? Do they have a voice, really, Marie? We're seeing this as statistics reflecting a voice of the youth in the country, but do we actually feel that the voices of the youth are being heard, or do our governments ever listen to the youth when it comes to matters of the economy?
Thank you, Sarah. Well, I think there are a number of platforms where the citizens as a whole can speak about the issues that concern them, but we do not see that that strong emphasis on the youth. I'll give an example. We recently had some elections that were connected to the youth were electing members. The youth were. I can hear me, so that's why I had to stop a bit. So the youth were electing members that will represent them. But then when you look at the turn up at those elections, that was quite low, because if they don't have a space to sit in those critical decision making processes, then they won't be well represented, because the day when the elections were slated to happen, that was a weekday. So just imagine you're fresh out of campus. What are the chances that you're going to tell your boss or your supervisor that please give me room to go and vote? Such elections ought to happen on a weekend. So in as much as we have those structures in place, there are quite a number of factors that are not enabling them to thrive or to actually succeed.
Right, thank you, Marie. But I'd like to pick up what you have just said and pose a question to Ivan. And the question would be, youth across the world are asking for their voices to be heard, that they would like for governments to listen to what they have to say about all these issues that affect them. But we are seeing a situation, just as Marie has mentioned, that youth, say for example, have just finished school and maybe they're in their first job. So they have this urge to be able to please their bosses just so they secure something more permanent. So when it comes to involvement in matters of national policies, how then can we entice the youth to be more active when it comes to matters of national importance, matters as important as the economy of a nation? When the youth are split between pleasing their employers or whatever it is that they're pursuing, and here is an issue that they need to give their views on. How do they strike a balance, Ivan?
Well, thank you very much for that question. I would like to put into context, for example, the Ugandan case here. I'll draw the example from where I am here. We brag about the youth statistics, but however, the policies that should speak to these youth statistics are not enforceable. And what am I saying is that whereas the youth are large numbers in the demographics, the policies that must speak to the issues that affect them are not catered for qualitatively. So whereas we have the numbers, the issues that must be addressed, the issues that affect us are not addressed. Now, we're in a situation where the pandemic has probably worsened the situation even more. In that situation where you asked whether we as stakeholders mind about the young people, I think with the numbers that I've just spoken to you, it is just very much important that stakeholders must be able to identify with these numbers as fundamental processes through which they can do development planning, and not wait for young people to be able to step up, but rather the policies that are enforced must be able to speak to the challenges that come with this new dynamic group of young people. Now, in the situation of the pandemic, we see, for example, a multitude of stakeholders coming into play. The pandemic has shown us that government itself is not possible to address some of these challenges. So we draw into, for example, the private sector, and drawing into, for example, the church, religious institutions coming into play to help government. This helps in a way that government itself looked inefficient in addressing some of these challenges. And going beyond the pandemic, government itself is inefficient in bringing along solutions to some of the challenges that continue facing these groups of young people. So what am I saying is that the vulnerabilities that continue to befall young people every other day need both a multitude of stakeholders, but also with immediate and long-term mechanisms to address the issues that affect them.
Interesting insights right there, Tim. But you know, the thing is, I think I'm looking at the youth as the people who have, you know, like there is this goal that she wants to achieve personally, but there's also this other one that you're required as a responsibility to kind of be more active in the way that the government, or to air your views regarding 1, 2, 3 issues But then the question is, how do we strike a balance? Marie, is it even possible? Can there ever be a balance between what it is the youth that want and what they can do for the nation, the nations they represent?
Thank you, Sarah. Yes, I think it's possible for the youth to actually be able to do what they want, that is, earn a living, secure their future, and also do more for the nation and be actively engaged. But how do you do this? I think for starters, we need to ensure that all the actors, all the stakeholders recognize the important role that the youth can play in the policy making space. Because if at all you're going to design maybe an intervention to help the youth during, say, post the pandemic or during the pandemic, and you don't have them involved in that intervention, then most likely you will develop one that does not have the youth ideas in there. So we need to have more ministries taking on youth in that space, because quite often you'll find that the requirements for any job in a ministry will be 5 years experience, you need to have a master's, you need to have this and so on. But most youth don't have that. So there needs to be an acceptance that we need to have to lower probably the qualifications or the requirements so that you have more youth involved in the policy making space. Secondly, it's also important that the issue of politicizing all the different initiatives is reduced, because you will find that if at all there is a package to help maybe a group of young people to sustain their businesses or set up those businesses, most times that information is not put out as much as it ought to. So in the end, you find that the few that have that information will require the youth to subscribe to a certain political side. So if at all a youth is not really into taking sides in terms of which political party I subscribe to, they will shy away from being active in those initiatives. So if at all most of those programs are neutralized and each youth is given a fair chance without having to enforce or to demand that you subscribe to a certain political party, I believe that would attract more youth to actually participate in those spaces or those initiatives that have been taken up. But when it's not done, then a number of youth will actually shy away because they don't want to take a political side.
Excellent. You're raising very, very important points right there, Marie. But before we get more into details about that, I am worried about a team. I don't know if he's online.
Yes, hello.
All right. Hi, we can hear you now.
Let's go. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, my name is Eric Okello from Uganda. Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Yes. I represent the Oro District Youth Advocacy Network, and just to shed more light on what my other colleagues from Uganda were speaking about. In Toro here, we realized that as a network, we realized that even with regards to effective response to COVID-19, our government has, I don't know whether it's just by design, the youth were excluded. If you look at our task force that were set up to really be at the forefront of responding to COVID, the youth representation were not prioritized, especially for Tororo. So, and then we were again saying that, okay, how do we tackle the issues of the effects of COVID? Because now we realize that in Toro here, we had so many cases of gender-based violence, but affecting mainly girls. The issue of sexual gender-based violence was on the rise. Issues of child marriages, issues of teenage pregnancies was on the rise. However, when we were trying to push through the aspect of how do we get the youth voice in these decision-making spaces, it became a challenge because government was thinking it is probably more important to have technical officers. But then the question was, how do they represent issues that affect young people. And then if we talk about at program level, how are youth that are majorly being affected, that are getting pregnant, that are not getting adequate information, how do they influence the design and then of these projects? So it became a very big uphill task. So it is something that is, I think, development partners and government should really consider.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Eric. You're raising very important points. And just before we get into the discussion, please allow us to go to the next slide, and then we'll come to a discussion where we can all come in. So let's talk about what the youth's feeling. What is the youth feeling about their own economic situation? All right, and with this one, it goes to show that 29% of the youth currently in Kenya are saying that their current economic condition, this is now personal, it's not national, is very, very bad. And 29% is equivalent to their national average, which is at 29%. So clearly, the youth are facing a lot of challenges from across the board. But the thing is, how can we even explain this? On one end, we are speaking about the youth not being listened to when it comes to issues about national interest. But then again, the situation is not any different. 29% are complaining that their own personal living conditions is becoming very, very bad. How can we get the situation for the youth better, at least so that we do not have this very surprising statistics? Marie, I don't know where Ivan went, but I hope we can have him on board. But in the meantime, would you please shed more light about the statistics and how can we improve the situation of the youth personally, just so we have them shielded from taking part into wrong economic activities or even wrongful things here and there?
Thank you, Sarah. So I see Ivan is on. So I think some of the ways in which youth can be assisted is, first of all, to encourage more innovation, because we've seen that within the last few months, there are a number of ideas coming up and youth are becoming more active. So if at all more youth are made aware of the different innovation hubs that are available and then they can participate in there, I think that will help them to remain focused and also build more hope for the future. But beyond that, we know that a number of youth are involved in agricultural production. How do we get market for them to for their goods? I think that is really important, and maybe these markets are there, but these markets are probably dominated by those that are more mature and have been in the business for a longer time. So what I'm saying is that we need to have a focal point, like a point where youth can come to collect, to gather more information on what is happening. Because when you watch the news, you see so many initiatives going on, east, left, right, but then you wonder how many people actually know about this. So if at all that focal point is publicized, then more youth will be able to get in and utilize the available resources. But I believe at the moment, not much of that is being done.
Right, not so much of that is being done. And this question now goes to you, Ivan. So here in Kenya, during the COVID-19 pandemic, one of the initiatives that were introduced by the government of Kenya is what we're calling Kazi Mtaani. And with the Kazi Mtaani initiative, it's just like a cleaning program in the country. And with this, then people or the youth have been encouraged to apply. And at the end of the day, they say, for example, take part in cleaning activities around the different counties we have in Kenya. And then per day, they're given about $5. $5, this goes to a person who has gone through campus, yeah? And sometimes they have like really, really impressive academic qualification. But the question is if our governments continue giving us these, say for example, this initiative we're calling Kazintani, how can we then guarantee the youth of tomorrow that their lives will be better? How can we at least make these programs more sustainable for the youth? See, for example, $5 for a student who's gone all the way to campus and has their own master's or their bachelor's degree. How does this feel for you, OT? So here is a program.
Yes, thank you very much for that example for Kenya. At least I have been listening in and reading a lot from different countries during the pandemic, and happened to read that interesting aspect that the government of Kenya initiated to engage young people constructively in the pandemic. Now, for me, I would like to discuss what I would call a double sword resilience and recovery strategy. I know, for example, in Central African Republic, according to the World Bank, it highlights that 18,000 tailors were recruited directly. Now, this emerged as a health response, as well as an economic impact, providing livelihoods. Now, if we have initiatives like those happening across the board, where young people are part of the problem, solving the problem, however, the problem is also solving their challenges, I think we have the capacity to deal with some of the challenges in a long-term aspect. These examples can be very many. But in Uganda, for example, the lockdown was completely a lockdown. Young people's innovations were locked down. Even when government tried to come up with, for example, to say that, okay, we need to have these masks, companies were given contracts. Now, if I'd like to take the example for Central African Republic, here you are galvanizing young people who are already in the market and saying, we have a crisis. We want to solve the problem by designing and putting up protective masks, as well as we want to provide and solve a problem into the double sword resilience and recovery strategy. For me, it's one of the interesting aspects that we could be able to look at going forward.
All right, our team. So let's move to the next slide and see what that has for us. Also, this is about financial management and the coping strategies that the youth have taken up to when it comes to COVID-19. But for this one, I'd like for us to put in the chat. So for example, today you ran out of money and you really needed to have to afford yourself a meal and say a prescription medicine or anything very basic. What would you do? Let's have that discussion on the chat. Please put in your thoughts on the chat and let's hear how we would cope when we have no money to cater for our basic needs. All right, please, as you put that on the chat, that I'll be waiting for me to read out loud, allow us to go to the poll that we mentioned earlier. I hope you have your phones on standby. So slido.com, that's where we are. But please remember that you're still hoping to receive the feedback about what you would do if you had no money to afford yourself a meal or prescription medicine and stuff like that. Please keep your thoughts coming in. Right, so we're going to the poll right now. And the poll is slido.com. So www.slido.com. And there you can put in the event code, which is hashtag N71. Those details are on our chat, so please feel free to go in there. Okay, so I am reading on the chat, hoping to see what you would do when you had no money. Please keep those coming. In the meantime, we are having the poll right now, so let's all go to slido.com. And we have a question on our screens. The question is, in your view, has your government included you in the fight against COVID-19? Right? So are we all on slido.com? Are we all voting? In your view, has your government included you in the fight against COVID-19? Please keep your thoughts coming. All right. Thank you very much for voting. And I hope you don't stop voting. But as it is right now, majority of us at 75% say that their governments have not included them in the fight against COVID-19. All right, 77% right now. We have 5 more seconds to vote, and the voting is taking place at slido.com, and the event code is #N712. Okay. All right, so we will go to the next question, and then we'll come back to this and discuss all this and what it means to us from wherever we are tuned in from. And the question is, different governments have taken different interventions to mitigate the impact of the pandemic on livelihoods. What do you feel of the measures taken? Please keep your votes coming in, keep voting. But so far, we are seeing that most of us feel that the governments, the measures that have been put up by the government are insufficient, and there's room for improvement. We have 2 or 3 more seconds to vote, and then we are going to come back and have a discussion on this. Okay. All right, so please take us to the next question. Let's see what the question is about, and I hope all of us are keeping our thoughts coming in. The question now here is, how do you describe your own level of youth agency and participation during the pandemic? Are you voting now? Is it 100%? How would you describe your level of youth agency and participation during the pandemic? Have you been involved? Have you been involved? Have you not been involved? Or have you been involved fully in the fight against COVID-19? Please keep your thoughts coming in. We have a couple more seconds, and then we can come back to the discussion. Please take us to the next one. All right, on what basis do you assess inclusion or exclusion during the pandemic? Okay. And please keep your thoughts coming in, and this is an open end. Let's hear what you have to say. How would you assess youth inclusion or exclusion during the pandemic? Please keep your thoughts coming in. Let's hear what we are saying. Okay. Responses are coming in. Keep yours coming in, please. Okay. All right, I think we have 3 more seconds, and then we can get into the discussion about whether or not the youth feel like they have been involved. Are these measures adequate enough? How do they assess the inclusion or exclusion? Very briefly. All right, thank you. Now let's get into the discussion. Would you please take us to where we started the poll, where we're talking about involvement of the youth? All right, thank you very much. So 79% of us are saying that their governments have not included them in the fight against COVID-19. How can we change this situation, Marie? Is this is this situation, can it be sorted out? Can we see a situation where youth are more included in the fight against COVID-19? Marie?
Thank you, Sarah. Well, the findings haven't surprised me. That I needed to say that a number of youth don't feel that they have been involved in the fight against COVID-19. Mm-hmm. Well, it's possible to change the situation, but again, we cannot totally just say that let's rely on the government to involve us. In Uganda, we had in March, when we identified the index case of COVID-19. I did see that one organization volunteered its youth to participate in the call center. And in whatever they are doing, you can clearly see that they are trying to fight the issue of the misinformation. So for the rest of us, I believe we can play a role. Let's avail ourselves. Let's show up when there are meetings within your community, show up. But in most cases, I believe as youth, people are not very likely to attend something because they feel like that does not immediately help them. Some people do say that for me, all that matters is that I'm able to get to earn a living. So that challenge is that how do you balance the fact that the youth are eager to make a living, that is put food on the table, because a number of them are already living on their own without their parents, and then also having them to voluntarily participate in the fight against the pandemic. So in all that, I think in any communication that is put out that is from the side of the government, there should be the recognition that the youth are struggling to make ends meet. Right. But even if they are struggling to make ends meet, they are still welcome to the table to offer any kind of support. So all hope is not lost. There is still a chance for us to do more.
Right. So all hope is not lost. There's a chance for us to do more. Let's have a quick discussion on the next one. I see our time is almost running out. And Ivan, here we bring you, and 91% feel that the interventions that have been taken by different governments have not been sufficient, and there's room for improvement. Very, very quickly, how can the government, or what is it that the government can do to improve the intervention measures against COVID-19? Very, very, very. Ivan, are you there?
Within this question, how governments have taken different interventions to mitigate the impact of COVID on livelihoods, I would say it is a representative number, for example, across the board in regards to how different governments involve young people directly and indirectly. Central African Republic mobilize young people in the sector to undertake designing of masks while engaging them in economic activities. Kenya's example could be sufficient. There could be very many examples that really look at how governments really engage their young people in different ways. Now, for the aspect that Uganda's aspect, where, as I said, there was completely no interventions to directly involve young people. And even now, post-pandemic era, where we are probably looking at the situation where we're looking at recovery, we're not seeing various interventions that are really targeted to different segments of young people. And in here, I'm talking about, for example, young people in the business sector. You could talk about persons with disabilities. You could talk about women in the markets. We saw how the pandemic put everything to a standstill. And in that situation, almost everything, for example, agriculture itself was a standstill. So in a situation where, for example, we have very many young people in an agriculture sector from the value chain, now agriculture looks to be the segment where we can be able to rebuild the economy by driving agriculture productivity and also availing the markets. Now, in this situation, I'm expecting government to have interventions that drive productivity, but also interventions that look out for markets. We know we have the African Continental Free Trade Area. What are the opportunities in Kenya that we must be able to tap into? What are the opportunities elsewhere that we must galvanize? And in this, we'll be able to impact on, for example, food security, livelihood, income, and thus address some of the challenges that keep coming within us. So the interventions are minimum in various ways. Thank you.
Right, thank you very, very much, Ivan. And interesting insights right there. But one thing I'm picking up is that yes, the youth are at a bad place right now, but all is not lost. Unfortunately, we are almost coming to the end of our session today, and I'm looking for what you might have put on the chat just so we see and so that every one of us is heard. But let me see. So we are going to pick just one question or just one comment from our participants, and then we can call it a wrap. I don't ask for the limitation in time, but if you have a question, would you please put your hand up, or do you want to put it in the comment? Let's see what our participants have to say. Is it relatable, or would you? Yeah, just before we wrap things up. We only have just 4 more minutes, and I am not seeing a hand up. All right. So allow me then to give Marie and Ivan each 30 seconds just to wrap and to share with us your closing remarks. Okay. And then we can proceed from there. So Marie, please go first. What would you,
Sarah?
All right.
Thank you, Sarah, and everyone in this session. What I would say that is critical for the youth is to ensure that we have more participation in the different ministries or activities that are going on in our communities. But then for every other person, that is whether youth or not, we need to remember the aspect of the mental health, because I think that youthful mind is very fragile. A lot of sentiments. So when we do not pay attention to the aspect of the mental health, then it's very likely that the youth can easily take a wrong turn, at least up to that age of the 26 years. We need to really pay attention to that so that the youth remain aligned and engaged and hopeful, because we don't need to lose the faith right now.
Absolutely, Mary. Thank you very much. And well, maybe a question to you, Ivan, as your closing remarks. What would be your advice to the young people when it comes to involvement in all matters such as what you have been talking about? What would be your advice, Ivan?
My advice to young people would be that the pandemic has put us on social distance, but we can galvanize the social platforms to build networks, that we can build networks for learning, information sharing on various issues, on skilling. We can galvanize these efforts to mobilize ourselves. But also critical youth innovation has been exhibited as one of the fundamental roles young people have played across the globe. We know that young people, for example, have been instrumental in innovating automated water sanitizers, but also ventilators across in Kenya, Nairobi, wherever. And at this time, the governments must realize that the role young people play beyond this pandemic is very much fundamental in regards to how they create solutions for the problems that we are faced with. For the government, like to speak that government, the role of that show within the pandemic across the globe, However, we need to categorize this data, for example, across vulnerabilities, gender, age, sex, so that we can be able to have targeted responses from various approaches. Thank you.
Targeted responses, that's the word right there. Thank you very much, Yvonne, and thank you, Marie, and thank you everyone from wherever you tuned in from for joining us in today's session. This session has been brought to you by Travelers East Africa. And should you need to speak to our panelists today, Marina Nyanzi and Ivana T, their contact details are on the screens right now. And at close, we have, would you please take us to the next slide? Finally, we are having different ancillary activities, and please feel free to participate in the network, in the networking. And this is through the participant map. It's down on your screen. Please click on the link, and you'll be added into that. And there's also a participant matching program. The details are on your screen, and there's also a social media challenge. Would you please take that? Would you please take part in it and use the hashtag Digital Youth Summit and Open Government and hashtag Youth Power. Thank you very, very much for being with us through this session. This session was on how governments are involving the youth across the world. And my name is Hara Mwangi. I'm being your moderator, and thank you very, very much for making this a success. We hope to engage with you in the future, but for now, thank you so much. Have a good day from wherever you tuned in from, a good evening, and see you soon. Thank you.
Home to more young people than ever before. Over the coming decades, we will be the largest generation the world has ever experienced and ever will again. We are the peak youth generation. This matters now. Our generation is not a threat. We are a historic opportunity. An opportunity to fix some of the greatest problems we all face. We need young people to unleash power of communities to solve the challenges they face, challenges that affect us all, like mass unemployment, abuse of people's sexual rights, and lack of control over decisions that affect their lives. Restless Development is working with young leaders to make this happen right now. We support young people to respond to problems in communities and deliver projects to solve them. Whether that's mobilizing thousands to end Ebola in Sierra Leone or stamping out gender inequality in India. We train young people to create and share evidence so that they shape responses to problems they face, like in Uganda, where young people collect data to inform how the government and aid agencies tackle unemployment. We empower young people to influence policies, opening doors to decision makers from local to global leaders. We are a movement of change makers, building something new. We are coming together as a youth collective. With our collective power, we can tackle global injustice and make sure the peak youth generation is one that truly leads. This is where you come in. We need everyone to work together. Help us grow this movement. It starts with you. We are restless. Will you join us?
Karamoja, Uganda, young volunteers with different levels of education were supported to establish their own research questions and conduct interviews about challenges and strengths of young people in the region. Tip number 1, challenge young people to take the lead, but identify gaps in skills or knowledge, such as research methods, and provide training as needed. This way, youth have ownership over the program from the start. The young volunteers used their research findings to identify 3 key areas to influence program design. Together with Restless Development staff, they reached out to other young people and stakeholders to come up with key program areas. Tip number 2, use participatory approaches and creative methods, such as objective trees, games, and breakout groups led by youth, led by a skilled and experienced facilitator who can build respect, discipline, and inclusivity while also being flexible. Young volunteers were trained as peer educators by Restless Development. In turn, they organized, trained, and mentored youth groups in their community in entrepreneurship. They also served as advocates and liaisons with local government, informing policymakers on issues affecting young people and sharing information on government services and support available to youth entrepreneurs. Tip number 3, step in and step back. Step in to train youth and then step back to let youth lead. Provide ongoing structure and support, stepping back in as needed. Tip number 4, have patience. Invest time and resources into properly training young people to train their peers, and in the long term, you will benefit from engagement with a wider network of youth. The young volunteers conducted surveys and monthly data reporting throughout the program. They identified that young people and community members were not aware of government funding. The young volunteers thus adapted the program to also focus on advocacy, using their research findings to conduct dialogues with decision makers to make sure they were accountable. Tip number 5, create a simple and accessible tool so youth know what information to capture and how. Ask for youth feedback on how the tools are working and modify as needed.
My name is Primrose Manyalo.
My name is Inosa Cheta.
I'm Tandue Tembo.
Hello, it's me, Saimak Tadvipti.
Soy miembro de la Asociación Comité contra el SIDA Cabañas, El Salvador, COCOSI.
We're co-founders of She Entrepreneur.
At DIN Initiative, we are developing young people's capacity to open up access to leaders in Nigeria,
El Salvador,
Bangladesh, and Zimbabwe.
Partimos diferentes temas como lo son la sexualidad, métodos anticonceptivos, embarazos en adolescencia.
In just 1 year, we've raised awareness of the global goals to over 30,000 young people in 47 countries.
On 8th of March, She Entrepreneur participated in International Women's Day 5 for Go 5 Selfie Challenge.
It was through meaningful youth engagement that we were able to reach people and sensitize them on Go 5
as a means of achieving SDGs Go 9 through our open governance team. This has resulted into mass construction of local roads, healthcare projects, and water projects.
As a girl, I face many problems, many harassment. But as a youth, I raise my voice very clearly, and I assure my friends that they should raise their voice clearly.
Without youth power, the global goals will fail.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining this important conversation today on power shifting philanthropy. Before we begin, I would like to draw your attention to some important information we have in the chat. There are a couple of housekeeping points as well as instructions on how to access the English, Spanish, and French interpretation. Please take a look at those as we get started. I'm Leslie Tai, and I'll be your moderator for the session. I serve as Director of Social Impact for the Chandler Foundation, where we advocate for systems change and invest in organizations that are partnering with government to improve the enabling conditions for prosperity. We have a terrific panel for you today, and I will introduce them shortly. The session will run 45 minutes, which will include one round of moderated questions before we turn to the participants for a Q&A. So let me begin by introducing our panel. First is Mohammed Lamin Sadikan. Mohammed is a human rights activist and movement coordinator at Africans Rising for Justice, Peace, and Dignity, a Pan-African grassroots movement. In 2017, he initiated a #NotTooYoungToRun campaign that supported 6 young people to win elections for seats in the National Assembly of the Gambia. He is the winner of many awards, including recognition as one of the most influential people of African descent under 40. Anne Muthoni is a 24-year-old social change agent from Kenya. Her main focus is in art, climate change, and technology. She is currently a young leader in the Youth Compact Champions program, which collaborates with over 60 organizations to improve humanitarian action with and for young people around the world. In her role, she is supporting the design and coordination of the Youth Fund. Lior Ip is the CEO of the Roddenberry Foundation, where he has spearheaded the launch of multiple initiatives, including a global grants program for early stage projects, an annual activist fellowship, and a network-based fund to fight COVID-19. Previously, Lior served as the CEO of Breakthrough Collaborative. He was the global director for Ashoka's Youth Venture and co-founder of an education software company. And before I get to our panel, allow me to frame the topic. Traditional approaches to governance and development often ignore young people as agents of change. Actors with power, whether philanthropic or government, often pigeonhole youth civil society into delivery or online voice roles, rather than valuing them as strategic actors with an equal place at the decision-making table. The power imbalance between funders and grantees can be problematic in any context, but the challenge is particularly pronounced for youth organizations. Research done by the Development Alternative has found that youth organizations are often in precarious financial situations, over-rely on volunteers, and are barely surviving. These barriers prevent us from unlocking the potential of the largest youth generation in history. And on this panel, we will have a frank and open dialogue between young people and donors to explore what we can do to shift the power in such a way that accelerates the positive change spearheaded by youth organizations. So I will begin by asking the panel one question each, and then I encourage viewers to type your questions during the discussion in the comment box so that we can dive in immediately after. So first, I'll begin with you, Anne. And the Youth Fund is a new fund designed by young people to support youth action around the world. The first round supported youth response to COVID-19, and the second will support climate action. Can you explain a bit more about this fund, why it was set up, and what impact you want it to have?
So thank you so much for giving me this chance to speak. So my name is Anne Muthoni. I'm from Nairobi, Kenya. And I'm currently the chairperson of a community-based organization in Kenya that is called the Youth Arts Mentorship Initiative that aims at imparting artistic and entrepreneurial skills to the unprivileged youth in Kenya. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, so in July 2020, I was able to join the Youth Compact Champions program. So it's a program that comprises of 20 young people working with 60 other committed organizations that are aiming to support humanitarian action with and for the young people. So the Youth Compact Champions program itself aims at improving the effectiveness and quality of humanitarian action by the young people. So what you see there is a group of the 20 organizations. Slide, please. So in August 2020, the Youth Compact champions were able to design a fund. It's called the Youth Fund. And for this particular chapter of our funding, we decided to fund COVID-19 response projects that are being carried out by the young people. So the reason as to why we decided to fund COVID-19 response was because we were able to identify that the young people were actually playing a key role as frontline workers responding to COVID-19. So we were able to also identify that the biggest challenge that they were facing while conducting their response to COVID-19 was the lack of funding. Yeah. So we were able to identify this challenge and decided to chip in and give financial support to these youth projects and enable them to scale up and reach out to more people and also improve the quality of service and products that they were willing to offer to the vulnerable groups that they were serving. So this youth fund was actually a unique fund because we were able to bring about a paradigm shift when you think about grant making. And this is because the Youth Compact champions were involved in the entire process of the grant making. So you can imagine they were involved in the designing of the call, the launching of the call, the selection process, the due diligence and safeguarding process, all the way to the distribution of the funds. And currently, the Youth Compact champions are actually offering mentorship to the 10 grantees that we were able to distribute the funds to. So we had a total of 50,000 USD that we were able to distribute to the 10. So we distributed around 5,000 USD to each and every grantee that we were able to fund. Next slide, please. So we were able to fund a diverse group of grantees. So we have grantees that are responding to the LGBTIQ community. We have grantees that are in the health space, and we have others in the environmental space, among others. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, so you can see the map. So this is a map of all the 10 organizations that we've been able to fund. We have some in Africa. Yeah, we have some in Asia. Yeah. Next slide, please. This is one of the organizations that I was able to interact with while conducting the selection of the grantees. It's called the Albino Trust Zimbabwe, and they are doing quite an amazing job because they were aiming at supporting 2,000 people using this fund. They were aiming at supporting 2,000 people by distributing food and clothes items to them. Next slide, please. I'm also currently offering mentorship to Udhabiti Health. It's also a community-based organization in Kenya that aims at saving lives from fake medicine and vaccine, and they're targeting people from the urban setups that are informal settlements. Next slide, please. So we were able to, from our statistics, we were able to realize that from the 868 applications that we received, if we had around 434,000 USD, we would have been able to support all of them, and our impact would have been to 16.4 million people around the globe. Next slide, please. So currently, we're working towards another round of funds, and we want it to be around climate action. And as we speak, we're in current talks with Africans Rising and trying to see how well we can work together and continue to support the young people in their noble actions, trying to make this world a better place. And so we're looking to expand our funds so that we can support the climate action as well as the Youth Compact champions, because the Youth Compact champions, they need a bit of financial support to do the same. So this is currently where we are. And to the donors in the house, I believe that we can work together and enable the young people to make this world a better place. So we, the Youth Compact champions, believe in the young people. And my question to you is, do you believe in the young people? Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Super exciting work that you're doing, and hopefully there are funders on the call who might be interested, and also youth social entrepreneurs who will be able to participate in the next call. So the next question is for Lior. There has been powerful research recently published by organizations such as Civicus and Restless Development that reveals many youth civil society organizations feel they are at the mercy of donor funding systems. These are systems that are often short-term, highly restrictive, and prohibitive of institutional development. Reflecting on your work at the Roddenberry Foundation, how can philanthropy and donors shift the power back to youth organizations and ensure more flexible and long-term approaches to funding?
Thanks, Leslie. Yeah, I think that there are a number of issues related to the challenges that young people face in the funding space. And I think that there's two ways to look at it. One is the funders themselves and what they can do differently, and then maybe what young organizations can do. I think for funders, unfortunately, many are too risk averse and are unwilling to take the risk on funding young people who are doing unbelievable work. And I think, yes, we recognize that the organizations do tend to be smaller. They don't have as long of a track record. And the people who are leading them don't have as long of a track record. But that doesn't mean that the impact and the type of work and the quality of the work isn't where it needs to be. And I'll give a very specific example. The Roddenberry Foundation a few months ago launched the Plus Global Fund, which is a network of networks fund to address COVID-19. And we are working with a number of large organizational partners to do this work, including Acumen and Ashoka and the Resolution Project and the Obama Fellows. And what we were able to see in this process is that the social ventures and the social entrepreneurs, the young social entrepreneurs who we were evaluating, in addition to or looking at Acumen and Ashoka, for instance, were just as good as and the folks who've been around for a lot longer than they have. And so, we were evaluating about 250 organizations across 44 countries. So it's a great example that young people are doing really important work. It's impact driven. It's systems change. It's speaking to creative and innovative solutions that are, in our minds as funders, equal to the work that's being done by their older peers. So I think funders need to take a risk. I think it's a missed opportunity for funders to not look at the youth space and to get involved and to invest in the space. I think for the organizations themselves, for young people who obviously don't have a lot of funding because of the system, I think that there are a number of ways to think about what they can be doing while they're looking for funding. So one, I think partnerships is an important piece to this puzzle. I think that funders want and need to have some assurance that the organizations are doing the work that they say they're doing, and it's having impact. So I think the extent to which young people and young organizations can develop partnerships, particularly with institutional organizations, goes a long way. I think setting up boards and boards of advisors is super helpful. I think any amount of media that validates the work that they're doing is really important and helpful. I think understanding the landscape and looking at other folks in the space who are doing similar work and thinking about how they can work with them or partner with is an important piece to this. I think that there are a number of really interesting youth-focused fellowship programs like the Resolution Project that I mentioned earlier, but there's also Unison Youth, there's Echoing Green, there's Uncharted Next Generation Leaders Program. There are a number of fellowship programs designed for young people specifically that folks can get involved with where there is funding. Finally, I think that from a funder's perspective, narrative and storytelling is important. We want to know and understand who you are as an individual, why you're doing your work, how you fit into the broader landscape or the ecosystem. And so for young people doing this work, I always encourage them to think through what their story is and what their narrative is and how they can best articulate that to funders. And so spend the time thinking about what makes you different, what your vision is for the future, how the work that you're doing fits into different gaps within the broader landscape, and why we as funders should invest in you. So I think between getting more funders to be less risk averse and jump into the space, I can't say this more strongly. It is worth investing in young people and their organizations, and I think for young people doing this work, keep doing it. There are funders out there interested in you. There are specific fellowships designed for young people and young social entrepreneurs, and hopefully we'll find a space next year with more COVID funding for people to come together and fund a space more deeply.
Thanks, Lior. I know as a funder, I learned a lot from the insights that you just shared, and hopefully for the young people out there, the resources that you just mentioned will be a good place to start for their search for additional funding to resource their great initiatives. So Lamine, next to you, the Get Up, Rise Up Fund is an exciting funding model that makes resources available to local groups, both registered and unregistered, that often find themselves under-resourced. This fund has been piloted for an initial 6 months. Can you share some of the main challenges you encountered, but also some of the key lessons learned that you would like other donors and philanthropists to take on board? You're still on mute, Lamine.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question, and good afternoon from Senegal, Dakar. I'm happy to be here. Yeah, the Get Up, Rise Up Fund came out of critical thinking of a challenge that a lot of youth movements, women movements are faced with. We have seen that movements come together to really change things faster and better for their society, but they're challenged with funds that will be able to help them to be able to react quickly on issues. So ActionAid, Denmark, and Beautiful Tropics and Africans are in total of this particular fund to test and make funds accessible to these groups quickly with means of transferring the funds, and make it flexible for them to be able to apply the funds. And they go through a vetting process by a panel of team members from district organizations who will vet and select and score based on the justification that these applications will give. We are given a range of $100 to $1,000 to these applications, where the applications, how convincing they are, they can have up to $1,000. The challenge is we are not able to, give these funds quickly to the people. Like when I say quickly, I'm talking about in 2 weeks or in 1 week time. And this is one thing that I think is critically missing in the funding space that we are still not able to address because there are a lot of administrative issues that have to go through. African Rising actually is not hosting the fund, because from the onset, we don't want to be, as a Pan-African movement, we don't want to be categorized as a funder, but also want to be seen as a facilitator of funding mechanisms to make funding available and accessible, easily accessible to movements, especially youth movements that we work with, and grassroots-based youth organizations that are transforming and changing systems and society to become better. So it has been a great learning for now. Across Africa, the fund have been supporting different groups from east to north, south to west. Now we have expanded with $150,000 allocated for this fund. We're now going into Asia. We've recently given some money to groups in Philippines, youth groups in Philippines. Most of the funds are distributed to young people. Let me say about 99% of the funds are actually going to the young people with the applications, youth movements, and organizations. It is critical to say that foundations and donors really need to really build that trust relationship between them and youth organizers, because the trust-based mechanism of funding will help fastest change, will help young people to be able to do things better and faster. The bureaucracy in funding and funding mechanisms have really been a challenge for things to move better and faster for these youth-led organizations who are registered. And then the procedure of, the criteria and the procedure of applications and the procedure of vetting and process of allocating funds also kick out a lot of funds. So the beauty about this is this particular fund is breaking down all those barriers, breaking down all those challenges, and making youth organizations and network and movements funds available to them at their doorstep, though in small amount of money, but obviously it's kind of changing lives. Recently, we are now thinking of even new ideas. We have started a conversation with Restless Development in the aspect of creating a youth climate fund that obviously will, if funded and supported, will kind of create more youth-friendly and faster mechanisms of funds to be available on the doorsteps of youth-led, youth-focused climate action groups to be able to react and stop things. I live in Africa. We have seen our government been very brutal and very bad in cutting down forests, evicting people, and the response always comes from the young people and their organizations. But the support in terms of them acting to really stop all these injustices is very limited and sometimes comes very slowly because of the bureaucracy that is in the systems. So I will stop here and then take more questions later. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Lamine, for that great information about the fund and on your closing point about the importance of speed when it comes to these youth movements that are often the first to respond to important social issues. So now we'll open up the questions for the participants in the audience, and we've had a few come in already, and the first is, how can we support young people to overcome the often very burdensome tech and organizational rules and regulations that surround receiving donor funding? So I think this goes to perhaps some of the reporting requirements and perhaps some of the other burdensome application requirements when it comes to funding. So I'll open it up to our panelists.
Yeah, just to comment quickly, just to say that it is critical for funders to see that it is the primary aim of creating a foundation or wanting to support is to effect change, and then that is a momentum that is created for change, for that change to happen. So we must be very much smart enough to see that momentum and see how do we support groups that are leading those momentums to be effective. So as I said earlier, the aspect of relations and the process of funding relations to be built on trust. Like these young people and youth organizations and movements actually build these organizations based on trust. And then they have systems internally that holds each other accountable, that hold them accountable to ensure that the systems, the young people there are delivering based on what is required. So the revision and the flexibility in terms of processes of application is critical. So it could be a challenge to all funders to now revisit and see how they can make it more flexible and user-friendly. Again, the aspect of reporting also make it a very big challenge for them to really respond. So it's important if we really want to see change and change faster. We have seen young people doing it without and with limited support coming from foundations. So with foundation support, NGO support, it will fast track and deliver the change that they anticipated to support and see.
Thank you, Amin. And Leor, maybe I'll also direct a question at you, because I know with some of the funds at the Roddenberry Foundation, there are some innovative ways to overcome, at least on the application side, some of the burdens that might be imposed on youth organizations. So if you can share a little bit about that.
Sure. I think that we have two mechanisms. One, I encourage folks to apply to the Catalyst Fund, which is part of the Roddenberry website. The application is very straightforward, very simple. There's no deadline. We have very limited reporting, and so this is designed for early stage and small organizations, and it is global. So that's the Catalyst Fund at the Roddenberry Foundation. The other, the program that I mentioned earlier, the +1 Global Fund, has no application. It's only based on nominations. And what we've seen is that we are actually able to get as much information as we would get from an application through offering folks who've been nominated, just give us the information they think is important. So, I really would encourage funders to rethink how they go about their funding. We're very wedded to these traditional ways of doing things, cumbersome applications, cumbersome reporting structures, and lots of restrictions. This doesn't need to be the case. And I think as we think about COVID-19 and the impact it's having on the world, if you're not going to make the change now, when will you? I think this is a fantastic opportunity to go to your boards and to suggest that there might be a new and interesting model that doesn't rely on the sort of the typical mechanisms that we've used in the past. And I agree with everyone. I think the reality is this isn't just a problem for young people. I think speak to any grant-seeking organization anywhere, and I think most of them feel like the applications are too long, the reporting is too cumbersome, there are too many hurdles that they need to overcome, and so this is a problem writ large, I think, within our field, and it's something that I encourage all funders to rethink, because it is something we need to change.
Yeah, completely agree. And as I mentioned in my opening statements, this power imbalance is not just between youth organizations and philanthropy, but between any grantor and organization doer organization out there. So, but it's particularly pronounced in the youth context. So it's great to hear these wonderful ideas about how we can overcome some of these barriers. So the next question is for Anne, and the question is, what have you learned from being involved in the grant making process?
Thank you so much for that question. So one of the greatest things that I've been able to learn from the whole process is understanding the donor's perspective when it comes to grant making. So many a times is when we, the young people, apply for grants, and then maybe after, say, 2 weeks, we're just out here, crying and asking, how come you haven't responded to us? Why are you taking so long when it comes to responding to us? So now, being on this other side of the coin, I was able to realize how tedious and how long the process actually is, because we had to do a couple of phases when it came to the selection. Like, we had the long listing, we long listed the 868 applications to 100. Then we went further to shortlist to 25. Then before we could even shortlist to the final 10, there was the due diligence and the safeguarding processes taking place. And all of these processes, we were involved. So it made me have a feel of how much time and effort the donors also put into this. Yeah. So I was able to appreciate their efforts. And also something else that I learned is that at least now I know when I go to the other side of the coin, I know what the donor is actually looking for. Yeah, when they have clearly outlined their eligibility criteria, I know that then the applicant should actually stick to that. And if at all you don't fit into the eligibility criteria, then you shouldn't really waste so much time trying to apply for the fund, because again, you won't go past the eligibility criteria stage. That is also something else. I didn't really know how serious the eligibility criteria phase is when it comes to the selection process. So I was also able to appreciate that. Yeah. So those are the things that I was able to learn.
Perfect. Thanks, San. And our next question from...
And I mean...
Oh, go ahead, Lior.
Leslie, I could just jump in on that if like, yeah, I think Anne's point is great. I think, you know, oftentimes foundations or donors will put a lot of information and put a lot of effort into these application programs. And it oftentimes feels like people aren't really spending the time to look at the eligibility, the criteria, you know, what we're looking for, who we funded in the past. I mean, there is a trove of information out there on our websites that really gives you an indication of what it is that we're looking for. And so, you know, as much as this is a numbers game, I know most of us, when I was doing this before, you apply to 100, you know, foundations hoping to just get one. Your time would be better spent, I think, if you really understand what it is each funder is looking for. Use the language that they're imparting in their information. You know, really, I think tailor each application to each funder. I think it's a really important point that Anne is making.
Great, thank you for that advice, and completely agree, having been on the other side, that it's a better use of time to really invest in the research rather than you know, applying with blindly without doing the background work first. So the next question from the audience is, the best funder grantee relationships are based on trust. How can donors best build trust with youth organizations and vice versa? And transparency presumably has a role here. Lamine, maybe I will draw you out, and based on your experience, if you have any thoughts on this issue. I know you had mentioned the trust point in your talking points earlier as well.
Yeah, I think it is a matter of donors going out of their comfort zone to understand how these organizations are set up, these youth organizations are set up. What is kind of their main motivation, what is the driving factor, what is pulling them together, and how are they organized, how are they making decisions. Then you get to understand and appreciate how these organizations, how these young people and youth networks are taking, how much are they taking to really sacrifice or contribute to changing their society, communities, and changing the world. With that appreciation, will be the starting point of even trusting and believing that these people are very genuine. But it's critical for donors and youth networks and movements to start to have conversations, to have discussions about how they are working, their mode of operandum, the procedures and all of that, and how those procedures will affect the young people when they want to apply for funds. So that conversation is critical. One thing that I need to point out, I did an article that was published on Alliance Magazine about funder philanthropy relationship that I believe should be based on trust. Philanthropy grantee relationship that I believe, especially on movements that are very disjointed. Someone can describe them, they're not registered, they're just coming together to bring change. It's difficult to really trust those people. But anyway, they are on the track. They are on the track of bringing change. Without the support of funders, they will definitely deliver change, but it will be slow. With the support of funders, they will deliver the change faster and better. So it is critical for conversation, relationship to start with conversations between them, to understand how they are operating, and then have conversations around how both sides can adapt to changing one or two things in their ways of operandum, so that facilitation of funding can be easier and can be accessible, can be faster to be delivered to them, so that the process of what we want to achieve can be. There's one critical point that needs to be pointed out is this: the governments and multinational companies that we tend to see violating rights, brutalizing citizens, are always conniving, coming together in processes of business, right? In kicking out people from their land, in damaging the environment for their own interests. It is high time for funders and youth networks and movements to also start conniving and coming together to be more flexible. Many governments have been flexible. We have seen many governments being flexible, giving tax breaks, tax evasions, and all of those things to multinational companies to operate, even if they are going to harm the population. They don't care much. So it is high time for funders to also connive and work with networks and groups that they support so that we can effectively fight the injustices that are affecting society. Without this, we will have a long way to go in addressing the challenges that are facing the world today. And young people are ready to lead the way. So funders, come on board, let's do it.
Thanks, Lamine. And I think we have time for maybe 1 to 2 more questions. And I'm going to skip to another question, which is a bit relevant to what you had just mentioned, which is philanthropy not just another way for elites to control development in the global South? How can we make sure philanthropic efforts match actual needs rather than match donors' entrenched interests? And there was a reference to the book, Winners Take All, which is a bit of a skeptical approach to the philanthropic and corporate approach to doing good in the world. So curious if any of our panelists have a perspective on this question.
Yeah, if I will jump in here quickly, I'll not take much time because I've talked enough. But anyway, just to say that it is high time for us to develop homegrown philanthropy. The smaller amount of money that we might think that will not be able to bring change can definitely bring change. We have this strong culture, especially the continent that I'm living in, of giving. But continuous giving, consistent giving is becoming a challenge. So it's high time for us to build those systems so that the elites and the powerful philanthropists can see that, collective of communities with a platform of giving can definitely fund and, support certain groups to change things. And at Africans Rising, one of our ambitions is to be self-funded. We are running an initiative called Individual Giving Initiative, where we are asking every African to give $1 per month, $12 in a year, to be able to mobilize enough funds to be able to respond to the needs of Africans wherever they are when they rise up. So, but the process of collecting this small money is becoming a challenge with mechanisms. So, but it's about the mindset. We need to really change the mindset so that the bigger philanthropists who have captured the space can see that, yes, communities are also ready to contribute to this space. They can also change their lives and they can bring a better livelihood for people by responding. We have seen it happening in many countries like Kenya, like Nigeria, like Senegal, and many other places where communities and countrymen and women respond to crisis when the need comes. So how much can we replicate this in society, and including transparency and accountability in it will definitely will close down that space of philanthropic capture by elites. I call it.
Anne or Lior, any additional points you'd like to add here? Or I can move on to the next question. Go ahead, Lior.
I mean, look, I think it's a real issue. I think that there are, it is incumbent on funders to think about how to do things differently. And I think that a lot of them are. I think that they're, for every 5 or 6 foundations who sort of who aren't doing this in the way that they should and are sort of perpetuating bad practices, I think that there are really progressive foundations out there who are doing really good work. And so I think we need to have more of these kinds of conversations and bring in the folks who are not part of these conversations so that we can show them that it's both safe to trust the folks that we're supporting, that there are different and better ways of doing philanthropy, doing so will have great impact on behalf of the communities that we're all working on behalf of. So I think it's a good point, but unfortunately we work in these ecosystems and we're reliant on each other to do that. So I think trust goes both ways. And I think I encourage folks to seek out those foundations, organizations who are doing this for the right reasons and doing it a little bit differently than traditional funders do. And they're out there. I mean, they're definitely out. It just requires a little bit of effort to find them.
Great, thanks, Lior. I think we have time for one more quick question. So, and I think this goes to some of the points that were mentioned earlier. How can we ensure that young people are able to overcome the unequal power relationships that often exist? Unequal relationships that often lead to the work being donor-led and not issue-led. And maybe, Anne, I'll direct this question at you for any closing thoughts in this last question.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. And I think one of the ways in which we can make this whole philanthropy more issue-led and not donor-led is by shifting the power to the young people and just letting the young people decide on how they want to use the donations that they're being issued. So I think if the young people can be involved from the very early stages of grant making, such that they are given a chance to even, air their views and concerns and just thoughts about the issues that they want to solve, then I think it would be more issue-centered than donor-centered. So I think it's just an issue of allowing the young people to just have that power to make decisions on whatever it is that they want, and not just issuing the money to the young people and giving them terms and conditions on how to use it. So it's just about giving them full power and just letting them decide. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And I know we had a few more wonderful questions come in, but unfortunately we are getting close to the 9:45 cutoff. So I just wanted to close by thanking all of our panelists who've offered such insightful perspectives into the issue of power shifting philanthropy. Some of the themes that arose from today's conversation include building trust between donors and youth organizations, how to overcome the shorter track records of youth organizations through other trust-building mechanisms, and how donors can respond with speed to fast-moving youth movements, among many other great and insightful points. I hope that these insights will help all of us be more effective in our roles as we seek to contribute to a more open governance system. And just to close, I wanted to quickly point out a few items. So one is, if anyone would like further information from today's session, please reach out to Freya. I think there's her contact information. And also, before you leave, we have a couple announcements about the summit. So the summit is offering 3 ancillary activities for participants to engage and connect. First is the participant map. For those who filled out the summit registration form and opted into sharing your information, you are on the map, and you can take a look at who else is working on open governance issues in your country, and if you'd like to connect on LinkedIn. And second, there is a participant matching program that connects participants who want to develop skills with those who would be willing to teach those skills. So fill out the form with a skill you'd like to develop and a skill you'd be willing to teach. And third, there's a Summit social media challenge. Participants are encouraged to share a short 1-minute maximum video on social media on what innovations or stimulus plans you think your country should consider in order to support youth during the pandemic. And be sure to use the summit hashtags and tag Accountability Lab, Restless Development, and Open Government Partnership if you want to have your video featured during the summit. And in terms of the next session, after this one, the agenda is for a panel with African Network of Youth Policy Experts. So please stay tuned for that session, which will start on the hour. In the meantime, please feel free to take a break, or if you'd like to stay on Zoom, we have a video for you to enjoy. Thanks, everyone.
Right, thank you, Lisa.
Dismantling racist development norms, like I said, using generic and harmful poverty porn to raise money for institutions when that money isn't going to the people that you're showing on your social media or in your marketing materials. I also think, like I said, paying people significantly less because they don't live in North America or Europe. There's a lot of reasons why people think that this is appropriate, and I think it's actually quite demoralizing and problematic, especially for the people who always get the shortest end of the stick, which is oftentimes Black women.
Even before the Equity Index, an organization that I talked to recently who said that they are developing their own indicators of racial equity and their own benchmarks, and they're starting right now to come together and to say, where do we want to get to, and to create their own baselines, which is very encouraging, right, for development organizations that are not creating baselines for other people, but creating baselines and indicators for their own behaviors, for their own practices. And so my first suggestion is that there is a targeted effort to ensure more Black people and more minority voices are represented in the leadership of our advocacy and campaigning efforts. And very practically, this means organizations should be deliberate about recruiting more Black people into advocacy director, campaigns director, policy director roles. And I promise I'm not lobbying for myself here, but these mono-ethnic leadership teams and coalitions just cannot continue. And finally, I've seen some examples of positive discrimination, which has never been part of the has not sufficiently been part of the conversations. But I have been in touch with an organization who's made the decision that where you go through a recruitment process and you have more than one candidate that is equally matched, which happens often. How often do you go through a recruitment process and you say all three of them could do the job, or two of the three could do the job? They will appoint the person who comes from a minority background. Practices that I have seen that are encouraging, but one of them is banning all white shortlists, and that's about recognizing the potential for bias. It was based on an organization that recognized that not enough Black and minority ethnic people were coming through, and said, what can we do? And they took the decision to ban all white panels, and they said that if we cannot make a sufficiently diverse panel internally, we'll bring that expertise in externally.
Probably an easy question. I feel like hiring more Black people, hiring more Black women in positions of leadership, being intentional about that is the thing to do, because what we've seen is institutions, did our host leave? Oh no, okay. What we've seen is institutions who are doing things that the optics are there, giving people Juneteenth off, in the US, recognizing in Europe that there's poverty porn has been used in certain ways, recognizing on the continent that inequitable pay scales are something to address. But now it's like moving towards action. I don't think any of these institutions that are inherently racist and honestly and anti-Black in a lot of ways will be able to move forward authentically without Black people in positions of leadership. And I want to center that because I don't want us I don't want all these amazing Black women to we walk out of here and what everyone heard is, wow, all these steps that my all-white institution can do to like be authentic. It's like, you can't be authentic with no Black people in positions of leadership. And so until you get Black people and people of color and people who represent the communities you say you're in service of in positions of leadership, I want to know from the sisters on this call and my co-panelists, can we ever actually be, anyone be authentic if your leadership doesn't represent the communities you say you're in service of and that you care about and that you love? And so I would say hire more Black people if you're working on the continent, more Africans, more African women.
And then the second thing, in line with hiring more Black people in leadership, we're not looking at boards enough. All organizations have boards. And a lot of time, the visible minorities that people hire are in leadership positions. But when we get back to funding, the funding decisions are oftentimes made or signed up at the board level. And many of the organizations the big ones, the small ones that we look at, the boards are really not diverse. And when they are diverse, that work of just accepting where the world is starts at that level. And then it gives permission to even the leadership, even if your CEO is a Black woman, to actually be able to run this organization with authenticity and being herself, not feeling like she has to fight all the time with not only her board, but even people in her own leadership team.
Secondly, I think we have to integrate a much stronger analysis of race in our campaigns, particularly those campaigns that focus on the underlying causes of poverty. So it's not enough to say that poverty is sexist or because I'm a girl. But we have to go a step further and interrogate the intersection of poverty, racism, and gender inequities.
Everybody needs to wake up. You have to take a look inside. What does your HR structure look like when you're deploying a team of people to a country? Is it primarily white, and then you just hire a local team for your, sub-administrative or implementation so that you can get buy-in into communities? All of this has to be addressed, and all of this has to change.
When we look at ourselves, and I say for myself, I self-center as well, because you get to a point where like, you're bullying the race card again, you're doing this again, and you're the angry Black. There's so much of that we have carried for generations and generations, but because we've spent our time making the other feel safe, feel comfortable, we don't want to make them uncomfortable. It has created a space where we're responsible for how everybody else is at ease. We have moved a little bit, and we're still not there, where sexual harassment in the workplace has become something that we can raise. Depending on where you sit, again, it is not where it should be, has become what we can raise without the automatic, how can you bring that up? And if we don't get to a place where the microaggressions, the major aggressions that we live as Black people in the workplace and international development, especially in a sector that because it tries to help feels I'm so good, we could do nothing wrong, then we're not going to be able to move that conversation forward. And I look forward to our organization creating these safe spaces that are not just going to be because one is accusing the other of doing that, but recognizing that this is a difficult thing for people to carry, that it has been difficult, it continues to be so, and raising it is oftentimes met with the level of guilt or discomfort that somebody carries and their unwillingness to deal with it.
To decolonize international development is an act of love, and this concept I borrowed from Dr. Rosalias Mesa, and she is a Mexicana psychologist who believes that if you are working within a white patriarchal system rooted in the colonization of Black and brown people, it is a radical act of love to make space for the deconstruction of those paradigms.
But in the process of doing this work, there were a few things that we
The most powerful and impactful movements of my generation have, from Me Too to Black Lives Matter, have been led by Black women. And we all know that passion, drive, creativity, and ideas are not limited to any one ethnic group. So given this, I ask myself why there are so few Black women, Black people, people of color leading development campaigns, especially here in Europe. And so my first suggestion is that there is a targeted effort to ensure more Black people and more minority voices are represented in the leadership of our advocacy and campaigning efforts. And very practically, this means organizations should be deliberate about recruiting more Black people into advocacy director, campaigns director, policy director roles. And I promise I'm not lobbying for myself here, but these mono-ethnic leadership teams and coalitions just cannot continue, in my view. And I find that the standard response from organizations is that the pipeline just isn't there, which inevitably leads to delay at best and inaction at worst. But I was really struck that on the day that Prime Minister Boris Johnson announced the merger of DFID and the Foreign Office, there were two parallel conversations taking place. There was one conversation convened by the leaders of the UK development sector, which was largely overwhelmingly white, and a parallel conversation that was convened by the women who set up the Diasporic Development Forum, where people of colour came together and reflected on what the merger might mean for development and for our work. And I think our response would be immediately strengthened if these two groups came together, if they planned together, if they campaigned together. And I would definitely encourage the leadership of the UK's development space to reach out. Just show me the feminist organization led by all men. It doesn't exist.
I feel like hiring more Black people, hiring more Black women in positions of leadership, being intentional about that, is the thing to do, because what we've seen is institutions who are doing things that the optics are there, giving people Juneteenth off, in the US, recognizing in Europe that there's poverty porn has been used in certain ways, recognizing on the continent that inequitable pay scales are something to address. But now it's like moving towards action. I don't think any of these institutions that are inherently racist and honestly and anti-Black in a lot of ways will be able to move forward authentically without Black people in positions of leadership. And I want to center that because I don't want us I don't want all these amazing Black women we walk out of here and what everyone heard is, wow, all these steps that my all-white institution can do to like be authentic. It's like, you can't be authentic with no Black people in positions of leadership. And so until you get Black people and people of color and people who represent the communities you say you're in service of in positions of leadership, I want to know from the sisters on this call and my co-panelists, can we ever actually anyone be authentic?
And welcome to the Open Youth Government Summit. So for this discussion on the participation of public participation and civic space, the theme of our discussion is the role of young people in democracy during the COVID-19 pandemic. We have with us three speakers, Sada Dija Muhammad, Doso Muhammadu, Al-Hafiz Hassan, and they're going to speak to us about the theme of the role of young people and with an aspect on the African continent. So without waiting, we're going to start off, and I'm going to ask one of the speakers to start. So we have started during the COVID-19 pandemic, to combat the virus, to oblige people to wear masks or to use gloves. So to a certain extent, that was put in place to protect populations. But however, we've also noted that several attitudes from the authorities. There's violence for those who didn't obey the orders. And in this respect, the governments have abused their power. Do you have advice for young people today with what they can do, concrete actions that they might take to stop the abuses, and how can they react to this? So, Al-Hafiz, do you hear me? Yes. Hi, Tanya. Hello, everybody. I'm called Hafiz Hassan, and I'm a part of the Global Coalition. Thank you for this invitation. We like to share with you some ideas on the role of young people in democracy during the COVID-19 pandemic. We all know that we've been surprised by this disease and this pandemic, and we weren't expecting it. And it came at a moment when a time in our life, and it's changed our way of living in general. So at the beginning of the pandemic, our governments took several decisions, and among them, the restrictions of freedoms and the lockdown, and it was some people were locked down, had to stay at home, and they were freedom of movement was limited, and other restrictions. So we have to ask ourselves, what is the definition of democracy? Whereas a guarantee of free individual freedoms and fundamental freedoms, and can we really talk about democracy in this period, this exceptional period? So how, as you said, there are a lot of violations of the rights and by governments because the interpreter's lost the sound because the microphone. So the governments have thought that the reason for health security was imposed, that we need to impose restrictions. That in some countries that it was obligatory to wear a mask, and the police force were imposing that on the population, so that people had to wear masks and they had to stay at home, and so that shops were closed, and to forbid some activities. Because we can we talk about the violation of fundamental rights? The method that was used by the police was not really a method, because people did know we should have had more awareness raising movements, and there were fines for violations if people didn't have masks or if they were not wearing masks, and sometimes people didn't wear them. And when you're walking around in the streets, whether you had to wear a mask or not, it's not about the disease, but it was because a policeman at a roundabout, wasn't there another way of doing these to raise awareness with the police force instead of repressing people? Why were they not made aware the fact that you wear a mask? It's not to impose something on you, because it's to protect you, your health. So the other element I'd like to say is that the problem about elections, we have to think that with COVID-19, we think that the elections had to be postponed, or presidents have prolonged their terms of office, and they've been maintained. And in Mali and Burundi, the elections were postponed. We're now having their elections in Tanzania, and in Guinea has had elections, and in 2 years the Cote d'Ivoire is going to have elections. So there's a real problem about what's going to happen in Guinea and in Ivory Coast. It's not the problem of the pandemic, it's a problem of violence, and that makes the people are frightened of that. So that's what I could say, Tanya, about that for my presentation, and I hope the discussion will be interesting. Thank you. Thank you very much. As you mentioned, we have several situations where the situations in which the authorities have taken advantage of the pandemic, and they've not hesitated to undermine people's rights. And now I'm going to ask Sada. Sada, you're an activist for women's rights, and we've noted that the pandemic has unfortunately been associated of there's been more domestic violence, and we've seen that schools were closed and that students had to stay at home. And when the schools reopened, lots of families decided to send their daughters back to school, because despite the pandemic, now the families are impoverished and they don't want to send their girls to school anymore. They want to marry their girls off very light or send them out to work. So how can we react? How can we help young people and help those who are in need? How can we help them? How can we help ourselves? And how can we prevent these situations from prolonging? Thank you, Sada. Thank you. Hi, hello, Tanya. Fred, there's a lot of echo on that. I'm from the Central African region. Thank you for the question, Tanya. But with the pandemic, the COVID, and the restriction of rights and liberties of citizens, they can be justified by need to protect the health of citizens. But this attitude can also give carte blanche to some regimes to restrict the process. And in this situation, it can undermine people's rights. And it finds we're really at the heart of the issue. To struggle that to fight against the pandemic on the one hand, and the other hand to promote the use of youth voices. And we need, in this context, we mustn't exclude different groups. So now that there are people who are in need. Now that we've spoken about the context, for some rights, for example, the rights to react against certain actions which are against democracy and which are against young people, we have to try and show the strategy that we need to adopt for our debate. That means that the way we need to act to resist during COVID-19, that does need to, then it has to be certain health restrictions. And as a strategy, we can talk about a strategy, we can think about the vicious circle of, that means role that of protest, but the youth have all the capabilities and they should get involved in the political arena. And to do this, you need to have the associates, the civil society involved. Young people should get more involved in public policy, in their local governments, and they must also stand for election in local elections and in local level. So to get involved in a local level, to attract attention of people. It's a pandemic which is affecting us all, and we need to have our claims heard, and we need to raise awareness so that everybody can protect their rights and how to participate inside it. That's what I can contribute. Thank you very much for your, as you mentioned, the commitment of young people in the government process and in leadership of their countries. And now I would like to talk to our third speaker, Dosu Mohamedou. With your activism and your experience in the in social change, I would like you to share with us what your advice to young people who are listening today, so that we can promote the access to those who've had the hardest situation during COVID-19 and after, when the lockdown ended, when schools and educational establishment opened, because we all know that several organizations have been want access to technology and information and education, and several groups have often been put to one side in society. So the pandemic has really made a lot of people's situation worse in several countries, and the cost to access to internet is so high that some people don't have access to internet. So how can young people nowadays act so that those who have the least, how can they be included in civil society? Thank you very much, Tanya, for the invitation to speak on this panel. And I'd like to say on the role of young people in democracy. So for me, democracy is the capacity of a people to assume their rights. Democracy is also the capability of different political parties in a country to express freely their opinions. So since the appearance of the coronavirus pandemic in February in Niger and Africa, in several African countries, have taken measures to counter the pandemic, and we've often had several situations where lots of the population been stopped and restrictions, and we've had curfews and other restrictions. We know very well that there's a state of emergency sometimes. And in such situations, it's been in Côte d'Ivoire, for instance, there's been mobilization. We didn't have a choice but to prevent people in the long term to participate. So come to your question, which is how can we support young people in actions to participate, to give more visibility to their actions, and during the pandemic and the promotion. I think we need to organize young people, because we know that unfortunately in several countries there are young people who are not members of organizations, and they can't have any influence on the national political scene. For me, for instance, I'm a member of several organizations, Global Coalition, which is in my country, and in civil society for the struggle against malaria and AIDS. So we intervene in several different campaigns. So the message for young people is a question to fight for technological questions. I don't know in your country, but here many people have access to internet and social media, and we saw that during the pandemic that a lot of bad information has been circulating on the web. So the Ivorians have tried to influence some young people with the propagation of information which was brought in.
And the state was using means to hide various aspects of the pandemic. The pandemic start in full swing. The state had decided to have a center for testing for the pandemic in Abidjan. And there were students who were confined in southern Abidjan, and they had decided to install in one of the local localities in Abidjan a testing center for potentially people infected with coronavirus. But the information, so there was fake news that said that the state was trying to spread the disease in that locality. And so the young people from that locality demonstrated around the facility, the testing facility, and the committee then tried to inform the young people as to what the center was saying. That it wasn't trying to spread the disease, but it was trying to test people who were already in the area. But this information, this fake information, had circulated for a week and had pushed young people to want to demonstrate against these measures. And so, in terms of information in Côte d'Ivoire, online courses has been set up by the government. So most students were able to continue, even though there's some concerns in terms of technology access. So more or less, young people have more and more access to the newer technologies, and they can take part in the political debate and in the online efforts to fight the pandemic. There's no obstacle at that level. So my advice to the young people and the participants is to organize themselves, to integrate networks. If there are youth organizations that exist in your locality that are recognized by the state, to integrate them and network in order to support the state in the efforts to fight the pandemic. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I will now go back to Sada. You recently received a law degree, and I'm a lawyer myself, and I believe that there's a lot of jargon, a lot of technical terms in the legal profession, which means that it's inaccessible for a lot of people, including young people. Do you not believe that the fact that young people hesitate to start a political career, as you recommend, is because they're unaware of their rights? And how, if they are unaware of their rights, how can we educate them? And how can we ensure that they have uh, better knowledge and better access to their rights, not only young people, but everyone in in the local community, so that they can hold their government responsible for the actions taken, including during the pandemic, where there were various rights abuses committed. Sada, thank you, Tanya, for the question. Well, in order to ensure that the population can fully know their rights, well, you can't get a law degree, but some elements of the law and of rights can be taught in school, in primary school, elementary school, and in high school. People are afraid to study law. It's because of, in Africa, or at least in Chad, it's general law. Everything is included in there. It's a sort of a kitchen sink approach. And people are afraid of studying law. I had decided to study the law, and a lot of people told me, well, you will have to learn articles by heart and legal text by heart. I said, no, we don't have to learn them by heart, but you need to know your rights and your rights and responsibilities. You can't speak about rights without speaking of responsibilities. So they go hand in hand. So because of what I was told, I hesitated, but at the end I decided to study law and go through the various years, and then I specialized within a company. And we need to be better informed on our basic rights. You need to sensitize. There are people who have no idea as to what they should be doing and what they shouldn't be doing, and they should be informed. So I'm a young lawyer, but we need to share information. You need to know how to communicate with others and be close to them. And legal experts have to use this as a good cause. It's by using our degree that other people will want to follow in our footsteps. So through our actions and what we say as well, we can support other people and encourage them to have a better idea on their rights, but also their responsibilities. So it's communication, information, and you can be a role model. If you're a role model, people see you and think, well, this girl became a legal expert and she makes me want to study and get a law degree myself. So you also need to know how to make good use of what you have. That's it. Thank you, Sada, for these encouraging words. Sada mentioned that it's not enough for young people to be visible, but you need representation, concrete assets in order to see the commitment of young people. So I will now turn to Anafis Hassan, who is a representative for Central African youth at the AU. Young people who want to improve their societies, do social work, and avoid abuses. They are truly motivated, but they don't know what to do. But you work at an international level, but they don't know what to do and how to follow in your footsteps. So, what do we do to encourage these young people, and how can we guide them to give them the opportunities that they deserve? And I will also ask you to highlight the issues of young French speakers in Africa. French speaking Africa has a huge linguistic barrier. They have a limit to access to readings, to online fora, etc. So, how can we ensure that these young people have opportunities that they might not have access to otherwise? Thank you, Tanya. Well, I believe that the issue is that people don't, generally speaking, uh, want to fight for their rights. I'm criticized because I'm asking rights. I'm told, why? What is this going to bring to you? I'm, it's people who are pessimistic that are speaking in this way. But I believe that there's a serious issue how to encourage young people. How success stories might help, but I believe that every one of us has our own reason to fight. If we commit to a cause, it's because we were pushed in some way. It's because we have something within ourselves, a conviction, a passion, which encourages us to do what we are doing. It's like being an entrepreneur or any other activity. Everyone asks for change, but no, very few people are ready to commit to. And when they ask you to step forward, very few of us do. So the issue is an issue of convictions, and it's an issue of individual passion. So I don't want to generalize, but in terms of young French speaking uh, and their access to various fora, I have participated in various international meetings within the African Union. And of course, everything happens in English. There are sessions where everything in is in English, and you might not be able to understand. I also took part in a training program, and when we left, we were two French speakers, myself from Chad and a girl from Mali. But the training was in English. No one had done anything for the French speakers. So there is this form of discrimination. Now, we speak in French when we ask for the floor because we have to make the effort to understand the others, so they should make the effort to understand us as well. It has to go both ways. But the English speakers have the custom of granting us lesser importance because French speakers, 90% of French speakers understand some English, but English speakers very rarely do understand French. So that's also the issue. And I have the impression that in countries such as Cameroon, young people that we meet are young English speakers. They all come from the English speaking part of Cameroon. And they seem to be better integrated. And it's because they speak English that they have these opportunities. Or I'm wondering, or maybe it's because the French speakers don't try to use these opportunities. We were ambitious, we need to push before we found our own opportunities. So I don't know, in Cameroon, the French speakers, do they not try? Or is it because they lack the linguistic skills? So that's a question that remains open. Last year, we took part in a regional consultation on youth, on peace and security, organized by the African Union. And for Central Africa, each country had two representatives, the countries of Central Africa, and the people of the AU were asking us about our activities in the field, and we explained, and they were surprised that we, who were in the field with nothing, we were doing more than what the African Union was doing as an institution. They didn't know about various activities that were being developed by young people to support peace, and this opened their eyes that young people are going even further than what they can go, and they see the determination of us young peace ambassadors, and this is an example that our decision makers can involve young people at the decisional level. Thank you. Thank you. Alafis discussed discrimination against minorities, including the French-speaking Africans, but we also note on the African continent and everywhere else in the world that minority groups are subjected to various forms of discrimination. I'm going back to Sadat, who's an activist for women's rights. We have noticed, Sada, that the COVID-19 pandemic has worsened the situation for minorities, and we have also noted that several organizations and governments have tried to include representatives of these minority groups in various panels and various organizations so that they can contribute to the decision-making process. But often this representation is pure tokenism, and they're not taken seriously, they're not listened to, often nobody follows up. So how to avoid that organizations, governmental organizations or international organizations as well, just include women and young people or handicapped people, for example, include them only for the sake of tokenism, to be representative of a certain group, but not to really follow through and implement their contributions. Sada? Tanya? Please repeat the question. How to avoid that governments include young people and representatives of minority groups only to ensure representation in the discussion panels or in fora. How can we make sure that this minority representation is actually followed up and that it leads to action, and that the voices of these representatives of these minority groups, including youth, have their voices heard, and it's not purely to show to the international community that, sure, we have on our panel a young person and we have on our panel a woman, but there is no action. Each government needs to include the youth in decision-making processes so that the young people of a country should be able to be allocated a percentage, a quota, as a representation. And young people need to also show its capacity. They need to confirm their leadership, show their experience, show that young people can do something. If we have young people who are truly aware of a government can decide for them, if we have a common front, if we are if we have solidarity and we show our sense of leadership and our experience, then the government cannot ignore us. So it is up to the young people to be truly self-aware, to be truly empowered when young people are elected to government, sometimes they don't do anything good, and so they haven't truly been empowered. So our youth needs to be united with solidarity and really want to defend their country, so that they are really able to follow in the footsteps of their elders. So we need a youth aware of their future, that they are empowered, that they can be trusted, that they be dynamic. Then the government cannot impose anything. They need to be aware of their rights. We're coming back to the rights. If they're aware of their rights, they will be able to defend themselves. And once we're aware of our rights, everything we're entitled to, then we can truly take position within the government and show our sense of leadership. If somebody came and told us we're going to give 50% to young people, no, that's never going to happen. We need to join public efforts, and we need, therefore, young people to be more politically aware, and that show that they are capable of managing, of showing leadership, that they be dynamic, and then the government will trust us. And giving us certain responsibilities.
To that, we often see, Sada, in ministerial posts that there's a system of quotas which is implemented so that there can be some number of women, or certain seats are reserved for them. But do you think that this is necessary to give a voice to women, or is a quota should be automatically applied so that the rights of women are respected, above all in this period of COVID-19? So it's one of the women are one of the groups most affected. Yes, Tanya, with the participation of quotas of women at the governmental level, I think it's very important. I think that the case of Chad, my country, that we've recently developed quorum, it's 30% of women. So 30% in stand for elections. And then if you count the number in the current government, we have 7 women. And that's not bad, in fact. So these 7 women, they can really be capable of defending us. Thank you, Sada, for your present. Now I would like to go back to Dosso, and we've got a question that comes for us. The question is, how can we improve the accountability of governments with youth people, with young people? How can young people get involved in accountability issues? Thank you very much. Thank you for this question, and for my idea that young people can get involved by going back to their obligations. It's important that young people get networked, so to be able to influence at a national level, because one young person on his or her own, it can't do so. So civil society must get involved in decision making, and with companies as well. So a young person who's member of an organization can disseminate their knowledge or their vision on politics and on policy for their country. So I think it's important for young people that they join they have the idea of commitment at national level. There are young people who are part of organizations or are sympathizers for organizations, but they don't take action. but it might take 10 years, 20 years. But while they're there, I'm a member of this or that organization. But in fact, when you ask them to do something, to take action, they're not capable of doing that. As Hassan, my brother, said, they're frightened and they don't take sufficient action. I'm just a member of an organization. I'm here, I know this person or that person. But in fact, they don't have impact on policies. In politics, you need to have an impact. So a leader is somebody who is capable of influencing and having an impact, and beyond the national scene. So when young people are not capable of influencing national politics, the state is not interested. But if you're capable of getting together, setting up an organization to engage with the state, and you undertake actions which have an impact, the state will see that you're involved, that the institutions will take notice. You'll see that over the long term, you're having an impact in your country, and you'll be totally involved in the questions of development, questions of getting young people involved. And so the state can't ignore you. So you need to have actions, and then you can move up to international level. Thank you very much. I'm sorry to cut you off, but we don't have, we've just come to the end of our time of our session. And thank you very much for your, the contributions for Sada Al-Hafiz. And you see our informations. You have all our contact details. Please get in touch with us if you have questions, if you would like to work with us in the future. I would like to also thank you, the Government and Accountability Love and OpenGov partnerships, to have given us this platform. As Anav has mentioned, it's very important to give a platform to young people, because we have quite limited platforms to make our voices heard. Thank you to the organisers, and I would like to now give you for the next session, which will be international. Thank you very much for joined us for this Digital Youth Summit, and I thank you very much for everything. Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody. Thank you.
Wow. Please give in them. Please give in them. Why? Ikorodu boy, trying to put my city on the map, and while I do that, I show these mother suckers I can rap. Talk about issues affecting the country as a nation, cause these days having green passport kind of feels like a trap. But the wishes of people not respected, I swear it's a mess. Total reform is what we need, and this I kind of stress. Between us and other countries, it's obvious that we a blessing. Like a newborn's mother, I say we gotta stay abreast. They come and stripping us all naked, like we all knew this. The government treating its own citizens like we groupies. Be watching for silence for too long, see I had to do this, cause the mess feel like that magic and we're ounce of Anubis. Come on, I think it's high time we start to get it straight. To go better, you go better. For how long we don't debate? Man, picking no fi fresh come out house without fear of the bullet. And when it happen, trigger happy officer say I'm mistake. Get playing when I start to think of issues affecting men. Education's nothing one that's free, it's close to what less than. Spend a good number of years just trying to get a degree. And when you don't, you gotta hustle like you never got a degree. Other places in this country that's never had light or clean air. But when it's time for election, ballot box and rights go reach there. I haven't seen the power to give a steady power supply, but they don't. Cause all in all, they all still trying to sell-first surrenders. How every time it's time for election, we focus on just the party, sacking candidates like an infection. And if we, the youths, are the leaders of tomorrow, guess it's the day since my dad was born and never see tomorrow. We much dead in our own land, doesn't mean we have to give up. I hope and pray that each and every person gets to speak up and fight for what's right. Cause this country's our teacup. You my brother, you my sister, we only got ourselves to lead. No, as a case study. Let's take Mr. A for example. One wife and 4 kids, and 2 of them are in nice to go to son doing the gap year. I wondered on uni how we TK minimum wage go support them all, you feel me? It's a case study. Let's take Mr. A for example. One wife and 4 kids, and 2 of them are in nice to go to son doing the gap year. I wondered on uni how we TK minimum wage go support them all, you feel me? Wait, don't get me started on the budget. It took about 4 months into the year for them to drop it. They're acting up like insecure females, the way they pad it. Cause we treat all in the government office like it's for profit. And what about the taxpayers? What's up with all our money? They see no water, clear water, it's no longer funny. Yeah, your kids can pick if they want a Benz or a Bentley on this same bad road that's prone to accidents. Come on, you dummy.
Voice to rep.
I no need to be president to be part of my government. My voice is my platform. The goal is to reform. Silence is golden till your conscience gets frozen. Government for the people, no be people for the government. Government by the people, not government buying people. The blame we push around today will come back to torment us. The bridge we failed to fix today will fall upon our children. So I'm asking you to give it all you got. Oh, I'm asking you to give it all you got. Oh, we sabi talk, we dey analyze, yet we fail to realize the power of doing right, good conscience and foresight. Corruption, they our blood, it's taking over like a flood. What's meant for the people should go to the people. No more spectators, don't leave your life on the internet. The blame we push around today will come back to torment us. The bridge you fail to fix today will fall upon your children. So I'm asking you to give it all you got. Give it all you got. Give it all you got. I'm asking you to give it all you got. Give it all you got. Give it all you got. Lawmakers, judiciary, executive, political parties. Now all of us be government, social groups, you and I, CSO, and the media. So take your place in government. I'm asking you to give it all you got. All of us be government. So I'm asking you to give it all you got. Take your place in government. I'm asking you to give it all you got. All of us be government. I'm asking you to give it all you got. So take your place.
They're relegating the women and children doing the killing. Your superhero today will tomorrow become your villain. I mean the one that you voted in will never do your bidding. My federation is sick and I guess we all want to heal it. I guess we all want to heal it. Guess we all want to heal it. You know, I could just turn Ray Charles to the movement, bro. Who am I deceiving? You know, it's your land, it's your people, it's your heritage. You know, you gotta take actions, you gotta do better. It's all on you, it's all on you. All the things that you don't need, don't feel to do will follow you. Hey, it's all on you. It's all on you. All the things that you don't need or feel to do will follow you. Hey, it's all on you. It's all on you. All the things that you don't need or feel to do will follow you. Hey, it's all on you. It's all on you. All the things that you don't need or feel to do will follow you. Listen, it's all on you. I don't got nothing to lose. Only thinking about the state of things be sucking up my juice. I refuse to be used. I gotta protect my youth. Officer, no saying I got no cash, please do not shoot. It's a cold world. We're living out here and we all don't believe in ourselves. They place their guns right here for you to place your thumb right there. And then when you don't, you stand here to get a bag of rice for 4 years. That's nonsense. How much for your conscience? How much for your conscience? How much for your conscience? They walking into the marketplace with a happy face, trying to get the people to see that they wanna have a taste. Or they had shit, man. That's some acting. Hey, someone wanna touch the kids, Michael Jackson. Hey, they in their hands of the people. That's why they gon' sacrifice anything just to keep you down, and you drown in your silence. Shut the doors to peace and open up the doors to violence. Hey, listen, it's all on you. It's all on you. All the things that you don't need or feel to do will follow you. Hey, it's all on you. It's all on you. All the things that you don't need or feel to do will follow you. Hey, it's all on you. It's all on you. All the things that you don't need or feel to do will follow you. Hey, it's all on you. It's all on you. All the things that you don't need or feel to do will follow you. Hey, which feels more painful, death or life? Ay, I just hope it ain't too late before we got them realize that the chain that we all sick is sitting right before our eyes. We all gotta pay the price, put the motherland in our plans, protect the land at all costs, our heritage, our pride. Our system has failed us, but we can't keep looking outside. I'm that rebel on the rise, millions of kids on the death row before the age of 5. How we all gonna stay alive?
Okay, hi everyone. Welcome to our session on international organizations as a bridge between youth and governments. I'd like to welcome everyone. And just as an overview, we're going to go through some short introductions, and then after that, we will go into panelist discussions, and then we'll open up for question and answers from the audience. So we do encourage everyone to send their questions in the chat box when they come up, and we will address them at the end of the session. So to begin, we're just going to go through a land acknowledgement. So Canada has been the traditional land of the Huron, Wendat, and Seneca, and most recently, the Mississauga of the Credit. Today, this land is still the home to many Indigenous people, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on this land. Additionally, we acknowledge the rich historical Indigenous relationship to the land in which Niagara region engages its work. It is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe people. So just to begin, my name is Christine Salib, and along with Batul Barodi, we will be the moderators for the session. We are additionally Students Young Professional Network executives as part of the CCGHR, which is the Canadian Coalition for Global Health Research. And just to introduce the CCGHR as well, this is a knowledge network promoting equity in health worldwide. We are a member-based, non-for-profit organization representing global health students, researchers, and practitioners at institutions and non-governmental organizations across Canada and globally. The mission is to promote global health research as a model and a driver of collaboration, partnership, and equity in the creation, co-production, and translation of knowledge for evidence-informed decision-making and improved health and well-being globally. So I'm going to pass it on to Batul.
Thanks, Christine, and hi everyone. Welcome to our session. Thanks a lot for attending. So moving on to the just an intro to our session. Since the COVID-19 pandemic and the ensuing social isolation measures have had major impact on young people, and especially among youth who were not able to study or combine study and work before the global health crisis, around 73% experienced school closures, yet the majority were unable to transition into online learning. And with all these lockdown measures, the movement of youth has been affected, which limited their ability to participate in public and civic affairs. So with all these challenges, that leave us with more questions than answers, which local and international organizations must meaningfully consider as we build back together the life post-COVID-19 pandemic. So the CCGHR, an organization founded on the principle of health equity, will contribute to the discussion in the Open Government Partnership Global Summit, Global Youth Summit. So with that, I would start with our questions for the panelists. Let me just first introduce our amazing speakers for today. We have Yibing G, Gertrude Omru, and Eric Kiras. And they have amazing life experiences and professional ones, which were already mentioned on the agenda on the website. So with that, I would start with our first question for today. The first question would go to Yibing. So I would start, how can we ensure the active engagement of young people in civic and public spaces amidst global pandemics such as the COVID-19 crisis?
Thank you so much for the introductions, Batul and Christine. And it's a pleasure to be here with everyone and to speak about such an important topic. So once again, my name is Yipeng. I'm a public health and preventive medicine resident physician here in Ottawa. It's also the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin people. This is an important question around how young people can participate in civic discussions and public space discussions in the context of a global pandemic. And I think what is crucial is to have a good, very good, even great global public health response to the pandemic. When we are able to have a good public health response, prioritizing health and well-being of individuals, communities, and particularly youth and young people, then not only are we supporting them through an economic and social safety net, we're allowing individuals to be able to do the things that they are able to do and want to do outside of a pandemic. So I think only with a very strong public health evidence-based response and afterwards a recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, including all of those pieces around social and economic protection, particularly around some of those things that are already mentioned, including disruptions to education, disruptions to employment, volunteering for these formative years for youth and young people that require those pieces of not only mentorship, but also career and professional development to be able to contribute and be current and future leaders during the pandemic. So I'll leave it there. And once again, I'm really happy to share the floor with Gertrude and Eric, who I've known for quite some time and really looking forward to the discussion today. Thanks.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Irving. That you provided a lot of insight about mentorship and preventive medicine. I think that's amazing to jump from that point to Gertrude, because I have different perspectives to share on this question.
Hello, everyone. I'm very excited to see all of you and to note where some of you guys are coming from. Please put it in the chat so we can welcome you all individually. Similar to Yuping, I have a background in health and I did a master's in public health. And so I echo many of the things he is saying. But in regards specifically to the question, how to ensure active engagement of young people, I personally think the onus rests with organization to connect with youth. We understand some of the challenges that youth are having in various parts of the world. Here, we have an economic downturn, and in various countries such as Nigeria, as it's going on, there's police brutality that's very topical to a lot of youth. And so for me, I feel in cases of pandemics, youth should not necessarily bear too much burden to themselves. I agree with you, Pink. The main things that youth should take care of is ensuring their health, ensuring their wellness, ensuring their mental space and their mental health, versus trying to take on everything in the world. And once you have a set base in your personal life, I think that's when you should look towards kind of stepping outside of your personal life and stepping outside of your friends. I think with the global pandemic, I differ a little bit in that with how youth can kind of take the case forward. And maybe Eric has a different perspective. So I'm looking forward to hearing it.
Sure, the floor is yours, Eric.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me, and great to be here again, like Yuping said, with himself and Gertrude. So my name is Eric Carreras. I'm currently stationed in the city of Vancouver. That's the west coast of Canada, and also the presently unceded traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples. I would probably take a blended approach so far, in that I think it is absolutely crucial to make sure one's self-wellness and well-being is put forth and first, because without that you can't give. I ideally like to give from the overflow, as is kind of how the saying goes. And so with that, you do have to focus on yourself. And I think this was quite evident when I was an ally of the Youth Policy Makers Hub in Ontario. I just moved back to the West Coast recently. And in that time, it was just as the pandemic was hitting. So in the beginning, everyone was very keen, we were involved, we were very much engaged in these civic and public spaces, or working towards that. And as that happened, there was a very marked sort of lull and retreat from that, as folks were working to deal with the challenges that the pandemic brought on. Of course, at that time, it was just the beginning, but I think those needs have just simply evolved and changed, but they're a persistent layer of additional work to deal with on a daily basis. And of course, that'll be different depending where you're living and playing. But I think addressing that first and foremost would be important. It's similar to another teaching that was shared with me from some of the Indigenous in Ontario, which is to work amongst all your relations. So that starts with yourself, then your family, be it blood related or chosen family, of course, then family and friends, community, nation, and then other nations, and kind of in this way give from the overflow. And I think that just helps it make it be sustainable. So how do we ensure the active engagement? I think it's assuring the well-being of the individual, and then from there having these spaces like the one that Batul and Christine are creating today, so that when things do align, they can participate, they can be here and have those spaces available for those who are ready.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Eric. Like you all points to important points that we'll all discuss and go over in the next few questions, but I'll hand it to Christine for now.
Thank you for your perspectives on the active engagement. Our next question, we'll start with Gertrude. How can civil society organizations address the issues of youth, for example, unemployment and teenage pregnancy, that has been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic to ensure that affected youths bounce back from the crisis?
This is such a good question, Christine, especially in the case of unemployment, which obviously we as the employees don't have too much bearing on it. And for me, sorry for those who are international, I might have to give a Canadian example. While I'm not a spokesperson for this organization, I'd like to take a minute to kind of highlight the work that they're doing in regards to responding to the needs of youth during COVID-19. I'm currently a researcher at Pivot Canada 2020, and this initiative is an information gathering project to essentially create an accessible database that are grounded in youth priorities and opportunities. And so what we're doing is we have researchers all over the country, and they're gathering perspectives from youth on various indices. And then we're going to put that as an open database in which initiatives such as these, or initiatives such as different policies, can use the perspectives of youth. With compromised kind of education and employment opportunities, all I can say, what has been very helpful for me was to leverage your networks. And so for me, if you're having challenges in getting some sort of employment, reach out to people that you do know, maybe fellow colleagues, or maybe old professors, or your boss's boss. My whole thing is let everyone and anyone know that you are needing employment and what your areas of interest are. You'd be surprised kind of somewhere where opportunities lie. And so for me, for example, I had a colleague in a different organization that I was working with, and through knowing me, she connected me with someone else saying, I think you guys are compatible in these various things. And so I would say really leverage your networks now. And nurture the networks that you do have, because they might lead to something bigger than what you expect. And so those would be kind of my advice for youth. Take advantage of the opportunities you have in your particular countries. Try to get involved with initiatives that are targeting youth and trying to hear youth voices. A lot of country representatives realize that youth are the future, and so they have a lot of initiatives for youth. So we'll try to get involved and leverage your networks. And so just to switch it up, I will pass that to Yiping to hear his perspective.
Thanks, Gertrude.
Sure. I think, Gertrude, you provided some really important reflections about, what is maybe an individual's approach to tackling this very important topic of unemployment from a youth or young person's perspective. I think the way that the question is phrased around how can civil society organizations approach this a bit better, and perhaps thinking about our institutions that are there supposed to support our communities, including our young people, is how does this all fit into the overall response to COVID-19, recognizing that there have been significant social and economic disruptions to people of all walks of life, and perhaps there have been very disproportionate impacts for those that have been making their kind of living out of certain industries like travel, like tourism, like food and beverage, like hospitality, depending on the communities or depending on where we are in the country or around the world. But I think we have to be thoughtful and intentional about how we address how young people and youth are impacted by these economic disruptions, and how does this also build within to the COVID-19 response itself, including thinking about creatively how are we able to support the industries and sectors that need supporting during the pandemic response, like our public health workforce, like our healthcare workforce, our essential workforce. Like we have lots of young people, and myself, when I was in high school, I worked at a grocery store as a bag clerk, bagging groceries. And how do we support young people wherever they are in their journey of professional growth and development, so that they feel like they can continue their lives in terms of professional development, but also are supported in all those pieces. And the other component that was asked in the question around teenage pregnancy, I think is important to address, because not every young person or any person really always has a safe home to go to, and if that if there is even a home to go to sometimes. So I think thinking about those that were already in very precarious, vulnerable situations, and how do we fix those fault lines systemically, and how do we act very quickly during a pandemic response that has been going on for these past few months, to be able to support those that need things like healthcare services and other social resources, so that those disruptions don't come in a way that limits their access. So I think that all kind of goes into how can we think creatively about and intentionally about these disproportionate impacts to youth that might not be the same ones as we have come to learn about, say, people who are older, people who are immunocompromised, people have complex medical histories that might be impacted by the direct impacts of COVID-19 infection, but some of these ripple effects that we know will impact youth through some of the things that we've already discussed. And how do we build that into thinking creatively about how do we respond, like supporting the health workforce, supporting the public health workforce. In Canada, we've had students, people also come out of retirement to support public health work. So how do we think creatively around some of these pieces so that we're able to respond effectively and get over this together?
Thank you for your unique perspectives in talking about supporting youth. Eric, if you want to talk about this briefly.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll keep in mind your note on briefly. So, it says for youth to bounce back from the crisis. I think it would be a disservice to say bounce back as if we can kind of wait till the end to bounce back. I think the work starts since March, right? Right away, there's a need for a way to ideally not even just survive, but thrive in this environment as best as possible. So when we come out the other side, we're not trying to grapple our way back out, but seamlessly transition into what I presume will be a new normal, as I doubt it'll be back how it was. So with that in mind, I think a lot of community organizations have been doing exactly this. They've been demanding greater amount of funding. They've been leaning into the services they provide and been bolstering them. And instead of trying to shy away, this is why these organizations exist, is to provide services to those in need, and that's now more than ever. And so, to give an example of some organizations, it's about being creative on how to then provide them instead. Maybe that means looking at funding to provide the technology required to plug in to resources and events like this, being able to provide cell phones with some amount of texting available so you can do texting, and that being of importance for people who are in at-risk homes where maybe they can't do a phone call because then the maybe abusive parents or the parents who aren't accepting of an LGBTQ2+ individual or someone who may be sexually active when their parents would not be allowing of it, they would need another medium to do that, and texting could be an option. And so just really looking at how to access those at most risk and who have the least access to sort of online, on the phone, on the text, and provide those services to them in a way that's safe and adaptable to the circumstance. That again will look very different depending on the context, but even just here in rural Canada is a great example of a low resource situation, and that has large effect of the last mile effect in terms of the price to get internet, reliable internet at that. And looking into long-term options, maybe this is a learning opportunity to see, is internet a human right to a certain extent, given the direction the world is moving. This is something that's been talked about in some of the other sessions in this youth summit, and seeing, we've seen it in some states, individual states in the US that make public the infrastructure required for even electricity, when they were still building the country, for folks who are more rural, who would otherwise be priced out essentially from gaining access to electricity. If you just look at market demand and supply kind of rules. So are those options that we can start pushing towards and advocating for? Those are, I think, questions we should be asking ourselves moving beyond the crisis, but as we try and not just survive, but thrive through it.
Thank you so much in your perspectives. So you can go ahead.
Thanks, Christine. Let's just move to the third question, which relates more to the policies that we can take during the recovery period. So I'll start with you, Yuping, since you worked with a lot of marginalized communities. So with the compromised access to education, how can we ensure that the voices of the affected young girls and marginalized communities are still reflected within the policies targeted to educational policies amidst COVID-19 recovery period?
Thanks for the question, Batul. I think Eric touched on a little bit of this in terms of access to Wi-Fi. We know that there's been extreme disruptions to educational systems around the world, certainly here in Canada. I think it's really exciting that we have such diverse representation here in this particular event, because I think there's much to be learned about how do we shift to more virtual formats, and here we are also in a virtual format. So some of those most basic pieces that I think, how do we continue to have educational systems and educational resources delivered through something like this, through Zoom, is really important. And all of the infrastructure, I think that's too fancy of a word, more like the tools and the supplies and the technologies needed for the youth or young person to be able to effectively learn in a space like this is so important. So having stable like wireless internet connection or Ethernet internet connection, having the tools like a laptop, a tablet, a phone. Sometimes those pieces we, or at least I, sometimes take for granted. And how do we ensure that access to those things also be, very available, so that we can promote education and continue education despite these disruptions to in-person education. As well as I think about the learning environment. We know that where at least here I am sitting or standing in my home in Ottawa, but having a safe, quiet space where young people are able to learn is really important, and not every home is safe. Not every home is compatible for that kind of a learning environment. So I think those are some, I think, very basic foundational pieces that if we're able to think about
make it accessible then from there. And understanding that it may be using more than one tool. I think there's a tendency to look at the solution as opposed to the solutions. That is more than one. And understanding, of course, there are different learners and seeing how that could affect those at the margins of the learning spectrum. Right? I mean, if learning in class can be difficult on Zoom, I can only imagine. I'm thankful that I'm not going through that myself, but have heard many stories about the transition. And I think Yiping brings a very important point of the educator side and even administration side and kind of the providers of education. Sort of what are the supports and resources that are being created for those individuals and those organizations and institutions. I'm not aware of sort of civil society organizations that support that end of the spectrum. I think it comes down to the Ministry of Education and the teachers themselves and their unions to sort of support whatever needs they may have and be that voice. Now, I understand that may not fall under the category of youth, but of course, if you're a young emerging educator, then it would, right? And so seeing how that could affect that would be curious. I don't have as much experience on that end, but I'd be curious to see sort of how that's going. Just from some basic conversations with friends who are instructors, it's at least here in BC that it's sort of wait and see what the plan, the plan is. The plan being something that could last a week and then change again, and sort of at the same time trying to keep up with giving the quality of education to the students that they like. And after having been away from school for 6 months, essentially, it's very unique. Nothing in their training would have prepared them for this, as for many professions in this time. So yeah, I think kind of looking at both sides would be important.
Awesome, thank you. So Gertrude, if you want to comment on this question. Thank you.
Hi, as my fellow speakers have already said, this question seems to have more questions than answers on our regard. And kind of dovetailing this question to the one that Madeline put in the chat as well, in how to engage older adults and how to make the processes that we're trying to engage youth more relevant and appealing to young people. These are all very good questions. But for me, as somebody who works internationally, I recognize, and I think we can all recognize in our respective countries, that we are kind of we have a lot of advantages. One being that we can be online on a computer, on a call, and have really good connection to connect internationally. And so I think for me, when I think about this question specifically about girls and marginalized communities, I think about the communities that I was working with where education was already subpar prior to COVID-19. And think about the Indigenous communities that I worked with here in Alberta, where they didn't even have a place that they could learn. They didn't have proper infrastructure for the schools and all that. And so for me, this question really is one that I think is very topical for us in terms of not only reaching students who have been disrupted, but also reaching the students in most needs. I think I have nothing to add, and I'm really taking some of the points that my fellow speakers have said. But I think for me, this is my main concern in regards to COVID-19 and trying to not leave anyone behind in the spirit of international development. What does that mean for us and our fellow brothers and sisters? So for me, I have more questions than answers. And I would really like to see maybe in the chat for people in various countries, kind of some of the initiatives that they've seen in their countries that are working, and some of the initiatives that they've seen from other presenters during this conference that they think they would like to share. I would really like to see any of the responses to the questions in the chat if you have any. So.
Perfect, and we look forward to discussing these initiatives in a few minutes. But back to Christine.
Great, thank you guys for your perspectives on educational opportunities. It seems evident that there are more questions than answers. Let's see if, what you guys' perspective are on what can young people do to put pressure on governments to include them in employment opportunities. Perhaps you can start with Yiping.
Sure, thanks, Christine, for the question. So I feel quite privileged to live here in Ontario, in Canada, thinking about open government and transparency and accessibility. One of the things that I found out, there's like an active consultation process for an action plan for open government for people that are in Canada, I suppose, or Canadians, to get involved in and provide input. So I think that's, you know, a direct way to shape how open government looks like in Canada. The other thing that I feel very privileged about is being in a society where I have elected officials at various levels, at the municipal or local level, our provincial level, and our federal level, for looking out for the best interests of the constituents or the community members that they represent. So those are really good ways that I see as an approach to voice certain issues or actual items that come up to our elected officials, as they have that duty and that responsibility to represent us at those tables for making certain decisions. And I think the other piece is probably finding the mentors, the allies that see the potential in youth and young people to be able to help advance some of the really important issues that matter most to us. And sometimes those issues and areas for intervention are only identified by youth, as we see with many issues being pushed forward through youth activism in Canada, but also very importantly around the world, and gaining international traction on certain issues. So I think there's a lot to be done around how do we mobilize and organize at a grassroots level with one another, but also use some of those mechanisms that do exist, if they do exist, to allow for representatives that represent our best interests as a community member, as a constituent, and so forth, in the tables that they represent us at. I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Yifeng. Can go to Gertrude next.
In my regard, I have not much to add, but to just echo what Yiping is also saying. But I think one thing that I'd like to highlight is maybe the use of social media that Yiping has already mentioned in terms of putting pressure on governments. I know it's been very well used the past few months in kind of highlighting some of the social issues that various countries are having, Canada, Nigeria, and the various African countries as well. And so I think that is a tool that is well versed with youth who use them. And so I would add that as a potential tool. And also, I would also say for youth, what I found to be really inspiring for me is seeing some youth start initiatives in which they don't have to necessarily wait for an older person or a government organization to start. And so I employ the youth who have the facilities, who have the capacity, who have the connections to start an initiative in your respective areas to do so. For me, in my regard, I decided to take this inspiring act for myself, and I'm applying for a community grant, something that I've never done before. And I'm really excited. I'm really scared to apply, but I'm really excited because I've seen a gap in my community where I live, and I think I can do something about it, no matter how small. And so for me, I'm trying that route as well because I see it as a need. And so I employ all the people in the call. If there's a need and there's an avenue to effect change, don't wait for the change to happen. You can effect it yourself as well. So that's all I would say to that. And Eric, you have the pleasure.
Oh, thank you. That was a really good way to put it. I think that's super critical. Is I was going to share the concept of getting involved with initiatives and organizations that already exist, and I can go into that in a bit. But I think it's really important to not rule out beginning your own initiative. I think, again, now more than ever, as the phrase goes, there are more unique needs that there would not be an initiative available to address it. And so don't be surprised if that's the case, and don't let that be a dead end or the end of the road for trying to make that change. Building upon sort of social media campaigns is looking at advocacy campaigns in general and looking at advocacy strategies or training. There's an organization called Results Canada that often provides these kinds of trainings, and even in mid-November on a weekend, they have a conference coming up where they will equip attendees with tools and strategies for advocacy. And my understanding is it'll be in the Canadian context, but it's really just about translating who the target of the advocacy is to what your context may be in terms of power mapping, right? So who holds the power to make the decisions in government and so on, and what the, is Twitter the best way versus LinkedIn versus whatever that may be, an in-person meeting, and so on, writing op-eds. Our newspaper is accessible, and so just adjusting those strategies, but getting sort of the essential and fundamentals of what the goal and purposes are. That's a good way to start. And so from that, then I think the second piece, and it's almost as, I would say more important, it's as important as starting the advocacy initiative is then sustaining it. It's oftentimes where it's seen there's a big bubble and of excitement, but then it sort of fizzles out, and finding creative ways to sustain engagement and realizing it's you're going for the long run in a lot of times for these kinds of things. Change is slow. For all we would like it to not be. Change is slow, especially kind of at the government level, which is what this question asks about. And so understanding that a campaign, there'll be many campaigns, and it's really about building a movement that goes above and beyond even yourself, and understanding, your capacity to be involved in such activities may ebb and flow, wax and wane over time, depending on other demands, unless of course you're lucky enough to have that as your gainful employment and job, and of course you likely would be able to continue it, but oftentimes it's not the case, especially for the things that matter most. And so understanding how to, again, kind of going back to that first part of taking care of yourself and giving from the overflow, realizing this work will be above and beyond yourself, and it's about finding the times and opportunities where you can contribute in your way. A phrase I like to say, and I shared it recently with Yiping, it's, we all bring one grain of sand, and together we can make an ocean of change. And that's really how you can think about what you can contribute. It's not shouldering the full responsibility yourself, but seeing where you can give, when, and how.
Thank you so much. I think that's a great note to end our panel discussion on. I will pass it over to Batul to ask our first question and answer.
Perfect, thanks, Christine. So our first question we have, where does data play a role in how international organizations can bridge the gap between youth and government? And can IOS, international organizations, reach youth in places in ways that governments can't reach or won't be able to reach during pandemics? I guess due to the time restrictions, we'll just, whoever wants from our guest speakers to answer that, please go ahead.
Sure, I can start, Batul. International organizations, and I'll also just tag on there, multilateral organizations play a huge role in all of these important conversations about advancing issues related to youth and young people. It was part of my bio, but I forgot to mention it earlier on, but over these past few months, I've had the privilege of being the Canadian youth delegate to the World Health Assembly, the 73rd iteration that took place in May and will be resuming in November in a few days, few short weeks, and also the 58th Pan American Health Organization Directing Council. And having a bit of a snapshot into how multilateral organizations, including international organizations, advance youth priorities and issues, I think has been really interesting in terms of how do we ensure that the stakeholders, so for an example, if we're talking about a multilateral organization such as the World Health Organization, how can we have member states, 194 member states, be accountable to the issues and priorities of youth and young people? One of the really great things that I've experienced through the Canadian delegation is that they've kept me on board and engaged, and if not more engaged than previous years, because they really wanted to make the experience a meaningful one for me and the others that I've had the privilege of learning from, to be able to shape those youth perspectives going into those meetings. So I think it's so important that we have that perspective of inviting youth in, as well as making that space where youth and young people enter, whether it be an international organization, whether it be a multilateral organization, or whether it be our own country or nation governments, that they be safe spaces for youth, for our voices to be respected and valued as equals. And that's a really challenging thing to do sometimes for those that hold power traditionally, and how to rethink some of those governance structures to be able to allow for more free discourse and debate and discussion, particularly when it comes to youth and young people and the really amazing ideas and values that we bring forward. The other thing I guess I'll mention is through my experiences being the youth delegate, I've had the opportunity to learn from some of the other youth delegates around the world and their experiences. And unfortunately, I've heard anecdotes, but I think stories mean so much in terms of how we as people kind of shape future decisions and policies. But what I've learned from other youth delegates is that their programs at their members in their member states and their nations have been scaled back during this pandemic. I think there has been perhaps a desire to a reasonable and important desire to move very quickly, to be able to make decisions quickly and perhaps involve less stakeholders. But I think that's a really challenging thing, and perhaps is the complete opposite of what we're talking about here in terms of open government, accessibility, transparency, when you involve less stakeholders, when you involve less youth and young people. I was able to learn that previous to this year, there were only 10 member states around the world, Netherlands, Romania, Lebanon, Denmark, Egypt, Lithuania, Ireland, Mexico, Switzerland, and Canada, that had youth delegates to the World Health Assembly, the highest decision-making table for the World Health Organization. And to my understanding, and to this day, only Canada has kind of kept really the youth delegate engaged. I would really want someone to tell me that's wrong, that another member state around the world has been able to involve youth in their delegation to some extent, but to my knowledge, that hasn't held true. So I think there's so much to be said around how do we amplify each other's voices through things like youth delegate programs, or through like programs within other international organizations, or through our own nation governments. Thanks, I'll leave it there.
Thanks a lot, Yubing, and that's a wrap to our session. Thanks a lot to our guest speakers for sharing their insights and experiences in such a highly dynamic topic. And thanks a lot for our attendees from all over the world and the summit organizers to give us this space to connect with youth from basically every corner in this world. And we look forward to staying in touch with all of you. So please feel free to join our student and young professional network to connect with more researchers and youth activists in the global health field, and to translate your ideas into actionable research projects and change. And for that, I leave it there. Thank you.
Before we end off, I recognize there's quite a few questions in the chat. So please feel free to just copy them, and you can respond to the respective people. I know Alonso has put his contact if anyone wants to get acquainted. And so please feel free to share what you would like and how to continue connecting with people.
Awesome. Thank you, Gertrude.
Thank you, everyone from Croatia to Mali. Bye.
Bye.
Do you need us to
Thank
stay?
you, everyone.
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, cheers. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Nice meeting you, Eric. Bye, Ping.
Yo desde Tijuana estoy cambiando el mundo, ayudando a las personas a poder cruzar y lograr su objetivo en Estados Unidos.
Tasahan kanku haja montel albin tikastol to estos veker majitik tabanti hani tahobelen estos patikotik tabanti jantik lugar talentin ala utsintayel majpatan jaateltin ala hani masjid kabet bedik masjid tuhalek mountain kich bet information kontar lumalti kabe vinik ansitik kerem achitik.
Estoy cambiando el mundo desde Comitán de Domínguez, acompañando a las personas migrantes y de la comunidad LGBT que no tienen que vivir con miedo de nada.
From Mexico City, we're changing the world by using art as a healing method for our community, for using it as a way of communicating our stories with other people, and also by doing translocal work with other organizations so that we can continue the fight here and there.
Va a empezar apenas.
¿Qué has dejado atrás? El patriarcado,
Falta de oportunidades.
desigualdades,
Violence.
Utsintayel.
Exclusión.
impunidad, guerras,
Despojo.
greed.
Cambio climático.
¿Qué buscas?
Family reunification.
Autonomía sobre tu cuerpo, trabajo digno y educación, comunidad LGBT.
El sueño americano.
Tu vida ya está cambiando el mundo.
Tu vida tiene mucho valor. El mundo te ama. No has hecho nada malo y mereces paz, amor, libertad, felicidad.
Tú puedes hacer lo que tu corazón quiera.
Tus saberes, tu cultura y tus pensamientos son valiosos.
Your dreams, your experiences, and your voice matter.
Vote lekot sota koplal shuabu unte apastik usik kana montone shiuktik usik kopine.
Never forget that you are brave, intelligent, full of light, and that no one anywhere should ever make you feel otherwise.
No estás sola. Entiendo la difícil situación que estás viviendo y si tú estás de acuerdo, quiero acompañarte.
Caminemos juntas. ¿Cómo crees que podemos cambiar el mundo?
Okay, good afternoon, good day, everybody. My name is Veronica. I'm the Executive Director of Paideia Civica, and today we are presented in the OpenGov Digital Youth Summit about the different challenges of digital inclusion to fight corruption risks during the pandemic. We all know that the pandemic has been a disruptive factor in our well-being, in our lifestyle, and one of the challenges has been digital inclusion, because now everything has to be done using internet. We are not allowed to have any meetings or anything, so using internet we have found a space to meet socially and also to fight corruption. Unfortunately, in Latin America, we have a lot of challenges related to digital inclusion, and sometimes internet connection is not available to everybody. There is not enough coverage, and also we have problems related to decentralization and internet service provision. So today we have three panelists that are coming from Mexico. We have Rogelio Cantoral, who is a political consultant of the Organization of American States. We have Isabel Giafilio from Peru, passionate of open government and also advisor in the Ministry of Education at Peru. And we have Carlos Carrasco. He is from Venezuela, but currently living in Chile. He is a journalist and he's focused on monitoring public expenditure by means of his organization, which is the Observatory of Fiscal Expenditure in Chile. So without further ado, I would like to begin this session.
I remind you, all the non-Spanish speakers that are accompanying us today, that we have a interpretation through the app, Interpretify. In the chat, you could find the code to access to the app.
Also, I'd like to remind you of some administrative issues. You can make any questions you want using the chat function. And also we have a poll that we will be sharing during the whole presentation that will last for 45 minutes. So you can access the link that you have on the screen and enter the code that you can see over there to see the results of the poll. And also we are going to share this on the screen at the end of the session. So now I'd like to give the floor to Isabel so she can introduce her topic. She's going to share some basic concepts related to open government. We are going to go from general to specifics. She's a passionate on this topic and she's going to share her experience to the youth. She has quite an important experience in terms of youth management, and for all of us who are not yet familiarized with open government and open data, that is why we have Isabel here. And then Rogelio is going to talk about the different OAS topics and challenges regarding digital inclusion and also corruption. And finally, Carlos is going to talk about specific topics about the existing tools on the web to monitor public expenditure and all the activities that are being carried out by our government to fight the pandemic and also corruption risks. So let's give the floor to Isabel. Welcome. Thank you so much, Veronica, and welcome everybody. So just to start, I'd like to talk about open government and how this is being implemented throughout Latin America. Next slide, please. Thank you. So let's see what the role of open government is in Latin America. We know that Latin America and the Caribbean have undergone quite a change in the state, and they need to have an adequate and more efficient public management that is open as well. So that is going to generate a lot of changes in the citizenship. We'll see that the open government has unique characteristics. It has to be transparent. It has to foster citizenship cooperation and also participation. So it has to engage the citizens. With this, we will be able to fight corruption. Also, one of the priorities that we have to include in the 2030 agenda are linked to open government topics, things related to peace, justice, and also fostering public and private alliances and alliances with other institutions as well. So we'll see that the government will try to work on the strengths and weaknesses of the states to give rise to better public administration and also to find different solutions that can have an impact on the different policies. So the open government will try to generate open and transparent practices with the greatest participation as possible. And we say that it is transparent because it has to provide information on everything that the government is doing and the different challenges. So it has to be accountable for the citizens. This way, we will have better social control. We also say that it is collaborative because it will enable to work together with the people to solve national problems in the different regions. And also it entails cooperation and working together with the citizens and with the companies, with different organizations and stakeholders. We say that it involves participation because it engages the citizens to participate in public policies, and with this the idea is to have better public administration and to have feedback on the citizens' ideas and perspectives. So we can say that open government will entail working on our technology, and with that we'll have to be committed to the use of technology. So with the technology, we will be able to foster development, knowledge, digital experience, and also we will be able to foster key elements. So basically, we are going to be prioritizing some essential values. So the government has to implement different efforts and initiatives from the state. It has to provide faster services. For example, in things related to digitalization. So there are certain things related to the digital era which are missing in Latin America. We have certain gaps that undoubtedly have to be closed. So the idea is to have a specific vision of what we need when we talk about citizens' participation and their involvement in democratic topics. And also the idea is to use the tools available to exercise our rights and to access to electronic voting. Also, we have to see how the use of data is being implemented in Latin America and the Caribbean. So by means of open data, it will be possible to promote this spreading of data. So the government has to provide data in an open way and to be accountable for what it's doing. And on the other hand, we will be able to work on innovation by means of open data spreading. We will be using different apps for the citizens. And also we'll see that the data provided by the government have to be clear and have to be adapted to different capacities or whatever the citizens may request. So this spreading of information, we have some added value to the public, to the companies, to other governments or ONGs, for example, that will be able to use this information. So data publication has to be done in a proactive way, and it has to match the needs of the citizens so that the citizens can tap into these options. In other countries, not so much in Latin America, these data are being used by the companies when they endeavor to find different solutions. So what they do is they access this data to try to reduce their costs. So this way, this aspect will also be enhanced. Also, we will have this information available, and this will be useful for the citizens to have some accountability on what the government is doing. For a piece of data to be open, it has to comply with certain characteristics. It has to be complete, thorough, updated, accessible, because the information has to be the most recent possible. They have to be processed, and well, as I said before, they have to be continuously updated. They have to belong to a solid and strong database. And well, basically, these are the characteristics. So the open governments will have to implement the corresponding strategies and initiatives. And this has to be done to generate solutions. So the idea is to have an open data portal that some countries have already implemented and are already working with these portals. And also, for example, the pandemic will be addressed in those portals. So this is information that will be accessible. As I said before, this information has to meet certain characteristics. It has to appear in a particular format, such as PDF or CSV. That is to say, more user-friendly formats that can be accessed by everybody. So we are also working on meeting with some other ministries in other countries and working hand by hand so that the information that is available in some sectors can also be used in other sectors. So this way we can be linked to other regions as well. And also we should have another solution. We have to keep on working on open government and open data. I think that is something that we have to strive to do. Thank you, Isabel, for your presentation. It has been really clear and concise about what it means to work in an open way, what it means to have an open government and also open data. So these principles are really important to fight opacity and lack of transparency, specifically in this context where the executive power has a lot of power, actually. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Rogelio Cantoral. He is a political consultant of the Organization of American States. He has a lot of experience on open government, and well, he's also a young person with a lot of experience on monitoring of elections country-wise. And well, he has been working precisely on electoral monitoring during the pandemic, which is quite a big challenge because, as I said, unfortunately, in our continent, we have a lot of restrictions in terms of internet access. And so the participation in the elections is being affected because of social distancing. And well, Rogelio is going to elaborate on the corruption landscape on the continent and also the challenges of digital inclusion in Latin America specifically. So internet should be a tool that gives rise to democratic freedom and not only a tool that you can use only once. There has to be some incidence and some long-term use of internet. So, Rogelio, you have the floor. Thank you so much, Veronica, and thanks for the invitation to participate on this summit, which is quite an important forum on internet. and specifically on the topics that we are going to discuss. Thanks, Isabel, again for your introduction regarding open government and how it works, because we may hear a lot of things about open government, but many times we don't stop to really understand or conceptualize all the phrases that we hear all over the place. So I'd like to divide my presentation in two. First of all, I'm going to talk about the objectives for the millennium. And then I'm going to talk about corruption, as you said before, Veronica. So regarding the Millennium Objectives, well, we can say that we have reached unprecedented agreement among the different nations. We know that there have been some political disagreements, but they have been accepted. So the UN in the summit in 2015 has reviewed the proposals to make them long-term and to enlarge their scope. So these objectives have to include the public policies of the countries and develop horizontal models to enable the civic society to redefine the state pathways.
They go beyond the ideological crisis in many of the countries of the world. The multilateral perspective includes three axes: reduce poverty, reduce inequality, fight against climate change. Those are the suggestions made by the SDGs of the 2030 agenda. The SDGs became effective in 2016, and 5 years later, and after a pandemic, we could reflect on them. In order to understand the essence of these objectives, it's important to remember that sustainable development is development that is able to satisfy the present needs without compromising the ability of future generations to cover their own needs. This involves to power strategies to promote growth, social inclusion, and environment protection. And that is why we are here in this debate. So we need to see how we are going to have this social inclusion, how we will include the digital part, and how are we going to work in this COVID-19 world. For the SDGs, we need peaceful, just, and inclusive societies, and that is the ideal of any society in the current world. We need to have effective public institutions that provide education, quality health care, and also we need just economic policies that take care of the environment. The SDG number 10 that talks about reducing inequality is one of that is most affected in the context of the pandemic. The COVID-19 has affected current societies, and especially the most vulnerable groups. It has led to bigger economic inequalities, and the vulnerable communities are suffering the worst consequences of the crisis. And we can talk now about Latin America, because we've seen and we are observing now how the COVID-19 is affecting all the communities in the region. At the same time, social inequalities and political and economic inequalities have amplified the effects of the pandemic. When it comes to the economy, the COVID-19 pandemic has increased significantly global unemployment and has cut the income of employees. Regarding SDG number 9 that talks about industry and infrastructure, the growth of the manufacturing sector has diminished significantly even before the pandemic. The pandemic is affecting especially those manufacturers and is creating changes in supply chain and product supply. Technological innovation is key to discover or to identify durable solutions for the current challenges. For example, everything that has to do with an increase in resources, especially everything that has to do with R&D as a percentage of the GDPs, increased 1.5% to 1.7% in 2015, and it has remained at the same level in 2017. However, in the region, that development represented only 1%. Regarding communication infrastructure, over half of the population in the world is connected, and the global population is within a mobile connectivity network. By 2019, 96% of the global population was connected to the internet somehow. However, there are still a high number of people without access to internet and that are also digitally illiterate. That's why we need to work to reduce this digital divide. Also, ICTs have been included in the first line of response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The crisis has accelerated the digitalization of several services and also video conferencing in schools and work, and also to the access to basic services like health and education. The pandemic is modeling the way we work, and we are connecting and going to schools in a different way. But now more than ever is more necessary. We need to reduce the digital divide for all those who have no access to internet and cannot have access to digital education or to digital employment, and also to digital health. The report titled 2020 Financing for Development gives options in order to maximize the potential of technologies. After the acute crisis phase of the COVID-19 is finishing in some regions and is increasing in another, governments need to improve their infrastructure in order to accelerate economic recovery and to create jobs and to promote production. The World Bank estimates that developing countries require 4.5% of their GDP to achieve sustainable growth and in order to reduce the global warming. We are in the middle of a health crisis, and we are also facing a global warming crisis that we need to address. The coronavirus pandemic also has shown the need for resilient infrastructure. The region's infrastructure is far away from being adequate in several countries. In spite of the quick economic growth and the development of the region in the past decade, the Asia Pacific Economic Institute says that in order to be resilient to disasters and climate change, an investment of 400 billion every year will be required. And this investment should be higher in some regions, for example, in the Pacific Island states. Also, the pandemic has shown one of the most important dangers in the world, that is corruption. For the OAS Secretary General, Luis Almagro, the phenomenon of corruption is inadmissible and is one of the diseases that most damages societies. And that's why I think that this definition is incredible, because without doubt, this is a disease that destroys institutions, erodes social cohesion, and also ruins families and also ruins the state. Also, those who should be the most important beneficiaries of state welfare, the citizens, are damaged. The costs of corruption are huge. Around $1 trillion are paid in briberies every year. And according to the World Bank, $1.1 billion were used to finance crimes in Africa. According to the global report of the financial integrity, those were the figures. Because of some corruption scandals like the one in Odebrecht in Brazil and other scandals of corruption in Latin America, showed us how economic and political systems, if they lack controls of institutions and they lack the tools that are required for accountability, or if they lack the adequate legal system and they lack the right institutions, they are unable to develop. One of the lessons of these scandals is that corruption goes beyond borders, and in order to combat effectively corruption, it is necessary to collaborate bilaterally between countries. In order to conclude, I would like to talk about the new political and economic world agenda. Because beyond working on COVID-19 responses and apart from working on digitalization, we need to work also on how the world should address other challenges, like the one of having hospitals that cover most of the basic needs, and also these hospitals should be able to cover all their needs through public purchases and through open government tools, as Isabel mentioned before. And also we need to see how we are able to combat corruption and impunity in this context. Thank you. Thank you, Rogelio. Now we will listen to Carlos, because he will now talk about the purchases of tools. Carlos, I think that you have more experience in that. Carlos, I will give you the floor. Thank you, Veronica. Good afternoon to all of those who are listening to us. Thank you to the Open Government Partnership and the Accountability Lab. Here in Chile, from the Fiscal Spending Observatory, we are trying to work to make all the government spending transparent, especially when it comes to the pandemic. We are trying to promote transparency standards that are demanded by citizens. And we need to accept as a society that in this new stage that has started with the COVID-19 pandemic, the Economic Forum, the World Economic Forum, and from Global Changers, we are promoting what is called as a new start. And for sustainable cooperation, we need to combat corruption and to promote transparency. This is key for us. In this regard, I would like to show you some of the portals that we've been using recently in Chile to make government spending in our country visible. And we want this to be an example for what can be done in other parts of Latin America and of the world. In our observatory, we are trying to make visible all the POs, all the purchases, all the suppliers, and also we are trying to see what is the market participation or the market share in the middle of the pandemic. For example, if we pay attention to the purchase modes, we will be able to see in detail that from the very beginning of this year, the different purchases or the purchase modes that have been used in order, or the procurement modes that have been used in the middle of the pandemic. Because of the urgency of this pandemic, most of the public procurement contracts have been direct, and this means that this is a purchase that is quick, that does not require many paperwork or much paperwork, and that is done through a supplier that has experience in the sector. Now we start to use other methodologies like agile procurement orders, and we also have some traditional bids, though they've been the number of them has been lower. We've used different communication methods so that journalists and other civil society organizations are able to know what is happening with government spending through our platform. This is a platform that is updated every day, where everyone can learn about the products that we are purchasing, who the main suppliers and buyers have been. And what we want to do is to show civil society organizations that civil society organizations are monitoring public institutions, and we've seen and identified some irregularities, and we've been able to issue some releases, we've been able to talk to the press, and we've been able to share this information with Congress representatives. So there is some measures that are taken regarding government spending in the middle of the pandemic. I want to invite all of you to visit this website, to explore it. And I also want to invite you to learn about our portal in the Fiscal or Government Spending Observatory. And here we just analyze open data, and also we want people to be advocates and to learn about government spending in Chile, what we are monitoring and what is not being complied with. And also we want to see how we can improve transparency. Another important aspect that we've been dealing with, especially in the observatory, but also from other civil society organizations, is a discussion regarding digital inclusion. And I would like to share with you an article that we prepared at the beginning of the pandemic in April. It is an article that provides some analysis regarding the situation regarding digital inequality in Latin America.
So this is a study that has been carried out by the Development Bank in Latin America, and there are some very important findings here. So I really recommend you to have a look at this article, because when we talk about digital inclusion challenges, of course, this entails gaps and inequalities. And generally speaking, in this article, the emphasis and the focus is that even though as part of the pandemic, most people are working remotely, unfortunately, a bit more than half of Latin American people have access to internet, and only that half that has access to internet, out of them, only 30% is able to work on internet beyond social media or using their email. So that is why, as part of this discussion, when we talk about open government and closing digital gaps, it's also important to address this topic, because we have to think ahead, we have to think of the SDGs, and we have to consider the world that we are going to develop as youth, and we need to discuss how we are going to reduce inequalities in our region. And at the same time, I think that it's important to open a discussion here and to get to know really what's going on with public resources. We don't want to have a region that promotes corruption. We don't want to live in a region without having open data. If we are going to implement the open data and open government initiatives seriously, we have to provide people with results. First, we need to monitor, and then we need to propose to change, to transform this reality. So, well, this is all I have, Veronica, and if there are any questions, it would be a pleasure to address them. Again, thanks to everybody. Okay, thanks so much, Carlos, for your explanation. It's been a brief but very accurate and thorough explanation of the digital tools landscape and, well, what you are doing very well in Chile. And also, you've been able to explain the digital inclusion challenges, not only related to access to internet, but also enabling civil societies to use internet to do things more than social media or email use. So I think that, well, precisely, people have to be able to use these digital tools for a common goal. And Carlos, I do have a question for you. With that data generated at the observatory, do you carry out workshops or any kind of shops so that the civil society, which is not so engaged up to now, can kind of do some activism with that information, or how do you socialize that information? Well, in Chile, open data is making a lot of progress. There are a lot of institutions that are publishing their information using open data. We still have a long path to walk, but we've made a great progress. Our main challenge is that not everybody knows how to use that information. Unfortunately, not everybody has the technical skills to take this CSV format template or an Excel sheet and work on it. So in that sense, what we generally do is every time a new study is carried out, we try to reach out to journalists and people from the media so that they can understand what are the outcomes, the results of the open data regarding public spending, specifically in Chile, and the journalists are our best allies for this information, which can be quite complex at the beginning to be understood by the rest of the citizens. Also, we are all the time exchanging information with other civil organizations in the region from Argentina, Colombia, Mexico, Costa Rica, Panama, Venezuela as well. So the idea is to get in contact with them to exchange our good practices, our experiences, and I really hope that more and more people and civil organizations in the region also start doing the job that we are doing. And what's important also is that this is something that has to be hacked. And let me explain myself. I think that we have to change the stakeholders that work on it. As a young person, personally, I would like to see more young people involved and engaged, analyzing and assessing data, more women, more indigenous people and African descendant people engaged and involved in these topics, because this diversity of the civil society is key. The idea is to make public information transparent. And to that end, we need a diversity of people. So I think that a democratic culture and a deepening on well-being is what we need in our region. And we need diversity to do so. Thanks, Carlo. We have a question from Karen. So what should be communicated about open government to be included in the agenda? That is to say, what should be conveyed for those people that are not engaged in this topic right now? So I don't know, Rogelio, would you like to elaborate on that? Well, I think that the best person to answer this question would be Isabel, but of course I can give you some ideas. But I don't know if we still have Isabel on the line. I'm not sure. Okay, anyway, I think that what has to be conveyed about open government and included also in the public agenda, because, well, something that Carlos has mentioned and that we mentioned as well when we were preparing for this presentation, is that open government is not as complex as it may sound. And also, the citizens that do not have access or are not familiar or acquainted with this topic, they may hear about open government because this is communicated in the media, but this is something like strange for most people. So I think that we should better communicate how open government is a tool for all citizens and, well, a tool on which the civil society has been working during the last years to improve the well-being of citizens. As Carlos was showing the great initiative that they have in Chile, the idea is to have all of these tools available in a public way. It is already public because the government has made this information public, but the idea is to reach out to the youth and to the elder people with this information, to reach out to all of the society in a simple and safe manner. in a way understandable by everybody. So I think that this is key, and we have to be able to convey that the open government tools are not difficult or technical things, but rather any public institution should start implementing these tools, and they should already be included in the regulations. Okay, thank you, Rogelio, for your answer. We are running out of time. We only have 7 minutes. So if the panelists would like to share their social media, their Twitter address, that would be great for everybody to have access to them. Well, the summit will be over today, but anyway, you can still post information on Twitter with the hashtag YouthPower. And please remember to tag OpenGov and Accountability Lab. Yes, and Veronica, I'd like to add something to Karen's question. So, Karen, I don't know where you're from, but as part of my experience in Chile and some other countries in Latin America, something which is important for the open government to be part of the public agenda is to be able to convey this message not only to the citizenship, which is the main target of open government, but also to convey the message of open government to public officers and politicians. I think it's key for the political administration in our countries to know what open government is about, because unfortunately there is a significant information gap in that regard. So open government seems to be a topic to be handled by young people that are interested in politics, but it doesn't seem to be something handled by the general population, the general youth, or the politicians. And I believe that we have quite an important job to do. We have to tap into campaign eras to talk about this, because during that period, people may be more willing to listen to us. So I think that the success in this case is for everybody to talk about this. For example, when we talk about climate change, we have been talking about this since the 70s. But the thing is that nowadays, everybody is really talking about this. And I'm not saying that we'll have to wait for 30 or 40 years to have accountability in our region, but the win-win situation in this case would be for all of the public arenas, independently of whether they are the official government or not, to be acquainted with this topic. Okay, thank you so much. We do have a comment that says, how can we invite the OAS to give a presentation about this topic? So this question is for you, Rogelio, and also we have a comment from Alonso Rivera about how to recognize internet connectivity as a human right, because it allows us to close certain gaps. Well, regarding the invitation to the OAS, this is quite simple. You can just contact me and we can work jointly on that invitation. My Twitter is at Rogelio Cantoral and my email is rcantoral@s.ong, so we can work on this. Okay, and regarding connectivity as a human right, what can you say about that? Well, connectivity, and specifically under this pandemic, it has been shown that it has to be a human right, because public health has moved to the digital tools. So the questions from people at home, elder people, and most vulnerable people have to be done using digital tools. If you want to book some food, you have to use also a digital tool. And also, if people do not have the opportunity to be connected, then the rights to survive a pandemic like this are violated. So it is as simple as that. The idea is to have an opportunity to overcome this pandemic. And well, I do think that connectivity is a human right, no doubt about it. Okay, thank you. And just as a closure, please, the panelists could include your Twitter addresses and email addresses on the chat function. That would be great because we don't want this session to end here. We want to generate a community. We do have a lot of questions raised by the audience, but anyway, we can also make a Facebook group to create different trainings and exchange information on open government. But please, I would ask the panelists to include the social media addresses on the chat. Also, there are some ancillary activities, which is the participant map. We also have the participants matching program and also the social media challenge where you can upload a short video to show what your governments are doing to support youth over the pandemic. And finally, let me share with you the results of the poll that we started at the beginning. So I'm going to share my screen. So before we close, I'd like to share these results with you. And this is the code as well to access. Well, I don't remember the code exactly. 34. Yeah, 34810664. Okay. So here it is. Now it seems that I can't show you the results, but I can see them on my screen. Okay, so tell us about it, please. Okay, so those were 2 questions. And the first one, the answer is a lot. And the second one, regarding whether you have used open data, most people said no, they have not worked with open data. So I think it's a great opportunity to check these results and to create some training courses for the community. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, so we have to close here. Please remember to follow us on social media, and thank you again.
¿De dónde son?
The cooperation among hubs could make a difference in shaping projects locally, but that have a national impact.
What we're doing is we're trying to engage our shaper communities from around the world to take action on climate.
We want more people based in China
Imagine a group of very dynamic young people who are always thinking, how do we need to improve the world? How can we be the voice of our generation?
The Global Shapers community is a global network of inspiring young people addressing local and global challenges. We believe in a world where young people are central to solution building, policy making, and lasting change.
Shapers, they're not only incredibly capable individuals, but they're ambitious. They want to be a part of something that matters, that has meaning, that has purpose, and that has impact.
And a lot of the projects that we're working on are really scalable, like including citizen engagement, sustainable development, human rights, education.
There is a large population in Delhi which does not have access to food. We are connecting caterers or restaurants who want to supply food for people who are in need to NGOs or organizations who run shelters for homeless people or underprivileged people in urban slums, for instance, in the city. And we actually hope that we can pick up an area in Delhi which we can make completely hunger-free.
We wanted to start identifying actual social business projects that exist in Tunisia. So who is doing social entrepreneurship and actually having an impact? We met the therapeutic farm for handicapped people. They're serving 70 handicapped people, and they provide them with a community and an open space to feel accepted and to give them different professional trainings. Our goal is to help them become sustainable.
The Global Shapers community has two objectives. One, enable the young people to self-organize for impact. Two, ensure the voice of young people is present anywhere the agenda is shaped.
The forum is bringing us all together and creating this momentum for us to actually make things happen.
All the curators of all the hubs come together. They are really open and eager to learn
being able to meet with our leaders, being able to be a part of policy making is really, really important to me because it really means that we are owning the future and we're taking it into our hands.
You need three things to be a global shaper. You need to be in your 20s when you apply or are nominated. You need the right combination of your potential and your achievements. And you must commit to work with your peers to improve the state of your community. And if you have these things, please join us.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Bridging the Cyber Skills Gap, brought to you by the Global Shapers Montreal community. In today's interactive workshop, we'll be walking you through how to transition your non-IT skills from any education discipline, whether it's health, education, English literature, political science, business, or engineering, to the exciting and dynamic cybersecurity field. I'm joined today by my wonderful team members from the Global Shapers Montreal team. You can see who we are by all of our coordinated backgrounds, so we're easy to spot, and we'll be leading you through interactive breakout sessions to talk about some of those skills mappings. I think next slide, please. I think before we start, I would like to turn your attention to just some housekeeping rules. Feel free to interact with us throughout the chat function. Everyone is bilingual, nous sommes bilingues en français et anglais, donc vous pouvez poser des questions en français si vous voulez. We're also really excited to offer live interpretation. Donc, vous pouvez accéder à cette traduction en direct en lisant les instructions dans le chat. Para interpretación en vivo, por favor, seguir las instrucciones en el chat. Perfect. So I think those are the housekeepings. Now, to make our facilitators and our lovely coordinators' jobs easier from Accountability Lab, we're going to be walking you through how we're going to be building out the breakout sessions. So if you see the next slide, the session will be broken into 4 different breakout sessions. The first one will be political science. The second one will be focused on business and education, so biz ed. The third one will be focused on English literature and engineering. And the last one, but certainly not least, is health studies, something that's very topical to what we're all going through today. So if there's a particular breakout session that aligns with what you're studying or what you're interested in studying, please help us by putting the purple names in the beginning of your name. And then my colleague Mithula is actually pasting in the chat right now instructions of how you can change your name in the Zoom function. So do choose the breakout session you would like to be aligned to. If you're interested by all of them, that's fantastic, and we'll randomly assign you. But we'll see you in those breakout sessions in about 10 to 15 minutes. So now that we've got all the housekeeping out of the way, let's get started. So I want to really commence by saying that today's agenda is that we're going to be starting with a brief look at who we are. Who are these global shapers with the coordinated purple and blue backgrounds? What is this inclusive cyber project that we are leading? And then why is cybersecurity important? Why is it a meaningful and purposeful career that more of us should think about transitioning into? Then we'll break out into really what you came here for, which are the skills mapping sessions, the breakouts with our lovely facilitators, where they'll be walking you through very concretely how you can make that career transition, how it's not just a possibility, but it's really something well within reach. And then we'll close the session by looking ahead at some next steps that we can together take on board. So with that, I'm going to start with a land acknowledgement that all of us from the Global Shapers Montreal, the speakers and facilitators, were dialing in from the traditional territory of the Kanagihaga. The Kanagihaga Nation is recognized as the custodians of the lands and waters of which the Montreal Hub is located, and today it is home to a diverse population of First Indigenous and other peoples. So just something that we want everyone to be very cognizant and mindful of. If you can flip to the next slide. So who are we? Who are the Global Shapers? We are an initiative born out of the World Economic Forum. You may have dialed in a little bit earlier and got a chance to see some of the promotional videos from the Global Shapers. So the Montreal Hub is one community of the Global Shapers community. We are a network of young leaders working together to address local, regional, and global challenges. We are over 10,000 members globally, spanning over 400 cities. So you can imagine the reach and the level that we can scale up a lot of our project. It's truly so inspiring to be able to work with such an amazing network of young people around the world. And we're equally excited to work with all of you here today to address an issue that's very close to all of our hearts. So as you can see on my next slide, the project that we are championing is called Inclusive Cyber Talent. And it's all about being committed to solving the lack of educational diversity within the global cyber talent pipeline. If we look at statistics, there is, anywhere between 2 to 3 million global cyber talent gap, but 70% of global cyber talent is sourced from an IT background. And this artificially limits who can enter the field and disproportionately affects vulnerable populations, namely women, newcomers, immigrants who are left behind in the IT field to begin with. So we want to change that. And our solution is a skills mapping framework that maps existing non-IT skills from any education discipline, and we translate them to best matched cybersecurity roles. And that's exactly what you'll have a chance to take a look at later on in our breakout sessions. So with this, we would like to ask you a question, which is, what comes to mind when you think of cybersecurity? How is cybersecurity portrayed in Hollywood, in movies, in the mainstream media? What do you think of? And I'll invite my fellow global shaper, Felicia, to tell you a bit more about why cybersecurity is important in open government.
Thank you, Kathy. Good afternoon. I'm Felicia Sangare. I am the curator of the Global Shaper Hub in Montreal. And please feel free to put your answer about what you think of cyber in the chat. So I want to start by saying that on the basis that cyber is a public good, it is then a right for everyone. Everyone should have the right to have access to cybersecurity, period. Moreover, nowadays, with the COVID pandemic, everything have been accelerated, and the digitalization of public service have been accelerated right now. So what does that mean? It means that cybersecurity stature and importance as a public good is more relevant than ever. We have talked about open data throughout this summit. I think since yesterday you have been talking about open data, the importance of access having access to the open data, but that also means that there is a need for us to be able to trust and the security of our data online. So a lot of people, when we talk about cybersecurity, actually think of it as a risk to be managed, but it is actually an opportunity for societal progress and innovation. And this is why we believe that cybersecurity is at the center of the future of work. And with the digital revolution, we need more diverse cyber professionals with a diverse background to share responsibility of building cyber as a public good. So we, the Global Shaper, truly believe that today young cyber professionals, so you today, have the skills to become the leaders of tomorrow. So without further ado, I will let my colleague Antoine, that will give you an overview for you to better understand why cybersecurity is a meaningful and purposeful career. So thank you. Antoine, you can take over.
Thank you so much, Felicia. Before maybe I start on next slide, I put a question for everyone that I would like to have the answer in the chat. What are different cyber security jobs that you have heard of? Maybe we can put the next slide so it will be easier. Yes. I will let you answer as I start talking about 6 roles that I take for you on the next slide. Thank you very much. So I very much like to present different roles that you maybe not heard of. So it will help you to figure out how you can transitionate from non-IT to a cyber role. The first one is maybe the most popular. It's the traditional picture of an hacker in a hoodie hunched over a computer, trying to hack the Pentagon in a dark room. It's very stereotyped, but it gives you the idea. Their work, pen testers, is to, as an example, find vulnerabilities to protect user. Their typical job is to segment a secure zone before a real hacker can do it with big organization, can be Fortune 500, can be also government. They try to access sensitive data without being detected. And despite what we might think, to occupy that kind of position, candidate must have very important ethical side and an impeccable record before of the law. A second role that we can see in cyber is a privacy officer. Their role is to ensure compliance over different stakeholders. So they will do guidance, advice in order to minimize risk related to data and privacy, but also over the law. So their role is to ensure compliance in front of department in order to identify risk, implement control, monitor and report, and last but surely advise business leader about those rules. So it takes someone that clearly understand the law, regulation specific to our organization industries, but as well in the countries there's doing business in. And which, by the way, if you listen carefully at what I said, there's no IT skills in it, which is really interesting. A third one is cybercrime investigator. So a computer crime investigator will play a critical role into keeping safe and fighting a cyber criminal. Example of crime may include illegal downloading, crime against children, badly, identifying a thief, harassing email. And I'm pretty sure that everyone on the line one day receive an email from someone overseas offering to share a large sum of money in exchange of their banking information. So yes, it's happened, and it takes someone to stop them. So a computer crime investigator can find work in any kind of organization, can be government offices, local, state, federal, accounting firm, law firm, bank, software development companies, which there's a lot to do. Also, there's the cyber program manager. It's really management leadership role, and I'll talk a bit about it in my breakout later. So I'll make myself some promotion. Security project manager work in project team overseeing the development of security system. They coordinate the security project to its progressive stage with the goal is to the project completion within a specific time, budget, risk, constraint. So a project manager came from a business background, sales, or can be anyone with leadership skills, and can start, let's say, at a low level and can evaluate from a bigger to bigger project. The other role that I will very much like to speak about is cyber threat intel analysts. Their role is to help us make decisions, identify, address potential vulnerabilities in day-to-day operation. They allow IT professionals to take those decisions with metrics. So in fact, they help organizations to strategically shape and guide the organization to protect its people, their assets, their data. So communication is really important. Writing skills, it's crucial to their success as they need to document, find and prepare, deliver, report, and put all the information together in order to convince their superior. And last but not least, there's opportunity to do cyber training and make them, let's say, having more awareness. So it's more from the education side. Cyber trainer and educator develop plans, coordinate, evaluate cyber courses, method, technique based on instructional needs. They can also specialize themselves in training, certification, and being a coach of a security team. There's so much things that I could share with you at the moment, but I think that we will lack of time. But one thing that I want you to maybe just remember is that you can specialize yourself in so many things. Can be cyber recruitment, cyber business analyst, cyber change management, data administration. I'm pretty sure that the industries that you work in can have very interesting skills that you can use in order to transitionate and work in cyber. So I'll let Cathy maybe talk a bit about the breakout.
Perfect. Merci, Antoine. I think that was the perfect transition we needed to go into the breakout sessions. Hopefully we have helped you become excited about these different cybersecurity roles, start to think about where you can see yourself playing more of a role in. So with the breakout sessions, we put the instructions earlier on, but I think Mithula will repaste the instructions in just now. So we'll be split into 4 different groups. If you can go to the next slide, please, just to kind of show you who is going to be in which breakout. So we start with political science. Leisha and myself will walk you through how a political science student can transition their skills to cybersecurity. And Antoine, we just heard a bit about, is going to talk about his business background and how he was able to transition that to his work in IT right now. Mithula, who is a teacher at a secondary school, will walk you through how we can transition from education to cybersecurity. Then Amar and Hannah will have 2 very, very divergent education backgrounds to talk about together. One is English literature, but one is engineering. And they will show you how they're a lot more similar than you think, especially when it comes to cyber. And last but certainly not least, very topical to what we're all living through today and for the past few months, Paula will talk about why it's more important than ever that health professionals start to think about cybersecurity. So hopefully you've chosen your breakout sessions now, because we'll break out into them for about 20 minutes, and then we'll come back all together to talk about next steps. So Jean, let us know. Oh, perfect. I think it's already popping up on your screen. So do join your breakouts, and we'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Because I'm screen sharing, I can't see. Have we got a good number of people joining the room now?
We're currently at 6, so 2 of us and then 4 more.
Cool. Give it another 30 seconds or so.
Yep.
This will be the session that is being interpreted. So if you do not want to hear us speaking English and would like to instead listen to French or Spanish, you can do so through Interprify. The details as were shared in the main session. Cool. So welcome everyone. We're so excited to have you here with us today. My name is Hannah. I'm a Montreal Global Shaper, and I'm the Education Project Lead on the Inclusive Cyber Talent Project. I'm going to speak to you for a bit before I hand over to our lovely Omar, who is a cybersecurity engineer at an e-commerce platform with a background in engineering. So we'll hear more from him later, but I'll start with my introduction. So I studied English literature at Queen Mary, University of London, but even during my studies, I was working in emerging technology startups. So I've developed AI, I've done PR for blockchain, I've done copywriting for VR startups, just to sort of name a few. I'm currently working in a communications role at a Canadian charity called Kids Code Jeunesse. We teach children about AI, coding, digital citizenship, all through the lens of the Sustainable Development Goals. So while we're getting started, I'd love it if everyone could sort of like type their name and their education background in the chat, just so we know who we're talking to. So I'm going to jump into it now, but if you want to sort of post any questions you have in the chat as we go, there may be some time at the end for myself and Omar to answer them. So in this breakout session, we're going to walk you through 2 examples of our cyber skills mapping framework, which showcase how anyone from any background can transition into cybersecurity. And yes, I really do mean anyone. So whether you're in finance, fine arts, industrial engineering, you really already have the skills to make the cyber secure change. So we're really, with this project, we're trying to combat the common misconception that you need a technical background to work in cyber. So Antoine did a great job in the main room just now, highlighting the diversity of cybersecurity roles from education to governance. But in this session, we're going to go a bit deeper on some actual positions that you can transition to from your academic background. So sort of our two key takeaways will be, one, you can recognize that the skills you already have are relevant to cyber. And two, we're going to help you communicate how those skills are transferable to school or future employers so you can make that career switch. So how does this framework work? Well, our skills mapping frameworks have been created and validated by people of the specific academic discipline who've identified which skills from their degree, like my English degree, can be applied to cybersecurity jobs based on the requirements that you will see in actual job ads. So here I've got my first English literature example on the screen. It's been created by me as an English literature grad. So you can see how one role in particular can be relevant to students with an English or a more general humanities background, and we have so many more in this toolkit. So in the left column, you can see the threat exploitation analyst, that's the role. In the middle, we've got self-reported English skills, which are transferable to cybersecurity and in particular to this role. And then on the right, we've got how these skills benchmark to the NICE Cyber Workforce Framework, which is a global standard for cyber knowledge and skills. Oops. So some of the skills I've included here are sort of information intake, information processing. In English, you're really reading critical theories and the history or political context, and then you're applying them to works of literature, which is a form of communicating complex information and concepts in a well-organized manner. I've put in creativity. So that is one of the most sought after 21st century skills. And also research, which sort of tracks against being able to accurately and completely source data used in intelligence, especially in assessing threats or planning products. There's also, I've put awareness of the power of language to influence and the ability to assess the politics of which stories we hear or we do not hear. Now, this maps to being able to develop or recommend analytical approaches or solutions to problems, or maybe you don't have the full picture. And this is especially important for a threat analyst who's really on the front lines. Now, we've also got a cybercrime investigator. So you've got critical thinking, identifying patterns, thinking analytically. It's all super important to be able to assess the situation or the cybercrime scene and prioritize investigative leads. So with English, these are skills are just so transferable. You can see how they map up to sort of knowledge of covert communication techniques, behaviors, knowledge of behaviors that may indicate suspicious activity, and so on. The key that many of this knowledge can be learned using the skills you already have. And of course, there's also presentation skills like argumentative essays, like the actual writing that most people do in their degrees. So in this cyber role, being able to synthesize your research and put forward a compelling case is so important. And for both these roles, I would sort of add empathy. So when I personally landed my first job in an AI startup, we were creating a marketing service where you text a question, the AI would answer, and about cars that we were advertising. Now, I was the first woman to be hired onto this team, which was quite homogenous, and immediately I broke the AI by asking questions about the safety of the cars. So when the product went live, safety was one of the most popular questions people were actually asking about. So I think it's important to remember that like you bring so much value by being your unique self, especially in an area where maybe you are the minority. So yeah, with these English literature profiles, you can see how these skills from English or humanities sort of backgrounds can be applied to a cybersecurity role. And when you're applying for jobs, it's really about framing and presentation and how you communicate those skills. So I hope this has been useful. I'll hand over to Omar to give you a bit of a different flavor.
Thank you, Hannah, for the amazing content and the introduction. My name is Omar Khan. I'm also part of the Montreal Global Shaper. In the past, I have an academic background in cybersecurity, and I'm currently holding a Master's of Engineering from Concordia University. During my 9 to 5 Mondays to Friday, I work in the e-commerce and fashion world, and I help make sure that the systems we have is secure against malicious individuals. Similar to what Hannah talked about, I will be walking you through the skills that you can leverage if your academic background is in industrial engineering. Something we have seen in the past and in the recent past is that there's a boom in IT of IoT systems, which are Internet of Things. You might not know, but we currently have IoT all around us. In my room, I have Google Home. In my living room, I have an Alexa smart speaker and a smart TV, and they're all part of the IoT. But did you know that the IoTs have existed long before smart TVs came and the smart speakers came? Almost all industrial engineering systems are IoTs. They're all connected to the internet, and their systems such as data capturing systems or testing systems and so on. And as all these systems are connected to the internet, they need to be protected. When I first Googled industrial engineering career paths, what I got in return was jobs such as business analyst, process engineers, demand planner, and so on. There was nowhere any remote mention that an industrial engineering academia could lead you to cybersecurity. So today we are showcasing you 2 tangible job roles in cybersecurity which you can undertake. The first one being is system admin. If you take a look at the skills, you will realize that there are skills which you might already possess. What we have done here is we have mapped them to the industry standards set out by NIST, the National Institute of Standard and Technology, which is widely accepted and respected in the cyberspace, and we've taken that framework to map the skills. Just having these 7 self-reported core skills on the left, you could land a job in cybersecurity as a system administrator. If we take a look at the skills on the side, which we've matched to the NIST framework, you see we have comprehensive assessment. As Hannah mentioned before, there are instances where you do need to dive deeper and dig deeper, and this could help you in becoming a system admin. Risk management is one of the biggest things and a biggest concern of system administrators when they're working in cybersecurity. The reason for this is you need to know how much exposure your organization currently has to make sure that you don't fall to the prey of attackers and malicious persons. Similar to that, you need to have knowledge of IT architecture, which is a directly transferable skill from industrial engineering. You have system admin concepts, and you have system engineering theories, concepts, and methods, which again is directly transferable from industrial engineering as a skill. If we move on to a bit further down your career path, and if you choose to move from industrial engineering or leverage your skill from your industrial engineering background, then you could also choose to become a cyber program manager or a project manager. We will again take a look at the skills which we have mapped from industrial engineering to the NIST skill mapping. So we see that there is knowledge of industry standards. So this is one of the most important skills to have. You need to stay up to date with the compliance initiatives that different countries are coming out with. A really good example of this is the GDPR. It is the world's biggest privacy regulation, and being up to date with that helps your company avoid unnecessary fines for breaching the privacy space. Other things and other skills include market research. This will help you make sure that you're sure of the incoming threats, what tools there are, and how you can evaluate them and then use them to prevent these threats from ever affecting your organization. We can also see that there's a skill talking about system lifecycle. The reason why this is a top skill is because we need to know what systems in the cybersecurity space are end of life. When a system is considered end of life, that means that there is no support left for them. And this could be a risk to operations, as if they break down, there could be a stoppage and there could be a risk of availability of the system. Similarly, there's supply chain risk, which we can use and which we are actively using for the agile methodology. We make sure that we take a look at the software development lifecycle, and we ensure that the privacy and security is taken at the very start of the program. And the last skill that we talk about is audits and review. It is a key component of the job. We have to make sure what systems are compliant right now and what systems need to be remediated. This not only helps us ensure that the customers can trust us, but it also helps us make sure that there's no breaches in the future. I'll be giving the mic back to Hannah, and maybe we can read some questions if you have any in the chat and answer them with you.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Omar. So now you might be wondering sort of what to do with this information. How can you use these skills mapping? So whether you're a student or you're applying for a job, you can use this standardized language to highlight the skills on your CV, on your LinkedIn, on your cover letters. You can use it in interviews. You can also use it to begin to show how your non-IT background is actually a skill in itself and use that diversity to stand out. So we hope this helps with your employability and inspires you to find new and meaningful career paths that you might not have known about. And on a sort of macro level, we can use these mappings to drive easy for me to say, transformational sector-wide cultural change around how people think about cyber in academia, in our communities, and in industry. So we'll speak to that a bit more when we go back to the main session, but we just kind of want to highlight that this is a really achievable switch. So Kathy, who's leading the main session, she transitioned from a non-technical and non-traditional public policy background into cybersecurity. When we recently ran an International Women's Day event called Cyber Women, and we've had a number of attendees have transitioned. One moved from accounting into cybersecurity, someone else moved from tourism into cybersecurity, and there are a lot of roles in cybersecurity. And as a fourth industrial revolution industry, it's really just set to keep growing. So before we go back to the main session, does anyone have any questions about the framework, about cyber? We'd love to answer them for you.
Absolutely, and something which we've seen as a shift in the industry to what Hannah was saying, just to complement on that, is us as organizations are now taking a second look at the way we're posting jobs. We don't make it necessary now, or we don't make it mandatory now that we put a bachelor's degree or a master's degree in cybersecurity or IT as a background. We're opening ourselves to this because we know, again, not just that there's a shortage in the industry for cybersecurity experts and analysts, but also because creativity, as Hannah mentioned, is one of the most important sought after skills, and that can be only brought if we open the doors up for everyone.
In fact, recently there was a job that I saw advertised on LinkedIn. I can't remember who from, but it was a cybersecurity, I believe it was an analyst role, explicitly looking for people with history and poli-sci backgrounds. So it's really, people are listening to the fact that this is super necessary. I've just seen we've got, we had our 5-minute warning. So we've got 5 minutes for questions, for a bit of interaction. I believe I will stop sharing my screen. We will be sharing the further resources after the session. So we'll be able to send you what we have. But yeah, I think in this session, you can unmute your mic if you would like to pipe up and ask anything. This is really sort of a space for discussion. Otherwise, I could speak. Well, maybe people are formulating and can speak to a bit of sort of how this project we started just as people coming together to talk about the skills we had, really did some work to map all of these different skills, and now we really are trying to scale it. So I personally am working with a number of different groups at universities to try and run events like this, so we can really tailor and show sort of people in engineering, people in business, how cyber can be a potential route for them. And we think it's so important working with young people because the world is your oyster. There's so many opportunities, and this is really a space that's just going to keep growing, especially now we're seeing with COVID. We're all moving our lives online, and it's so important to ensure that these are incredibly secure spaces. We've just seen a message from Laura asking if we have any success stories of people transitioning to cyber and what would be our recommendations to give a first step. Thank you, Laura. That's a really good question. It's one we get a lot. So when we go back to the main room, Omar will actually be giving some further tips on how to get started. I cannot, due to privacy, I cannot speak too much to some individual stories, but there are definitely people there was one woman, a registered accountant, who attended our event, just was so intrigued by cyber, applied for a sort of I believe as an entry-level role, and so sort of was brought in as a sort of cohort where everyone got trained together. So sometimes I heard from a Google engineer once that there's something that everyone at Google has in common. One particular thing that every single person who works at Google has in common, and that is that they applied for the job at Google. So sometimes it can be daunting, and I believe Kathy may touch on this. When she applied for her first cybersecurity role, she only met 20% of the criteria, but she applied. So sometimes just putting your hat in the ring is an incredibly powerful first step. I'm not sure if you want to sort of add anything in our final minutes.
No, absolutely. So I have experienced stories of people transitioning into cybersecurity, but what is more inspiring to me is because I'm in cybersecurity from the start, my sisters would always take interest in how I would do some web application testing or something. I just sit on a random website and try to find bugs for them. And there have been cases in which I was sitting with my sisters and they would find the bug before I could, just because they just sat with me and they were looking at what I was doing. And again, it's just inspiring to see that, okay, even if they're not from a technology background or engineering background, they had a different opinion and a different view of taking that bug, and they found it quicker than I could, even though I have about, 5 years of experience with academia and cybersecurity. I just saw something pop up.
Yes, the breakout rooms will be closing in a number of seconds, but thank you for sharing that, Omar. I love the thought of having sisters myself. I know the competition that sometimes is, so I can imagine that beating you to find the bug would have been a great joy. Okay, absolutely. Well, with 30 seconds left, I think we can return to the main room, and we'll be hearing from Omar again shortly. But thank you so much for joining me, everyone.
See you on the other side.
Thank you.
I know in my session we had a lot of great questions about, what are resources to look for jobs, companies we can look out for, how do cyber employees feel about students who are applying from a poli-sci background. So thank you everyone for the engaging conversation. On the resource piece, we'll actually be covering in the main session. I'm going to transition to my fellow global shaper, Mithula, now to talk a bit about our call to actions, and then we'll cover a little bit about the resource section before we close out.
Perfect. Thank you, Kathy, for that lovely transition. So as Kathy said, we're going to move on to the next slide. So what are the next steps? So I'll be speaking about the next steps. Now, the breakout only covered a small subsection of the skills mapping. On the slide, you see other education disciplines with our toolkit. If you see your education experience reflected here, help us validate and enhance our mapping. Now remember, these are live documents that should be continuously improved. And if not, help us build a new one. Help us ensure that your future peers will have a strong foundation to enter into the cyber realm. Now we're gonna move on to the next slide. And I'm gonna talk about how you could build your local cyber ecosystem. You may be wondering, other than using these skills for mapping and enhancing your CV and job hunting experience, what else can you do at a systemic level? We aim to thread together 3 key members of the local community, and you can help us affect this transformation in your local community. So we work with students to improve the employability and find inspiration to make new and meaningful career moves they may not have realized that are open to them. The second is industry. We work with recruiters, employers to transform their hiring and upskilling practices to make their workplace more enticing to non-traditional workers. We have helped local employers rewrite their hiring notices. And the third is working with academic institutions. So lastly, we work with education institutions who play such a key role in empowering students to pursue different interests and increase their post-graduation employability. As a concrete example, we enrolled 4 members of the Montreal Refugee Center into new cybersecurity diploma. This is the kind of tangible thing that you could change and you could affect in your local community. And finally, you might be wondering, well, this is all good and well, but how do I upskill myself in cybersecurity? I'll hand you over to the resident cyber upskill expert, Omar.
Thank you, Mithula. We got you. One of the most frequent questions we get is how do we start and where do we start? Our team has come up with a list of resources which has helped us and kickstart and upskill our career in cybersecurity. By proactively applying cybersecurity best practices to your day-to-day, you will develop the reflexes that can be scaled up to an organizational level. What we've done here is we've broken it down into 3 categories. The first one being cyber lingo. So this resource list will help you understand terminologies that are used in cybersecurity and in the workspace on a day-to-day basis and what they mean. Some of you may already know other terms such as VPNs and multi-factor authentication. The next one we have is how you can manage your own cybersecurity. So this is best practices, how to stay safe online, and eventually scale this to an organizational level, ensuring that your organization is secure. And the third and the final one that we have as a category is challenging yourself further. If you feel like challenging yourself and upskilling at the same time, we have brought together some resources which you can use to set up a lab at home and on your computer and start testing like we do in the real world. We will be sharing the resources which we have used personally to upskill ourselves and get a broader understanding of cybersecurity as follow-up material after the presentation. Back to Kathy.
Perfect. Thank you, Omar. And I think with that, I'm just going to close out our session. If you can go to the next slide. Wow, it's been 2 amazing days of OpenGov Digital Youth Summit. I think over 30 sessions, just 17 alone today. There are a lot of different ancillary activities that are happening, in the background, which I'm going to paste in the chat right now. So do make sure you check them out. The participant map, the participant matching map, social media challenges. On the next slide, you'll see that if you have further questions, how you can contact us. Which I'm also pasting into the chat. So, we have our broader email, inclusivecyber.mti@gmail.com. You can also chat with us on our public-facing social media platforms. Now, we have the emails of everyone who RSVP'd to the session, and we'll be following up with all of you with the resource upskilling document that we talked about. So, but if you did not RSVP to the session, do write to us at inclusivecyber.mtl@gmail.com, and we'll make sure you're included in that mailing list. So I think with that, I want to leave you with our closing thoughts, which is, cybersecurity is such a meaningful and purposeful career. And it's a public good that we all need to share a social responsibility in. And we need our cyber recruitment to start reflecting the diverse communities from which we recruit from. There is so much value that each of you, by virtue of your existing skills, can bring to this dynamic field. And I hope throughout today's session, we piqued a bit of your interest, and I hope with our follow-up, that interest will spur into action. So thank you all so much for joining us today. Merci tout le monde. I think next up is our closing ceremony to this incredible 2 days of enriching content. So do join the wonderful organizers for the closing ceremony. Okay.
I received the UN Award for mobilizing more than 6,000 Moroccan youth around the SDCs.
My team and I created a 2,000 people database for Ukrainian protesters.
We create regional youth groups to facilitate meaningful dialogue with the government.
Using data and monitoring, I'm helping to shape policies in my country.
I conducted monitoring research on government's performance.
We are bridging the gap between the youth, civil society, and government.
It's great to have youth involved in the process. It's something that we really need in OGP. We need more youth involved in all the conversations, not in sectorial conversation to see how youth is going to participate, but youth spread all around the panels. I think that is something awesome. The youth are the ones that are going to have the responsibility to shape open government in the future. You guys are the ones that are going to change and shape society in a way that probably today we are not seeing, and OGP is a great platform for that.
Youth what? Youth power!
Let's talk. Let's talk about development, strategies, plans, promises. Let's talk. Plans were initiated, promises made, promises of a brighter future, plans to reduce their poverty gap and hunger, to achieve quality of education, to promote gender equality, to eradicate HIV, AIDS, malaria, and other diseases. The youth are the leaders of tomorrow. That's what flies around. Tomorrow never comes, but still we are left with no choice than to hold on to these empty words that always taste the same. And if by any chance tomorrow comes, then we need to understand that the youth are not only leaders of tomorrow, but they are partners of today. So let's talk. Let's talk, because the voice of the youth is crying out for attention with a lot to mention. Dead are the days when all the men declare wars that the youth have to fight to death, political forces using the youth power in the riots. No vision 2030 without our eyes in it. Nothing about us without us. How do you expect the youth to be leaders tomorrow without letting them in on your current leadership? We progress as a nation through acceptance and inclusiveness, not prejudice and debasement. And if we don't own up our responsibilities right now, then how will the current goals be implemented? So we need to be included as soon as now, so that part of the processes of 2030 can be achieved. Otherwise, these goals will continue to be shelved as papers. And to my fellow youth, I know that you are filled with tremendous energy and towering ambitions. There's no doubt about your strength, power, and capabilities, your skills, hopes, and dreams. We are the social actors of change and progress in a society. So if we can take on leadership, then we need to hold those in leadership accountable so that the system can go forward. Be the change that you want to see.
You may be wondering, why am I speaking today? I am your mother. I know you have been forgetting me these days. I gave you birth, I raised you, and now, why are you hurting me? Did you forget the love and care? Or just ignored about it? Now it's too much. You have given me enough pain. It's time for paying back those tears. I am not being selfish, my child. I really love you. It's just that I'm already half broken and I don't want to fall apart. Reasons? You are asking me to give you reasons how I hurt you? So listen. How have you been tearing me each day? My whole body is fragile now. I can only see dust and hear less. My long green hair have been chopped. My firm white teeth have started to melt and my saliva is only dirt. My soft face and lips are wrinkled. My lungs is only filled with harmful gases. Since my roots have been pulled, I cannot stand erect, and my whole body is burning. Is that enough? Disaster I have been creating? Well, why are you blaming me for your own mistake? You are the one ripping and destroying me. Still, you curse me for making catastrophe? I know you are talking about April 25, when I casted dark clouds on heavenly part of me, Nepal, where king of mountains rule, surrounded by green hills of armies, where swift flowing rivers passes the silent forest of echoing bird. I know my sins. I know my sins, killing 9,000 of my children in earthquake. Early alarms were rung not to build tall buildings on my fertile lap or houses at the top or bottom of hill. If you hadn't cut down my strands of hair, flood and landslide wouldn't have added more disaster. Sanitation, clean drinking water, shelter, and foods were firstly prioritized. But alas, I'm really happy to see all my children combating together to build better Nepal for better world. Hopefully you have learned your lesson. Preparedness cannot be neglected. And now, just for reminder, planting tree isn't solution, but caring them. Maintaining ecosystem, less pollution in air we breathe, water we drink, or land we live. Let my body not be turned into desert. Give me your heart and soul, and spread your voice, saving Mother Nature from climate change.
Bang. Now, if you were to hear that sound in South London, you'd probably assume the sound of a gunshot, or in Hackney, the end of a court case. But if you was to hear a bang on the good side of Kent, at worst you'd assume the start of a race. Do you see what we face? It's a mindset that we need to erase, but why is it like that in the first place? You see, the persuasiveness of the media makes stereotypes prevalent, so individual references are rendered irrelevant. Now, I'm not the president, far from the most eloquent, but my heart takes residence in expressing benevolence. So when I see something wrong, I feel the need to speak. From Monday to Monday, even if I feel weak, because I need to make my mark. But not to make my name known, but because there's issues under our noses that we can't condone. And it enrages me when I see people with the ability to make change, but refusing to take responsibility for their own communities. And I'm not talking about holding a position, I'm talking unity, and it confuses me because usually those going around shouting freedom's a must, making a fuss, won't do what's right for the sake of their neighbor. Nonsensical behavior. And sorry if I seem harsh, but how can I stay quiet when humanity's been replaced by vanity? I'm not the black-eyed peas, but I've got a feeling that ordinary people are ever more becoming conceited and feeble, and I'm here thinking, where is the love? Everybody's so concerned about themselves. Want to be known as the top man, so they step on the lid or put others down just for a laugh and a giggle. Do you see what we face? It's a mindset that we need to erase. Please don't let my words go down the toilet. Because there is always something that you can do. Because failure is not based on a low IQ. It's about what's inside you. So as my mark manifests, I hope you don't get bruised. And as this notion shines, I hope you don't get blue. See, active aims bringing blessings, let's give back. I'm not talking about donations, but your presence itself can induce reparations. Everything I've just said. I'm just helping you recall something you've probably heard before, but I just hope that you got the deal. That if you don't speak out, then tell me who will. And you can choose to be cocky and think of yourself, but remember, if you're rich in here and in here, but not in here, then question your wealth. So you make your mark and I'll make mine. I just hope that we all tick right.
Hi there, everyone. It is now 5 p.m. EDT on the dot, and so we will get started with our closing. Well, a huge thank you to everyone who has made this summit a huge success. We've had more than 600 people participate from every continent and over 100 countries around the world. We'll be sharing those stats shortly, and you should see the screen. And so from what we've gathered, we've had about 1,167 registrants, 53.7 of which were men, and 44.9 were 12 countries represented. And we've had 112 Zoom participants on day one. Shaime, would you like to go through some of the other stats that we have on the screen for those that are watching the closing ceremony?
Yes, sure. I'll be thrilled. So we had 28 hours of brainstorming, skill building, and panel sessions. We had 16 hours of simultaneous translation in English, French, and Spanish, and of course, some tired translators. Thank you guys so much. You really made this summit truly inclusive throughout your big work and your participation. We had more than 4,000 views on Facebook, and the numbers are increasing indeed. So shout out to everyone watching us on Facebook, not just attending the Zoom sessions. And of course, the highest attendance had been more than 100 participants in the opening ceremony. 78 plus joined the Data as a Tool for Digital Innovation and Power and Limitation session led by the Government of Canada and the Global Shapers of Montreal. So shout out to everyone who participated in every session, who's been here for full 2 days. Thank you guys so much for making this possible.
I think this is an amazing reflection of what is possible if you're willing to use digital media to your advantage to host such a digital summit that we've just experienced over the last few days. A reminder to everyone that information will be posted in the chat box for menti.com. We would like to hear from you what your highlights are of this entire digital summit. So please check out the details including the password that's posted in the chat box, to let us know what your highlights are that we can share at the end. Also a reminder to check out our participants map again to get a sense of whose voices we've heard and connected with. And make sure you connect with them if you haven't already. I just very quickly like to share a few of my highlights over the last few days of this summit. I think one thing that absolutely stood out for me was the fact that we were able to use so many different platforms to offer an opportunity for learning and opportunity for sharing for all these young people all around the world. I remember being able to jump into Zoom, and then sometimes I had to be at work, so I'd head over to the Facebook page to check out the sessions, and I just had all these different mediums available to me, which I absolutely appreciated. And all these conversations about how now more than ever, regardless of what's been happening in the world, young people are still keen to participate and they want to do more. How about you, Shen?
I really share the same views with you, Dagia, but at the same time, one thing that was so amazing for me is that all the way from Papua New Guinea to Morocco to Jordan to Ghana, all of us as young people share the same challenges, but also are eager to make change. It's so beautiful to how everyone has been focusing on intergenerational dialogue, has been focusing on finding solutions to break the digital divide, has been focusing on creating more open civic spaces. And I'm so empowered after these 2 days, and I'm so looking forward to partner up with so many of you around the world to be able to bring change. It has been a very inspiring summit so far, and we hope that we're going to continue to inspire you with what's coming next. So let us know what were your favorite moments of the summit through the chat box, but also through the menti.com. We'd love to know your highlights, and we're only going to go back to them afterwards. We'd like also to thank again our partners for this event, Open Government Partnership, Accountability Lab, Restless Development, and the Government of Korea for their incredible support. Without you guys, this wouldn't have been possible at all. So thank you so much for being part of this.
Now we'd like to wrap up the summit with a conversation with Sanjay Pradhan, the CEO of the Open Government Partnership, and Maria Baron, the co-chair of OGP this year, and reflect on what all of this means.
Yeah. We can hear you now, Dagia. I think the sound cut for a bit.
with a conversation with Sanjay Pradhan and the CEO of the Open Government Partnership, and Maria Beron, the co-chair of OGP this year, and reflect on what all this means for the future of young people within open government. Welcome, Sanjay and Maria. Would you like to begin by introducing yourselves briefly? Sanjay.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sanjay. Dagia has introduced me very well. So just to say hello, nothing further, just a real privilege and pleasure to be with you. Thank you so much, Dagia and Jaime. Maria?
Same here. Hi, hello, everyone. I'm in Washington, D.C. I'm from Argentina, and this year I have the privilege of being the co-chair of the civil society side in OGP. So I'm ready to discuss and share some of our views with Sanjay.
Awesome. Thank you both so much for accepting our invitation and for being part of the discussion today. It is very important to have your voices and to have you support young people through the summit. So the first question I would like to ask is directed to both of you, actually. Maybe we can start with you, Maria. What sorts of engagement have we seen from young people in the past in terms of open governance, and why does it matter so much? Maria, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chaim. And I would like to share with you some examples that I bring from my part of the world, which is Latin America, and connect them to sort of some of the conversations that we've been seeing during these days, and that I think are interesting to sort of see also how important it is to get to know all those experiences so that everybody and showcase them and see how sort of deep in what the problems they've seen and what they've tried to accomplish, and if they could in the different parts of the world. So maybe other people from other parts can see and bring it to their own realities. So just to start, of course, and if you hear me other times, I'll always bring this example because I think it's the best ever example from Panama. It's in Central America, and it's the best example in the sense of, and we've been talking about these 2 days about policy making and decision making. And, since 1998 or 2000 around, Panama had one of those, initial programs with the Inter-American Development Bank, where they worked with the Panamanians with reforms. One of these reforms was to create what they called the Youth Assembly. So they have the assembly, the National Assembly, and they created a Youth Assembly, which is really relevant in terms because it follows the same process to elect 71 assembly people to the National Assembly, and they and they have to be enrolled in school. And this process brings them for a week to the assembly to discuss the issues that they bring to the assembly. And the issues that they bring are then going to be debated and approved by the regular MP, so the regular assembly people. And so those ideas become into law. And this program started in 2005, and now we're in 2020. And so we have more than 100 laws that have been passed this way. So Panama has the youth, what we call the youth lens. What people from high schools think is relevant for their own countries, and of course many times for their communities. So that's the best example, I think, for policy making and decision making. And if you want more about this, of course you can tweet me and I'll put you in contact with people, whatever. The second I want to share with you is an example that has been, it's of course newer from Brazil, called Operação Serenata de Amor. So a serenade of love, of course, coming from Brazil, you have that. And it's a sort of a group of tech enthusiasts that created a robot using AI to monitor and find sort of suspicious reimbursements that the MPs bring, they have to use using their budget. And so only in the pandemic, they have found 629 suspicious reimbursements from 215 members of the parliament. So that example for me is for and we've talked about, or you've talked about this 2 days, about being a change maker. I think that is being a change maker, using the digital tools and the and the technology available to be a change maker. The third, and I think it's a more philosophical one, and it's about moving boundaries. Of course, Chile. I'm sure you've seen this week and the past 2-3 years, how the youth have pushed boundaries about what they see as injustice and what they don't like, and how they have managed to bring their views and their debates to the national debate in Chile. And this week, we've seen how they have pushed to be able to have a plebiscite, a referendum, to push aside a constitution that was created by a dictator. And so that was, of course, pushed, of course, by many civil society organizations, but mainly by youth. And we've seen it in the past years with also issues about transportation, and also issues about public education and free education for all. So that for Chile, pushing boundaries. And the third and the fourth, sorry, and here I'll stop, Sanjay, and leave you to enlighten us too about Argentina, and how the youth collective can be organized behind an objective with rules, and it's called Hola Congreso, Hello Congress. So the organization that I lead put together around 300 volunteers and divided all the MPs amongst the 300 volunteers so that they can talk, to generate a conversation with the MPs, so that the MPs use open government tools and ideas to communicate with the public, and also to update their websites, to put information that they haven't put before, published before that. So I think the 4 examples on policy making and decision making, on how to be a change maker, on how to push the boundaries, and also how to monitor what is happening with your representatives. I think this is something that we've seen in the past. I would love to see this more. And like I said before, and with this I finish, I would like to, if I had the time, research more to see what other things are happening on the ground, and showcase them, and have the opportunity to be in these debates and share them with the rest. Thank you.
Thanks, Maria. Should I just go ahead? Shami?
Yes, please.
Okay, so Maria, those were great examples. I just wanted to make 3 points on this. First, before sharing with you some examples, I wanted to just say how crucial and why youth engagement is vital to OGP and to the open government movement. You see, an open government must be open to all. It should be inclusive of all, and especially of groups that have been historically excluded or marginalized, whether it's minorities, whether it's women, whether it's LGBTQ. Now, in the case of youth, they represent a significant proportion of the population, but they are underrepresented in their voice in public policy making and government. And that is why the inclusion agenda of OGP, which is in the DNA of OGP, mandates and warrants a voice of youth in government and in open government. The examples, though, so that's the first point. The second point is the examples that Maria gave are excellent, particularly, and rather than repeating some of the similar thoughts I had, gave a very good set of examples, whether it was Panama or the examples with MP, on how the youth can influence policy making, how they can actually influence decision makers. Let me share with you a few examples I find very inspirational, which are more downstream. So in Africa, and you've been discussing this in the last couple of days, in Africa, you have follow the money networks. In Africa, there's a Follow the Money network of youth civil society organizations who are actually following budgets, who are following aid, and they are trying to track and see whether it actually reaches the intended beneficiaries or gets pocketed somewhere else. You've been discussing examples, whether it's Compras COVID in Chile, or whether it is PPDC in Nigeria, or whether it's Reacción or Ciudadone in Paraguay, all examples of tracking budgets and contracts. These are youth-led initiatives which are really important to track whether COVID-19 or money beyond COVID-19 as we build back better are reaching the intended beneficiaries. One of my favorite examples is from Italy. In Italy, there was a lot of concern about 100 billion euros that Italy was getting from the EU and whether it was achieving its intended purposes. And so the government disclosed its spending online, but then partnered with high school students through school competitions, and high school students and youth groups became on-the-ground monitors of these projects to track them. That's what we have seen, for instance, also in Kaduna, Nigeria, through the Citizen Eyes and Ears projects, where citizens, but especially youth, upload photos of roads or schools or health clinics that exist or don't exist or in poor conditions. So these are examples of citizen monitors that we have seen, very exciting cases of youth following the money and becoming citizen monitors. The last point I would mention is that while these are examples of what youth can do for open government movement, the open government movement can also be very helpful for youth in being a platform for them to articulate their pain points and responding to them. And the example I'll close with comes from Tunisia. A few years ago, shortly after I had joined OGP, I visited Tunisia to do a cabinet workshop. And the cabinet ministers their number one preoccupation was youth unemployment, associated crimes, and radicalization and terrorism of youth, which was a big concern. And one of the things I discussed with them is that the root of a lot of the problems of violence and radicalization comes from grievances and exclusion that youth face. And therefore, the solution has to be in terms of inclusion and giving youth a voice. That led to a commitment in the OGP action plan in Tunisia around youth engagement. And what that commitment did is that it gives an e-platform where citizens, youth can actually articulate their pain points and government response. Youth give feedback on selected public services and government response. One particular example was that young youth entrepreneurs, and you've discussed this, that youth are involved in SMEs and so on, they felt they needed a PayPal system for their small businesses. That was the specific little ask, and the minister agreed to respond to that through the OGP platform. So this is an example of how youth can, OGP can be a platform to amplify the voices of youth, listen to their pain point and respond. Ontario has a similar commitment and so on. Let me stop here, back over to you guys.
Thank you, Sanjay and Maria, for your answers and these examples of what young people are doing. And I really like that answer from Sanjay about how we can also see OGP as a platform for young people to utilize in terms of pushing for initiatives that they're passionate about. And so just to connect us on to our next question, the last few months have changed a lot in terms of what young people can do in terms of their engagements, their advocacy, and obviously we know that's because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And so going forward, what are the gaps and opportunities in terms of open governance that young people can move towards to ensure that we build back better after COVID-19? And I think we'll start with Maria again, just because Sanjay, you just had some time to speak, so we can give you a moment to think about the answer.
Thank you. Thank you, Daja. I would say I'd make it shorter this time. I would say two concepts, if I can, to answer your question. The first is, I think, if I can say anything about these days of conversations and what I originally think about the opportunity for youth, is the first, impose an agenda. So push the boundaries of an agenda, challenge the status quo that we have today. And how to do that, you've shown in many parts of the world that you have the capacity, that you can bring the new ideas, the how of making those ideas a reality. And especially, I would say, you have a real clarity, and we don't, as another generation, of what is not working. And so that, to voice that, is really, really relevant. And that really moves the boundaries of a new order or of a new world. And connected to that, and not to use the same word, I would say that, so the concept, of connection. So the ability to connect, and connect with who, And I think, this idea of the youth and the elders and those buckets, I would say that the youth have the key to connect with others, other generations, other communities, that can really make change more powerful. Because by in itself, a specific community maybe lacks, I don't know, in the case of youth, maybe in some cases lack the experience, or in some cases the technical knowledge, like, for example, for policy making, that technical knowledge of evidence, or sometimes the knowledge of what hasn't worked, really needs to be together with that, what I was saying, the new, with the new ideas of the creativity of doing it differently. And also in that concept of connection, I would say connect with other initiatives that are going on in other parts of the world with youth, and also connect, sort of make the effort to connect the local and the global. Every sort of stage has its good things to add to a specific problem or a specific debate. And I think you have the ability, also the technical ability, to do that. Maybe we haven't been as successful. I don't know if, Sanjay, you agree. And also, and going, of course, to OGP, connect with the existing platforms, and I think that is more cross-cutting. You can connect through OGP with other communities, and it's really, really a given, because there's a lot of countries, a lot of issues, a lot of government stakeholders that you need to connect in order to challenge, or in order to be successful in whatever you want to push. So I would stick to that.
Super. Let me just quickly follow on Maria's very good points to say, in terms of gaps. So let me point out two specific big areas of gaps where youth could really help us. The first, I would say, is around COVID-19 stimulus and safety nets, and transparency and accountability around that. That's, Dagia, you mentioned that in your question. Now, the issue here is these are the biggest stimulus and safety net packages we have seen since World War II. And when so much money moves so fast, there's a big risk of corruption and mismanagement. And yet millions of lives and livelihoods are at stake. So where I think we really need youth groups to focus on is this area of open budgets, open contracts, open aid. And here, a number of countries have made commitments on paper. 70 governments are pushing for opening contracts. Another commitment, lot of countries are moving on open budgets. And as I was mentioning in my answer to the first question, youth groups have actually been quite instrumental in following the money. The Africa Follow the Money Network, the Paraguay example I was giving, or the Chile Compras COVID, or the PPDC in Nigeria. What I would say is that the gap here is to ensure you continue at it, but expand it to more countries. Make sure you're following the money, following the budget, following contracts, and continue to call out when the money is being misused. We will help put spotlight to this. We are also partnering with a lot of multilateral institutions like the World Bank and the IMF. They are very keen to find out, is the money that they are funding in developing countries, is it being well used or not? So if you can continue this work, deepen it in terms of following the money, following budgets, following contracts, to track corruption and report violations, you will amplify the voice of those who don't have a voice, and we will help amplify your feedback. So just credible implementation of these open budgets, open contracts, open aid, continue to do that work, broaden to other countries, and deepen into implementation. The second and final area, in the interest of time, I'll just mention one more, but any of you have other ideas or want to discuss with me, happy to hop on to a call after this. The second area I would say is an area which is now upcoming in OGP, where I really, youth have been in the forefront, for instance, of the Black Lives Matter movement in the US. They have been, and they sparked global protests elsewhere. And along with COVID, there has been a spotlight on the crisis of inequality. And within inequality, both income disparities as well as racial injustice, which we have seen in the US, but we are also seeing cases of police brutality in the case of End SARS. Now, this is an area where youth have championed, they've been on the forefront of it. Where I would say there is a gap is that when you look at the problem of inequality, including its multiple dimensions of race, gender, sexual orientation, whichever dimension, income, whichever dimension, and when I map that to commitments in OGP, action plans, I think there's a lot more we can do. And this is not just downstream monitoring of following the money as an anti-corruption of COVID. This is a question of getting more commitments from governments to tackle income inequality, to tackle gender equality, to tackle racial justice. So I would invite youth to join forces in turning their activism into action through OGP action plans in this area of equality, racial justice, gender equality. We are moving forward, but we can do more in that area as well. So that is I'm just mentioning two gaps in the interest of time. One around implementation, one around actual commitments in this area. Back over to you guys.
Thank you guys so much for your answers. And it's really interesting how you guys view us as a catalyzer of change, how you can see us as a help or a hand in implementation of the big commitments around OGP. And I really feel like it's very interesting how, Maria, you said, we as young people know what is not working, so we're more likely to help you with what is working. However, the future is very ambitious. We'd like to achieve so much, and would love to know from both your perspectives, how can we do that? What are the skills, the strategies that we can use? What do you think we should actually arm ourselves with for us to be able to achieve that future that we are all aspiring to achieve? Maybe we can start with you, Sanjay, this time.
Sure. I think, so this is a really important question in terms of tactics. How do you go from here to there? I think that where youth movements and social movements of youth have been really important, whether you look at climate or corruption or racial justice and so on that we were just discussing, you have been great in putting a spotlight on the issue. You have the collective energy, the vibrancy, the dynamism. I think what we need to ask ourselves in next steps is what happens after that, after you've put the spotlight on the issue. How do you turn your advocacy into action and results? And this is where I would argue that OGP can be a very helpful platform for you to use. And I'll get into how you do that. Because in OGP, you have government on the other side of the table. And the requirement of OGP is that government works with citizen groups, whether it's youth groups or civil society organizations on the other side of the table, to co-create concrete action plans. So if you have government on the other side of the table and you're passionately advocating on certain issues, you actually can leverage OGP to turn that activism and advocacy into action. Next year is a vital year for OGP. We will have, due to the pandemic, we have 2-year action plans that government and civil society groups do. Next year, because of the pandemic, more than 100 national and local governments will be co-creating their action plan. So I wanted to invite you to engage with the OGP platform in the context very specifically of these 100 national and local action plans that are being co-created. So if you're passionate and you have a youth group involved in one country, we can help connect you to that process. I would say a very practical way to proceed is to partner with civil society organizations that are involved in these OGP platforms. For instance, some of our leading partners who have been involved in this summit, whether it's Restless Development or Accountability Labs, these are really good partners to guide and be the voice in the co-creation platform. So partnering with them or directly engaging, these are some ways in which you can actually concretely turn your activism and advocacy into action, reforms, and results. So that was the specific suggestion I had. Engage with the OGP action plan, partner with civil society organizations that are involved in these action plans, articulate your asks, and get them to get government to make those to take those actions. Back over to you.
Okay, so I have my three sort of ideas to share. The first, I think, if I can say one more thing as a recommendation, maybe sort of embody the role of agenda setters. So you have proved, and the youth have proved that they can do it more, embody it. And while doing that, my second point is, and maybe I'm trying to say it right so that it's not confusing, but in the argument to be more inclusive about youth, do not let that sort of slot of inclusiveness to compete with other minorities or with minorities. So bring the issue. We always say, OGP has a steering committee that is composed of 11 members, and there's always the discussion about who are those 11 members. What constituency should those 11 members represent? And the youth, and we've had this conversation many times, is a cross-cutting one. So if you bring the agenda, I think it's better than if you bring that to your youth. And so to transform that into a better or more or a better selling point, so that you are at the table, because you need that. But it's better to be youth and to bring, I don't know, climate change, local government reform, corruption, whatever. It's my view, and it's sort of a consequence of many of the discussions that we've had within OGP. And the third point that I would sort of underline some of the points that Sanjay was making earlier, and it's about how use the platform that OGP has built. It's really, really useful. At the national level, there are that I'm sure everybody has heard, the co-creation process. It's a process that goes on maybe 2-3 weeks in each of the governments, where they discuss specific issues: corruption, civic space, climate change, inclusion, whatever. Be in those processes. Make the effort to go physically. If in pandemic they don't do it physically, be there. Bring that change maker and creative minds that you have, because that's the key moment where the governments will take those ideas and transform them into a commitment. Then we have, of course, the issue about the implementation, that not only in OGP that the implementation is difficult, but also the governments. The governments have that sort of difficulty in implementing ideas and implementing laws too. But that's another story I don't want to go into, because I'll be all day. So those three things. So be the agenda, do not compete, and use OGP as a platform. It'll be good and now, like Sanjay was saying, but just one more thing to end. There are around 60, I think, local governments that have just joined OGP this year and that will be co-creating. That is a huge transformative moment for us, for this community in 2020 and 2021. If you are there, if the youth is there, it will be a change maker, I swear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria and Sanjay, for those answers. And so what we've also done is we've given the opportunity for participants to be able to pose questions as well. And so we have a few participants' questions that we'd quickly like to ask. And I guess in the interest of time, the first one I'm going to direct to Sanjay to answer. And this first question actually comes from Kamis in South Sudan. And the question is, how does OGP plan to partner with youth organizations in the future? And I guess as the CEO of OGP and really knowing what the future holds, are there any plans to really partner with young people and youth organizations? Sanjay.
Yeah, I think I would just mirror my answer in the previous question to say that, I think it'll be really good to, as we roll out these 100 action plans, for youth organizations to actually join forces in the co-creation process. So one way of looking at it, how we can work with youth organizations and how youth organizations can work with us, is that OGP has two parts of its action planning process. One is in the co-creation of action plan, where government and civil society work together. And the other one is in implementation. So in the co-creation process, what I would urge is that we have, for instance, as I mentioned, 100 national and local 100 national local action plans coming up in 2021. It would be very good to partner with the youth organizations inside some of these national and local governments where they are active and where they want to advance issues. And once again, doing it with CSO partners, if you don't have enough capacity on the ground, is one way to do it. On the second dimension, which is on implementation, I think on implementation, that's where something like the Follow the Money network or monitoring contracts, monitoring budgets, or monitoring commitments, whether it's on racial justice and so on, that would be the way to go with youth organizations, being a partner in implementation. Back over to you, Doug.
Should I go?
I actually have another question for you, Maria, and this is a question that comes to us from Gofason from Liberia and Gabriel from Sierra Leone. The question says, governments seem to be dominant in OGP, and governments are cracking down on the space for civil society to operate, often brutally. What can OGP do to influence governments if civic space is closing?
Thank you. That's a nice question because it's a part of course, everyday conversation within OGP. So just to part the answer. The first is that to be able to be a member of OGP, there are a certain criteria. And so usually and that's a problem too for the world, but usually the governments that have that comply with that criteria can be in. And then there's, of course, and I don't want to go into the details, but there's a lot of follow-up around how are they performing, not only in terms of the co-creation process and the implementation of the commitments, but also this issue about civic space, the protection of the organization, activists, journalists that work in those countries to be able to be in the co-creation process and be able to be factors of change. And in the past 2, I would say, years, we've seen a backlash in civil rights in many of the countries. There's a lot of work around that. And that's why, that Korea, the government of Korea, and myself are the co-chairs of OGP until December 2021. And we have worked around 3 issues. And we agreed that we are going to work on 3 pillars. One of those pillars is civic space. So help the protection of civic space, and how we will do that. It is one of the issues is to bring civic space protection commitments to many of those 100 governments that are co-creating this year. So we think that while doing that, by the governments agreeing to including civic space commitments, we will be in a better place. Of course, not the best place, but in a better place than we are now. And of course, so the other side of this question is there are a lot of organizations and also in the steering committee of OGP that have realigned their objectives to this, because they realize that otherwise they can't work, they can't perform their missions. So I think there's a lot of energy in that. Of course, I think the youth collective or the youth community can be really traffic lights around that, around what is happening in the world, and we'll need to work closer to each other to be able to be more effective.
Thank you so much, Maria. And I think we've gotten to the end of our time together in terms of questions and this discussion. But very quickly before we let you both go, we have one final question, and that is, what one piece of advice do you have for young people that want to support open governance in their countries during the pandemic and beyond? So a final short answer to this question, and we'll start with Sanjay, and then we'll hear from Maria, and then that will be the end of this discussion.
I would say keep your passion going for open government. There are many areas you will find as to where you can devote your life's energies to. The open government idea is to ensure that governments truly serve their citizens rather than themselves. We really need youth to be continuing to be agenda setters, as Maria said, in pushing for open government, but turn that passion into activism by leveraging the OGP platform. That's what I would say.
Thank you. And around the same lines, I would say keep participating, but keep the creativity on and up. Show us, teach us how to do it, and don't take no for an answer. Even if the no comes from us, from other organizations, from OGP, don't take no for an answer. Move the barriers. It's for the good for everyone.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. So passion, participation, creativity, in short, youth power are the key words to keep in mind at the end of this beautiful summit. Thank you again to all of you who have joined us over the past 2 days. This has been truly an incredible opportunity. These issues are definitely more important than ever, and we need to make sure that youth voices are heard as part of the solutions we currently face. Business as usual isn't possible. We have to transform the ways that our governments manage change. And this summit has generated so many great ideas for the process. So thank you so much for being part of it.
So what happens next? We've had an amazing summit. Where do we go from here? Look out for follow-ups from us in the next few weeks with session recordings, ideas, and details of the next steps and more. And from here, the OpenGov Youth Collective will only grow and improve, and we would love for you to be a part of it. You can sign up by dropping us a line on email, address in the chat box, and by being in touch with at Accountability Lab on Twitter or through the Accountability Lab Facebook page. And I think just before we go, we have to share those Menti responses real quick, Shannon.
Definitely. That's what I was going to next. We're so looking forward to hearing your highlights. So we have diversity of ideas, backgrounds. The summit highlight has been fantastic. I'm hoping to participate once again. So many countries represented. I love it all. The music, activism, and youth power. Shout out to Katie for making that happen. Seeing young people like me leading the conversation. The organization that was really well coordinated. Seeing young people like me, again, leading the conversation. We have the project young people are handling, facilitating a session, interacting, and identifying things to do. Diversity of people. So we have quite great answers. Thank you all so much for making this happen, and thank you so much for your participation and for your feedback. And of course, we'd love to hear more of that. So any additional thoughts on how we can improve the Youth Collective are always welcome, and how we can improve definitely summits like this. We'll send a feedback form by email, so stay in touch with us in the meantime if we can make any additional connections. And thank you again, everyone, for making your voices heard. Thank you for sharing your ideas. Thank you for being such an amazing partner throughout the 2 days. We are looking forward to seeing you again. Stay safe and have a great evening or a great day, depending where you are.
Thank you so much, everyone. Goodbye.